Prologue, January 2003. Roman Kinsey didn't usually make such drastically bad choices as the one that led to him kissing boys in the middle of the locker room. Granted, it had been one boy 30 minutes after hockey practice, and everyone was gone for the day, but still, he could have picked a better location, as evidenced by the interruption by none other than Coach Moore, who'd trailed Roman's best friend, Kasper Kowalski, into the locker room while Roman was mid-lip lock. His kissing companion, a figure skater Roman had been circling for months, had winked at him and disappeared out the door, leaving him with one slack-jawed best friend and an unimpressed coach. "My office, Kinsey. Now!" Cass had fled, mumbling unintelligibly, before Coach had finished his sentence. Some best friend he was. Roman's feet might as well have been encased in cement, rooting him to the spot at the reproach on Coach's face. Unsure what to expect, he pulled on a smoke-gray hoodie branded with the red, white, and black logo of his major junior team and followed Coach to his office, his heart sinking further into his chest with each step. Being gay wasn't grounds for being kicked off the team, was it? "Look," Coach said, once they were seated in his office. "You're young, your hormones are going crazy, and the major juniors might not seem like a big deal." "It is, Coach." It was what he'd worked for his entire 17 years. Coach held up a hand. "If you want to make it as a professional hockey player, you need to keep your head down and your sexuality to yourself. There's a reason there are so few out professional athletes. So let's keep this between us, and maybe next time you'll choose a more private spot to kiss boys, huh?" "Sure, Coach. Anything to stay on this team." Except by just between us, Coach had evidently meant the two of them plus Roman's host family, the Giffords, who'd told him he needed to leave as soon as he'd returned to their house in the Ottawa suburb of Orleans. "We can't have someone like you in this house," Mrs. Gifford said, wringing her hands as she watched him pack. "Not with our impressionable young Toby." For the 20 agonizing minutes it took him to gather his stuff and load up his car, he kept pausing to look at her, hoping this was all some terrible joke. Surely she wasn't kicking him out in the middle of January. What was he supposed to do now? He wasn't going to beg a bed from Coach Moore, the traitor, and he couldn't go home to North Bay. His team still had half a season left. But when he'd called his parents for money for a motel room until he could find a new host family, an excuse ready on his tongue for why he couldn't stay with the Giffords anymore, it was to find that Mrs. Gifford had gotten there first. "You know how we feel about that lifestyle," his dad said, and maybe there was a note of apology in his voice, or maybe Roman just hoped there was. He'd known he couldn't be gay in his house, but he'd hoped to keep that to himself a little longer. Goddamn Coach Moore. Goddamn fucking Mrs. Gifford. Which was how he found himself sitting in Cass's driveway down the street, all of his possessions in the back seat, numb with a combination of January freeze and sheer terror. His limbs felt too heavy, like he was drowning without a lifeline. If he closed his eyes, he could imagine the water closing over his head, weighty and thick, all because of one kiss. Everything had happened so fast, and he couldn't tell up from down. His hands were shaking as he exited the car, and he exhaled a puff of cold air that clouded in front of him. Saturday night meant Denny, Jeff, and Sean were already here, likely spread out in Cass's living room and already playing video games. Fuck, he needed his friends right now. He was desperate for someone to tell him everything would be okay, desperate for comfort, for human contact. Bypassing the snow angels he'd made on the snow-covered front lawn with Cass and his little sister just last week, he knocked on Cass's front door, shuffling from foot to foot. God, he couldn't wait to get inside, out of the cold, dark evening. Mrs. Kowalski would sit him at the kitchen table and feed him hot chocolate made from the chocolate squares he loved so much, and she'd order Cass to make up the spare room for Roman, because of course Roman could stay. He could stay as long as he needed. It took a horribly long time for the door to swing open, so long that he started to suspect no one was home. But Mr. Kowalski's car was in the driveway, so he waited, blowing air into his hands. And when it finally did open, the sight of his best friend's perfectly symmetrical face made his shoulders sag and his eyes burn. Finally, a friendly face. He blinked the tears away. "Roman?" Cass closed the door halfway. "Hey." Roman looked over Cass's shoulder and saw nothing but the hallway wall. There were voices and laughter. Sounded like Denny was telling one of his bad jokes. "Can I come in for a bit? For a few months?" "You can't be here right now." What? Is that the fairy?" Denny yelled from inside the house. "Tell him I'll give him $20 to suck my dick." No teasing in the words, only a hard finality that reminded Roman of a brick wall. Along with the raucous laughter that followed, they slapped Roman in the face so hard he took an instinctive step back. Searching Cass's face, all he saw was contempt. "You told them?" His voice squeaked on the last word, and he swallowed back bile. If his heart had sunk before his talk with Coach, it was nothing compared to how it was shriveling at Cass's feet. "Like I said, you can't be here right now." Roman was left staring at a closed door a second later, at this piece of wood and metal that cut him off from Cass and their teammates. The door was dark blue, the paint chipping off around the handle. The normality of it kept him rooted to the spot, waiting for it to open again, waiting for Cass to come get him, or Mrs. Kowalski, trailing lavender-scented perfume in her wake, or one of Cass's little sisters, clutching a new drawing, or even one of the older ones who'd remind him again not to put his feet on the coffee table. The street was quiet, lonely and starless. Wind shivered through the trees, crept down the back of Roman's coat like bony fingers. The house across the street still had their Christmas lights up. The winking red and white did nothing to imbue him with joy. 5 minutes later, he was forced to concede that Cass and Denny and the others had dropped him just as surely as his parents and the Giffords had. 10 minutes after that, cracked wide open, feeling like he was sitting on dynamite that was about to explode him into a million insubstantial pieces, he parked in the lot of a 24-hour grocery store where he had less chance of getting towed, cranked the heat, lowered his seat back, and curled into a shivering, protective ball of sorrow. 1. January 2011. "It'll be fun," they said. "Don't worry," they said. "It'll be easy," they said. If his new teammates' engagement coordinators thought this was easy, they'd never been the center of attention of 15 unimpressed 3 to 6-year-olds. "You have to do the voices." Roman Kinsey paused mid-sentence and glanced up from the children's book in his lap. "What?" "The voices." One of the little kiddos in attendance for Tiny Tot story time at the library leaned forward and tapped his book. As a professional hockey player, he was used to playing in arenas that held thousands, but being the sole focus of a bunch of ankle-biters, he hadn't been this nervous since he'd played his first NHL game 4 years ago. Why did they have to look at him like they could see into his soul? "Okay," he said, glancing back down at the book. On the page was a rocket ship with a cartoon face that was smiling down at a smaller rocket ship. He cleared his throat and dropped his voice an octave. "Where do you want to fly to today, son?" asked Papa Ship. The kids giggled. "That's the wrong voice," the same kid said. Roman clicked his tongue ring against his teeth. "What does a talking spaceship sound like?" There was what sounded like an aborted snort laugh behind him. He ignored it. "Like a robot," said the kid. Yeah. All right. That made sense. He repeated the sentence using a robotic, "Greetings, Earthlings," kind of voice. The kids giggled again, and little Miss Ringleader didn't object, so he kept going. His first story time wasn't awful. It helped that he didn't have to actually interact. Just sit here and read from a 20-page children's book that had all of 3 sentences per page. Except Tiny Tot's story time was slotted to last 30 minutes, and the only reason the rocket ship book took him 10 minutes to get through was because he read really slowly. Midway through the second book, his voice went hoarse. He hadn't talked so much in one go in a very long time. A week ago, he never would have guessed he'd be leading Tiny Tot's story time in a small-town community library. But then, a week ago, he had known he was going to be traded. Happy fucking New Year to him. The shitty thing was that since the Trailblazers were such a new team, they'd played their first game last September, in such a small city, only 40,000 people, and the NHL thought Burlington, Vermont was a good place for a team? He couldn't carry on as he had in Tampa, showing up for practices and games and the required minimum amount of charity and community functions, while avoiding the press and ducking out of team bonding events. Here, he had to demonstrate community spirit. Visibility in the community, apparently, helped sell tickets. Which was how he found himself reading to a bunch of kids. As a mid-season addition to the National Hockey League's recently formed Vermont Trailblazers, he didn't exactly have a lot of options to express this supposed community spirit. The engagement coordinator's list of available Trailblazer-affiliated volunteer opportunities had been slim, with Storytime the least unpleasant of the 3 options. Except the library in Burlington he was supposed to volunteer at had shut down temporarily for renovations, so they'd sent him instead to this tiny one in the minuscule college town of Glen Hill, about an hour southeast of Burlington. Operation Community Spirit? Check. There's no I in team, Coach Donovan had said yesterday morning upon their introductory meeting, as if Roman hadn't heard the exact same cliché from every coach he'd ever had. Roman had frowned at the poster tacked to the wall behind Coach's desk in his office at the arena, an uninspiring thing depicting a hockey puck on ice with the words, "There's no I in team," written in block letters underneath. Understood, Coach. We work together as a unit toward the same goal. We respect each other, and we play by the rules. Team spirit. Coach banged a fist over the pile of papers on his desk. I want to win, Kinsey, but I also want my men to treat each other like brothers. Family. Those guys out there? He pointed one finger at his office doorway, and presumably the men in the locker room down the hall getting ready for morning skate, are some of the best you'll meet. They're the best friends you'll ever have. It took Roman a moment, but he'd figured it out eventually. Coach wanted him to make friends. Him. Make friends. His hands had clenched on the chair arms. That would be much more complicated than the community spirit thing, owing to the fact that Roman had purposefully avoided friendships for years. When more than one friend turned their backs on him for being gay, it made a man quit the friend train. Friends would betray him if he let them. He didn't let them. Operation Team Spirit, pessimistically willing to try for the good of the team. Finally finishing reading the 3rd book to his storytime attendees, he flipped it closed to a smattering of applause, which was unexpected, and then requests for autographs and selfies, which was also unexpected. He was a good hockey player, but he stayed out of the spotlight as much as possible, preferring privacy and relative anonymity, and thus wasn't one of the better-known players. Although, with the excited chatter from some of the parents, with your stats, son, the Trailblazers will have a better chance at coming in somewhere other than dead last in the conference. It's great to have you here, Mr. Kinsey. We're still so excited that the NHL chose Vermont as the home of the Trailblazers. Tell your coach that he needs to put you on the same line as Ritz. With your speeds, you'd be well matched. So far, the Trailblazers have a below-average shots on goal. That's something your team might want to work on, son. He had a feeling he wouldn't be able to fly under the radar like he had in Tampa. Mr. Kinsey, the library director, Eileen, a short lady with a puff of curly white hair that resembled cake icing, approached him once the crowd finally dispersed and parents took their children home for dinner. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know there was so much interest in hockey here. She must not watch much TV then. The Trailblazers were, in fact, dead last in the conference, but that hadn't dimmed the public's excitement. Vermonters were surprisingly loyal to their new team. Why that excitement and loyalty hadn't translated to ticket sales yet was something Roman, having only arrived yesterday, had yet to investigate. He shook her outstretched hand. It's no problem. She beamed at him. We'll see you next Tuesday, then? Right. This was a weekly thing until the end of the season, if he could swing it. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and opened the calendar app. Let me check my schedule. No need. She waved a hand like she was swatting a fly. Samantha already emailed me your itinerary. Samantha was one of his club's engagement coordinators. That's incredibly thorough. So we'll see you next Tuesday, Eileen said. But I believe the week after you're unavailable. She knew his schedule better than he did. Do I need to find a substitute or something? Oh, no, dear. Cody fills in when no one else is available. She waved her hand again, this time toward a guy maybe 2 or 3 years younger than Roman's own 25, and only a couple of inches shorter than Roman's 6 feet. Cody, presumably. He leaned against a hip-high shelf of children's books a few feet to Roman's left, wearing a pair of dark jeans and a teal-colored polo shirt. He had a lean, narrow face, front teeth that were slightly too big, a nose a touch too large for his face, and a wide forehead, paired with his dirty blonde hair, chin scruff that was a shade darker than his hair, and pale blue eyes covered by glasses that took up half his face. It made for a package that was unexpectedly attractive. His lips curled up further, and he gave a little wave, and Roman knew instantly. This was his snort laugher. Definitely. Roman scowled his reply and turned back to Eileen. You could tell a lot about a person simply by observing them, and after 3.5 years as a psychology major, Cody Evans was very good at reading body language. And although he most likely thought otherwise, Roman Kinsey broadcasted his feelings so loudly they might as well have been written in ink. He barely glanced up from the book in his lap as he read, uncomfortable. He sat in the chair, shoulders curled, defensive. He ran a hand over his shaved head when someone spoke to him. Nerves. He scowled at Cody in response to his friendly smile and wave. Disinterest. Or more accurately, feigned disinterest. Cody had caught Roman checking him out. Not in an I want to do you way, or in a who the hell are you kind of way. And now, as Roman finished up his conversation with Eileen, keeping his part to short one-sentence answers, yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm enjoying Vermont so far. Yes, the climate's much different. His feet pointed toward the exit, and he slowly inched his way out of the children's section. He looked like he needed about 24 people-free hours. The walls of the children's section were painted a cheery yellow, and the carpet was a vibrant red. There was a kid-sized table, colorful kid-sized chairs, a rainbow-patterned canopy above foam playmats, and hanging from the ceiling were paper snowflakes the kids had made at the pre-Christmas craft event last month. In the lively space, Roman Kinsey stuck out like a flannel-wearing guest at a black-tie gala. Cody knew about Roman Kinsey, of course. He had a few friends on Roman's old NHL team, and whenever they mentioned him by name, it was followed by, Kinsey's an asshole. Cody had never met the guy, though, and he was disinclined to believe his friends until he formed his own opinion. Because Roman might look like an asshole with his shaved head, dark stubble, perpetual frown, tattooed right arm, and a defensive posture, but what others saw as doesn't give a shit about anything, Cody recognized as lonely and mistrustful. He had a best friend who'd hid behind a mask for years. He recognized the signs. Maybe he was way off the mark, but he was willing to give Roman the benefit of the doubt. Eileen led Roman over to him. Cody straightened from his slouch against the bookshelf and grinned, an odd little thrill shooting through his bones when Roman's eyes, a light olive green color, squinted in challenge. Getting to know Roman Kinsey was going to be all kinds of interesting. "Mr. Kinsey, this is Cody Evans," Eileen said. "Cody's one of our part-timers, and he'll be running Tiny Tot Storytime on the Tuesdays you're unable to make it." Roman nodded once. "Thanks." It was so grudging that Cody's smile widened. Roman's lips pinched. Holding out a hand, Cody said, "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Kinsey." "It's just Kinsey, or Roman, whatever." His voice was pitched low, almost rough from 30 minutes of reading aloud. "Which do you prefer?" Something flickered across his face, and his hand jerked in Cody's before he pulled back. "Roman's fine." "Let me grab your things from the staff lounge, Mr. Kinsey," Eileen said with a pat on his arm. "Oh, no, I can—" But Eileen was already walking away, her old lady loafers with the buckle on the side silent on the carpet, leaving Cody alone with Roman Kinsey. He bit the inside of his lip to conceal a grin. Roman parked his butt against the hip-high bookshelf and crossed his arms. Silent. So, not one to fill awkward silence with inane chatter, then. Cool. Except Cody, for some reason he couldn't name, itched to get him talking. "Good game last night," he said. That startled Roman, surprise crossing his features before he schooled them again. "We lost." "Only by 1 point, and you guys put up a hell of a fight. And Mr. Hannigan was right, you know." Cody jerked his chin toward Mr. Hannigan, trailing his twin boys out the door. "Ritz is a left shooting center, meaning that on rushes down the ice, he tended to pass to his right winger more often than his left winger. And you're now the strongest right winger on the team. You really would be well matched. Oh, and Mr. Mulligan's right too. You guys really do need more shots on goal." Surprise crossed Roman's face again, and this time it stayed there. "You know hockey?" Cody shrugged. "Some. My best friend's a left winger on our college hockey team." Some was an understatement. He'd been watching Mitch play since first grade and had picked up a thing or two, or 20. "His team any good?" "They made it to the Frozen Four championship last year, but lost to Boston College, 4-3, Cody said with some pride. His best friend was an amazing player, and that wasn't bias talking. Right now they're second in their division." "Huh." Roman rubbed his jaw. "I didn't expect this tiny town's tiny college to have that much of a claim to fame. There's more to Vermont than the lumber sexual." Roman's cheeks went ruddy as though he had, as Cody suspected, associated Vermont with fall colors, country roads, the green mountains, flannel, man buns, and the ubiquitous lumber sexual. Waving a hand at the remaining parents, Roman said, "I'll have to take your word for it." Cody followed his gaze, and yeah, okay, there were a lot of bearded men in plaid. Roman's gaze fell back onto Cody. "You're the most flamboyant thing in here." "Yeah, well," Cody smoothed the front of his form-fitting teal-colored polo shirt. "You know what they say, if you've got it, flaunt it." As if he was fighting against a smile, Roman's lips twitched before they lifted into a grin accompanied by a snort of laughter. Not laughing at Cody, but joining in on the joke. The smile transformed his face, banishing the broody loner and transforming him into an approachable hottie. Cody's demisexuality meant he wasn't easily, or often, sexually attracted to others, but he wasn't blind. He could appreciate a good-looking person, and Roman was most definitely that. And then some. Jesus, that smile. Eileen returned with Roman's coat, a thin, hip-length windbreaker. Here you are. Roman accepted it with a closed-mouthed smile. You'll want something heavier than that to make it through the rest of the winter, Eileen said as Roman shrugged into his coat. Yes, he said. That was it. No explanation. Although, granted, he'd only arrived from Tampa yesterday and had likely been busy doing team stuff, whatever a newly traded player did other than read to children. Roman zipped his coat and stepped away. Cody gave him a two-finger salute. Good to meet you, Roman. Good luck against Montreal tomorrow. Roman nodded once, shoved his hands in his coat pockets, and edged past Cody. Hey, Roman. He paused next to the checkout counter and turned halfway, eyebrow raised in question. My friend's team has a home game this Friday, if you're around. Maybe, Roman said, and was out the door a moment later. Eileen turned to Cody. That went well, I think. Yeah. He was still staring at the door, as if he could see Roman's shape through it, walking down the stairs and along the paved path between the gardens to the parking lot. What was it about Roman Kinsey that made him want to chase after him and invite him for pizza? Come on, she brushed past him. I'll help you in the attic. What? Tearing his gaze away from the front door, he caught up to her near the stairwell tucked behind the M to Z nonfiction section. No, I got it. Are you sure? Am I working you too hard? Her eyebrows pulled together. Yesterday you didn't even come down for your 15-minute break. Yesterday he'd come across an old Agatha Christie novel and gotten sucked into the story. But he wasn't paid to read, and he had stayed an extra hour last night and arrived early this evening to make up for it. Oh, I was so focused on my work. Lost track of time. He shot her a smile. You know how it is. I do. She patted him on the arm. Don't forget to eat something today. Yes, ma'am. In the attic, there were boxes and boxes and boxes of books that had been donated over the years. Special editions, mass market paperbacks, classics, books older than him, some that were falling apart, others in perfect condition. His task was to sort through them and compare them against the library's catalog to determine which ones they should add to their shelves, which ones were so badly damaged they weren't worth keeping, and which ones could be donated to other libraries, community centers, nursing homes, or schools. Instead of finding it tedious and annoying, Cody found that the work made him feel like he was accomplishing something. That, and an organized catalog, just made him happy. Organization for the win! The attic was dank and smelled like wet wood. Cobwebs decorated the rafters of the old 1870 Victorian. The house had been renovated and converted into a library in the 1980s, but had held on to its character. Every time Cody came in the front door, he half expected to see a ghost, but sadly, the library didn't have a reputation for being haunted. Still, outside of the townhouse he shared with Mitch off campus, the library was his favorite place. Taking a seat at the folding table, he booted up the ancient laptop loaded with the library's catalog that Eileen had loaned him. While he waited, he unfolded the letter that had come in the mail for him today and that he already had mostly memorized. Dear Mr. Evans, your application to the Masters in Library and Information Science for September entry has been received. Thank you for choosing blah, blah, blah. He went to the end. Please allow 6 to 8 weeks for a decision to be made concerning your application. 6 to 8 weeks of waiting. And, if he was accepted, in 2 years he'd be equipped to work in any library he wanted as something other than a book sorter or occasional shelver. He'd be surrounded by books to his heart's content. Let the countdown begin. 2. At 6:45 the next morning, Cody was contorted into the one-legged pigeon pose 2 as he finished up his daily morning yoga in the living room. Right knee bent in front of him, the other leg stretched behind him and bent at the knee, perpendicular to the floor. He reached back and grasped his toes, arching his torso backward to bring the crown of his head against the flat of his foot. Inhaling, stretching out his throat, chest, abdomen, and thighs, he tried to clear his mind, but as was the case for many a college student, he was already thinking ahead to the assignments and readings he needed to complete for the end of the week. A major in psychology was no laughing matter. If he wasn't buried in course reading, he was writing an assignment, and if he wasn't doing that, he was conducting research for one. Footsteps sounded on the stairs seconds before his best friend and roommate trotted into the kitchen attached to the living room, wearing sweatpants and a hoodie, his curly brown hair in every direction. "Hey," Mitch said, heading for the fridge. "Hey, missed you last night." Mitch had been mysteriously absent when Cody arrived home from the library and still hadn't returned by the time he went to bed. "Yeah, one of the freshmen on the team needed calculus tutoring." Cody grunted and let his leg fall onto the mat, then repositioned himself into downward dog, listening to the sounds of Mitch gathering ingredients for their morning smoothies. "You won't believe who I met yesterday." "One of the Teletubbies?" Unexpected laughter burst out of Cody's chest. "Try again." Unicorn of the sea." What?" "A narwhal. They're known as the unicorns of the sea." "The fuck was a narwhal?" "No, I didn't meet a sea creature in the middle of Vermont, you weirdo." "Who then?" "Roman Kinsey." "What?" A thud, and then, "Fuck!" And Cody twisted his head, spotting the tub of peanut butter rolling toward him before Mitch picked it up. "How? Where? Why?" "Roman Kinsey, in the library, with the books." "Okay, Colonel Mustard, why was he actually there?" "He's volunteering for Tiny Tot Storytime." "Kinsey? Volunteering?" Cody lifted an arm to stare at his best friend. "Why do you say that like he's never volunteered before? Didn't he volunteer to help fix up the community center that got hit by the hurricane in Tampa in '09? "Well, sure, but..." Mitch trailed off and added raspberries to the blender. "Why's he in Glen Hill, though? Aren't there any libraries in Burlington that would take him?" "Dunno. Didn't ask." Lowering himself onto his knees, Cody set his butt on his ankles and curled forward into child's pose. "You do know he's an asshole." "I'm not sure that's true. I think you guys just haven't bothered to look below the surface. And really, you should know better." The sound of the blender whirring answered Cody, Mitch's attempt to buy himself a minute to respond. Mitch knew what it was like to hide behind a carefully constructed mask, only letting in a few carefully vetted people. Cody recognized that same mask on Roman, that same reticence to trust, and that same desire to keep everyone at arm's length. They went about it differently, Mitch by pretending to be everyone's genial best friend, and Roman by retreating into himself. But maybe that was what made Cody want to know him better. He was certain there was more to Roman Kinsey than "he's an asshole." Cody lifted an arm and searched for Mitch, finding him leaning back against the counter while the blender worked. He had his phone in hand, thumbs moving, a goofy smile on his face. It was the same goofy smile that Cody had loved from the moment he'd punched a bully for Mitch in kindergarten, the moment that had cemented their friendship. No doubt he was currently texting with his boyfriend. Fiancé, actually. Alex had proposed over Christmas. The blender stopped at the same time as the toaster popped with a click. Mitch put his phone away to deal with their breakfast and still didn't respond, so Cody resumed child's pose and said, "You know, the only person who doesn't call Roman an asshole is your brother." Mitch's brother, Dan, was dating one of Roman's former teammates. Mitch made a sound like air escaping through pursed lips. "Dan's an idiot." He said it with brotherly affection. "Not arguing, but he's as picky with his friends as you are. And if he considers Roman one of them, there's got to be a reason for that." "Maybe." Mitch's footsteps came closer. A few seconds later, the sound of items being deposited onto the coffee table next to Cody. his morning smoothie and toast with Cheese Whiz. "Thanks, man." Mitch gave him a friendly nudge with his foot. "I got peanut butter on the counter." "No worries, I got it." They'd had the same routine for 3.5 years. Mitch made them breakfast before practice, and Cody cleaned up after him. "I'm heading to practice. Be back at 8:30 to pick you up for class." "Cool. Have a good one." A rustle behind him, Mitch pulling on his winter gear and grabbing his equipment bag. A clink of keys, and he was gone, the door shutting quietly behind him. Cody stayed in child's pose and contemplated his yoga mat in the ensuing silence. Contemplated Mitch's goofy grin. It reminded him of his mom's when she was on the phone or texting with his dad. Mitch and Alex's long-distance relationship of 2 years was nothing compared to Cody's parents. His mom was a manager at a spa resort on Long Island. His dad was career military and had been stationed at one army post after another throughout Cody's entire life, most recently in Texas. Cody knew his father about as well as he knew his advanced research and psychology professor. Not at all. To hear his mother talk, his parents were happily married despite living across the country from each other and much money spent on flights back and forth for brief visits. But what Cody saw was a mom whose smile dimmed and who obsessively checked her phone when his dad went too long with no contact. Tentative peeks out the window whenever a car came up their driveway. Anxious middle-of-the-night cleaning when his dad was deployed. A porch light that was always on in case he showed up in the middle of the night. She tried to hide it, to put on a too-wide, everything's fine smile Cody had always seen through, until he'd asked her to please stop lying to him. She must have deemed him old enough at the wise age of 10 because she'd said, "I'm worried because your daddy isn't someplace safe right now." And so her fear had become Cody's, and until his dad had put in enough years that he was no longer deployed, they'd worried for his safety together. Cody struggling to reconcile the fact that his dad was out there trying to keep other people safe, but couldn't make time to visit him for Christmas. It was a selfish thought, the self-indulgence of youth. What it came down to now was that Cody and his dad barely knew each other. Peter Evans had an important job. Cody had always known that. But that didn't mean he'd never felt like his dad wasn't leaving him behind for something more important. Roman stood outside the doors of the workout room in Burlington's spiffy new Sport U arena and blew out a puff of air. Team spirit. He could do this. Just because his so-called friends on his major junior team had dumped him after he'd been outed didn't mean these guys would too. Nevertheless, he'd keep his sexuality to himself, just in case. There was safety in secrets. Outing himself meant losing everything, and he wasn't going down that path again. One of his former teammates had come out as bisexual about 1.5 years ago, and the commentary had been so positive that 3 more NHL players had come out since then. It was all kinds of cool. But Roman hadn't seen anything telling him that his coming out would be accepted, and if he didn't want history to repeat itself, he was better off keeping things close to the vest. He was used to being in the closet anyway, so it wasn't like anything would change. Besides, what would they think of him once they'd found out he was gay, and his parents had kicked him out, and he'd been homeless for a few months until he'd gone to an ECHL tryout and received a contract? They'd see it as the trifecta of unworthiness. He'd worked his ass off to get here, and he didn't want to hear anybody tell him he didn't deserve it. Something fun must have been happening in the workout room because he could hear whistles, chanting, and clapping through the closed doors. He pushed them open and found half the team clustered on the mats in the far corner, having what appeared to be a double Dutch competition if the money changing hands was any indication. They were even singing one of the old jump rope songs Roman remembered from when he was a kid, something about a little sports car. It wasn't what he'd expected, but hey, if this was how they wanted to get their cardio workout in, who was he to judge? Priority 1, friends. With that in mind, he headed over, weaving his way around equipment with every intention of getting in on the betting. Instead, he said, "You're playing a kid's game." "Oh, good. Insult them. That'll win you points." So he was out of practice. He could still do this. Of course, he had to open his big mouth again and say, "Wouldn't it be more effective to take a jog through the building?" Logically, he wasn't wrong. More people could jog at once. The jump ropes only allowed 2 people at a time. His teammates weren't impressed. The song turned down in volume as he got the stink eye, more than one curled lip, and a side-eyed glance from Ritz, who held one end of the ropes. Time to retreat. He chose the furthest exercise bike from the group, programmed his time and incline, and set about his own workout. Behind him, the song rose in steam and speed, getting louder and faster, the ropes speeding up to match, thwacking against the mats until one of the guys skipping got tripped up, and they both went down amid laughter and swearing. If Roman's chest burned with jealousy at the camaraderie, it was his own damn fault. He hadn't made an effort at friendships in so long that he'd forgotten how to act like a civil human being. To give his teammates credit, they'd tried. 2 days ago, he'd landed at Burlington International Airport, been picked up by a driver and whisked to the Vermont Trailblazers practice facility, where he'd joined in his new team's practice fresh off the boat, so to speak. Roman stared at the green practice jersey with the red and white accents hanging in what was to be his locker in the Trailblazers practice facility and ground his teeth. "Hey, man." A hand clamped onto his shoulder in greeting, and his shoulders curled inward on instinct. "Welcome to the team." Minutes ago, Coach Donovan had introduced him as the team's newest right winger, a trade from Tampa, who had an uncanny ability of stealing the puck from the other team. "Pay attention. You could learn a lot from him." "Sucks to be traded, eh?" another voice said behind him. "I can relate." "Eh?" A fellow Canadian, then. Roman couldn't bring himself to grab onto that commonality, knowing that friendship would just kick him in the ass in the end. He stared at the unfamiliar practice jersey, wishing it was his old blue and white one. That he was back in Tampa with his old team, a team that knew what to expect from him. Silence and gruffness and 150% of himself to the game. He'd been in the hockey world long enough to understand trades and why they happened. He just hadn't expected it to happen to him. "How was the flight from Tampa?" someone else asked. There were several side conversations happening at once, the rustle of clothing as his new teammates got ready for morning skate, and the tinny sound of rap music escaping from someone's headphones. "I flew home for the holidays, and fuck, it was a nightmare. The crowds should have died down by now, right? With the kids back to school and all?" Tampa, where he should be right now. Cold enveloped him even as his chest burned with the heat of anger. Spotting his bag at the bottom of his locker, he unzipped it, dug out his music player, shoved the earbuds in his ears, and blasted Coldplay loud enough for everyone to hear. A clear, "I'm here to play hockey, not make friends," to anyone paying attention. And it had worked. His new teammates had no doubt written him off as a lost cause. According to the team's general manager, who Roman had only met an hour ago, he'd been brought on to the team for 3 reasons. First, the Trailblazers needed a fast forward who was aces at controlling the puck, and Roman wasn't bragging when he said he was fucking fast. Second, they needed someone young enough who would be able to seamlessly weave themselves into this young team's dynamics mid-season. And third, with the exception of only a handful of players, every man on the team had been drafted out of college, the major juniors, or recruited from the ECHL or AHL. They needed someone with enough NHL experience under their belt who would run circles around these guys in practice, hopefully motivating them to up their game, and who could show this team how it's done in the big leagues, as per the GM. Roman could have told them that he wasn't the guy for that second point, but as was typical in professional sports, nobody had asked him. Now he was stuck trying to dig himself out of the messy situation he'd gotten himself into, and as evidenced by his lack of social skills, it was proving rather difficult since his new teammates didn't appear inclined to give second chances. Now that he'd resurfaced from his 2-day pity party for one, he needed a plan B, and sooner rather than later. If it was team spirit Coach wanted, team spirit he would get. Roman just had to figure out how to make that happen without giving up too much of himself in the process. James Ritz and Billy Honeybun, no shit, that was his actual name, chose the two bikes next to him. Two guys with NHL experience who'd given up commiserating, just like Roman wanted. "I'm fine," Honeybun was saying as he poked at the settings on his bike, his voice hoarser than usual. He was about 6 feet tall, with brown hair so dark it was almost black, a lanky build, and square black glasses perched on his nose. "You're not fine," Ritz said, going through his own settings with sharp jabs at the screen. He was a couple of inches taller than Honeybun, and broader too, with a wide chest, muscled thighs encased in loose cutoffs, and thick hair the color of gold. His blue eyes were normally gentle and kind. Currently, they were narrowed in anger-couched concern. "You spent half the night coughing up a fucking lung." "Not half the night." Honeybun cleared the grit out of his throat and tapped Roman on the shoulder. "Yo, Kinsey, tell this asshole I'm fine." Roman's thighs were working, sweat beaded his temple, and he was starting to breathe heavily. Slowing, he looked over at Honeybun. Honeybun's incline was set to flat. He'd been pedaling for barely 30 seconds, and already his face was pale, his hair matted with perspiration. A hard shove into the boards, and he'd be done for. And he expected to play tonight? "You do sound like a tractor," Roman said. Honeybun proceeded to hack into his elbow. "A dying tractor," Roman corrected. "Huh," crowed Ritz from Honeybun's other side. "Told you." He gave Honeybun's shoulder a friendly shove. And Honeybun tilted sideways, sliding off his bike, almost in slow motion, until he landed on the floor and curled into a ball. "I'm fine," he muttered. "Dude, I just shoved you off a stationary bike. What do you think's gonna happen when somebody body checks you tonight, huh?" Honeybun didn't move. Concerned, Roman tapped his screen to pause his cycle, then knelt next to Honeybun and checked his forehead. "You have a fever." "I'm fine." "A fever?" Ritz's eyes went huge. "Hey, Coach!" Roman stood and glanced up to find Coach Donovan entering the room. He was a young guy, like everyone else in this club, in his late 30s with a shock of platinum blonde hair. He was a retired defenseman with decent stats and 2 years as an assistant coach in the AHL under his belt. He came over to them at Ritz's call and eyed Honeybun's curled form. "Everything okay?" "I'm fine, Coach," Honeybun said through a crackly throat. "He's sick," Ritz said. "He's got a fever," Roman piped in, earning himself a grateful smile from Ritz. "That's so," Coach squatted. "What do you say, Honeybun?" "I'm fine, Coach." Coach stood with a grunt. "He says he's fine." Ritz's jaw worked. "But he says he's fine," Coach repeated, hands on his hips, still watching Honeybun. "I expect my players to have the maturity to know when they're unfit to play." Honeybun sighed miserably. "I'm not fine, Coach." "Uh-huh. Let's get you up and checked out." As Coach led him away, Honeybun turned his head and glared at Ritz and Roman. "I hate you both," he mouthed. Ritz blew out a breath that puffed his stubbled cheeks and turned to Roman. "Thanks for the backup." "Sure. It wouldn't look good for us if he passed out on the ice." "Oh, good." Now he sounded like an uptight asshole, only concerned about appearances. Ritz squinted at him, opened his mouth, closed it, and got back on his bike without a word. Shaking his head at himself, Roman resumed his own workout, ignoring both Ritz and the knot of frustration in his belly. Later that night, Roman sat on the bench midway through the third period and didn't take his eyes off the game, readying himself for his shift on the ice. Getting used to his new team colors was going to take some time. Staring into the crowd, where there was nary a speck of Tampa blue and white, was weird. What was also weird was the many empty seats. Hell, entire empty rows. The only games that hadn't sold out when he'd played for Tampa were their preseason games. Yet here the Trailblazers were halfway through the season, and Roman needed more than 2 hands to count the chunks of empty seats throughout the arena. In fact, given that Montreal was less than a 2-hour drive away, there were more red, white, and blue jerseys in the stands than green, white, and red. It was a sad state of affairs for the Trailblazers. From the little bit of investigating Roman had done, the lack of ticket sales were due to 4 factors. 1. They were last in the conference. 2. They were still a new team. 3. They hadn't had the chance to get to know their fans yet, hence the club's insistence on community involvement. And 4. Burlington, Vermont's tiny population. Roman was still asking himself why it had been chosen as the home of an NHL team. Unsurprisingly, he'd heard a rumor recently that the organization was thinking of relocating the Trailblazers. Halifax, Austin, and Kansas City were, apparently, the top 3 contenders. Which, okay, cool. He didn't particularly care where he played, especially since he'd just arrived and hadn't bought a home yet. He had no emotional attachment to the city. But why establish a team somewhere only to move it a season later? Sure, it wasn't unheard of, but still. His shift was coming up, so he focused back on the game. They were down by 2 points. On the ice, Ritz stole the puck and turned on a dime, then raced away, flanked by his left and right wingers. Roman perched on the edge of the bench, heart pounding. Around him, his teammates cheered, and the din of the crowd rose in volume. Come on, come on, come on! Ritz passed to Voss, his right winger. Voss shot, and missed, because Ritz had hesitated before passing, and it had cost them a precious second. Before Roman had time to think on it, it was his turn. The second his skates hit the ice, he grinned. Hockey was the only thing that made everything fall away, and nothing else mattered except the location of a little rubber disc in relation to the net. He flew toward the action and stole the puck from Montreal before anyone had a chance to react and sent it off towards Zanetti. Zanetti, the Trailblazers' top scorer along with Ritz, weaved his way between 2 Montreal players, the net in his sights, and shot. The puck bounced off the post in Roman's direction. Adrenaline pumping, heart racing, he ended up in a tangle of bodies against the boards. One of the Montreal guys swore at him, making him grin like it was his birthday. Finally, he blindly sent the puck sailing out from between their skates, just to get it moving again. Montreal nabbed it, but his teammates must have anticipated that because they were already on him. And Roman's shift was over. Sometimes 40 seconds felt like forever, like when he was waiting for the microwave, and other times it went by in barely a blink, and he was back on the bench, sweating and exhilarated, awaiting his next shift before he could utter some kind of cliché like, "We need to give 110%. He ended up next to Ritz on the bench. On Ritz's other side, Cotton, a fresh-faced 19-year-old playing his first season in the NHL, tapped the end of his stick against the floor. There was something about his wide, happy smile, his enthusiasm, the shape of his eyes, that made Roman's mind take a trip to Glen Hill, to Cody and his affable grin and those laughing eyes behind his glasses, to how Cody's invitation to his friend's game had shaken something in his belly despite himself. Shaking his head, he tuned back into the game. Now was not the time to be thinking of captivating, bespectacled library part-timers, no matter how attractive they were. His gaze snagged on Ritz, following the puck with narrowed eyes, but it was like he was only half there, seeing what was happening but not processing. If Roman wasn't obsessing over the whole team spirit thing, he would have left it alone. But he was obsessing, so he nudged Ritz's shoulder with his own. "You okay?" Ritz's gaze slid over to him, a question on his face. Possibly, "Since when do you care?" Possibly, "Dude, now isn't the time." Roman couldn't argue against either. Pressing his lips together, Ritz turned back to the game. "Will has pneumonia." "Who?" "Will." Ritz waved a gloved hand and made a frustrated sound. "Billy. Honeybun." "Oh, that sucks." Roman had caught pneumonia in 4th grade and had missed almost 2 weeks of school. "It's fine," Ritz muttered. "I'll take care of him. I always take care of him." "Huh?" But Roman didn't get to ask. Ritz was off the bench over the boards and once again diving into the game. Minutes before the end of the third period, Montreal scored twice more, and the Trailblazers lost by 4 points. 3. The parking lot of the Glen Hill College student athletic facility was half full when Cody pulled up in front of the arena on Friday evening, an hour before Mitch's game. Mitch was bitching about seniors majoring in math who still freaked out over quadratic equations. It's the most basic fucking calculus, and some of them still don't even get that if a equals 0, then it's a linear equation, not quadratic. But I swear to God, sometimes it's like tutoring children. Maybe you're just too smart for them, Cody said. Obviously. Leaning his head against the headrest, Mitch turned to Cody. Scouts from Boston are here tonight. Mitch had been drafted by Boston's NHL team last summer, 4th overall, and he was scheduled to attend Boston's development camp this July once he graduated. Boston was, incidentally, where Cody had applied for grad school. Cody gently punched his thigh. You say that like you don't thrive under pressure. Mitch grinned at him and exited the car. Resting a hand on top of the doorframe, he bent at the waist to peer at Cody. Wish me luck. As if you need it. Mitch was chuckling as he opened the back door to grab his equipment bag. After he went inside, Cody would park and head inside himself to snag a seat. The tickets were general admission, first come, first serve, and Cody liked being right in the front against the glass so he could see all the action. His phone beeped in the center console and he pulled it out to find a text. From his dad. Shit. Huh? Mitch, equipment bag slung over a shoulder, had been about to close the door. He popped his head back in. Did you say something? Nope. Blanking the screen, Cody threw a smile over his shoulder. Mitch didn't need to be worrying about him before a game. I'm going to park and head inside. I'll be in my usual section. Unless a group of students had already claimed it, but he was early enough that he doubted that was the case. Something must have been written on his face or in his tone because Mitch threw his bag into the back seat and crawled in after it. What's going on? There'd been a time when Mitch wouldn't have noticed so quickly something was up. But ever since he'd started dating Alex Dean 2 years ago, he'd not only mellowed somewhat, but had learned to notice the little details, like when a person was lying through their teeth. It was all Alex's fault, damn him, for encouraging Mitch to slow down and smell the proverbial roses. Giving in to the inevitable, Cody said, My dad texted. He's coming to visit in a couple of weeks. Wants to see me. He's coming to visit you? Mitch's surprise wasn't uncalled for. Cody's dad hadn't visited him once since he'd moved to Vermont for college. And, to be more specific, his dad's text said that he was heading to the Hamptons to visit Cody's mom, but that he'd like to take a couple of days to visit Cody in Glen Hill if Cody was free, since he was going to be in that neck of the woods anyway. Cody didn't consider the 6.5-hour drive between Glen Hill and the Hamptons to be the same neck of the woods, but it was closer than Texas, so he guessed it counted. His dad. Here. What the hell for? Hey, Codes. Mitch poked him in the shoulder. You can say no. Cody huffed an amused laugh. Except I'd feel bad for disappointing him. And how stupid is that? Not stupid. You're just too nice. When Cody didn't answer, Mitch said, Besides, how many times have you asked him for something and gotten a no? I haven't asked him for anything in a really long time. Not since he'd begged his dad to come home for Christmas when he was 11, and every year prior. Instead of his presents, Cody had been gifted, via mail, the hottest toy of the year. I know. Mitch rested his chin on the back of Cody's seat. Do you have to answer him right now? No. Sleep on it, then. See how you feel tomorrow. Cody released a loud groan, removed his glasses, and rubbed a hand over his face. Yeah. A tap on the window. He put his glasses back on and found Chuck Yano, one of Mitch's teammates, waving at them. Cody turned and pushed against Mitch's shoulder. Get out of here. Go impress Boston Scouts. Mitch's smile was toothy. As if I know how to do anything else. He shoved the door open with a, Dude, get out of my way, to Yano. Hey, Cody, Yano called before Mitch could shut the door. Hey, man. Good luck tonight. See you inside? Yep. And then they were both gone, their voices carrying back to Cody as they trudged up the walkway. Ignoring the shadow that had fallen over his evening, Cody parked the car, double-checked his ticket was in his coat pocket, pulled on his gloves, grabbed his paperback from the center console so he'd have something to do while he waited, and went inside to claim his usual seat. If that seat gave him a good view of the entrances so he can keep an eye out for Roman, that was purely coincidental. Not like he'd show up. Or maybe he would. Cody didn't know him well enough to say one way or the other. He saved a seat for him anyway, just in case. The problem was that once the arena started filling up, it became more and more difficult to spot individual people among the crowds. 10 minutes until puck drop, and there was no way in hell Cody would ever spot him. Roman might have slipped in behind a throng and hidden himself away somewhere at the top of the stands. Cody gave up trying to look for him. He'd ask him about it when he saw him at the library next week, and took his phone out. Kid. His dad's texts always started with kid, as though Cody was still that 11-year-old asking him to come home for Christmas so they could be a family. Kid, I'll be visiting your mom in a couple of weeks. I thought I'd take a couple days to visit you over the weekend if you're free, since I'll be in that neck of the woods. If he was free, huh? Sure he was free. Outside of readings and assignments and studying and hanging out with Mitch, given Mitch wasn't traveling for an away game, his weekends were usually free. His dad didn't need to know that, though. Sorry, I've got plans, he started to type out. But what kind of person didn't reschedule plans when their father came to town? And if his dad was actually asking to see him for once? A knock on the glass startled him, and he looked up to find Mitch on the other side, sticking his tongue out at him. Leave it to Mitch to make him feel better simply by reminding him he was there. Pocketing his phone, Cody returned the gesture. He'd take Mitch's advice and sleep on it and see where tomorrow left him. Instead of going to Cody's friend's college hockey game, Roman stayed home and made comfort food while watching YouTube. The apartment the Trailblazers had put him up in was on the top floor of a 7-story building on Main Street in what he supposed was downtown Burlington and had a view of Lake Champlain in the distance. It was nice. Freshly painted a neutral light gray, a fully equipped kitchen with white cabinets and granite countertops, a living room with 2 recliners and a leather couch, huge picture windows, 2 furnished bedrooms, and 2.5 baths. It was owned by the Trailblazers, and he'd been told he could buy it off them if he liked it. He liked it enough, sure. But what was the point of buying if the NHL was going to move their team elsewhere? Roman stood in his kitchen chopping celery. On the stove behind him, the potatoes, carrots, diced tomatoes, green beans, and corn were boiling in vegetable broth and tomato juice. At his right elbow, a YouTube video recapped the highlights of Wednesday night's game on his laptop. He'd watched the same clip 3 times, Ritz passing to Vaz. Dumping the celery into the pot, he lowered the temperature of the burner to a simmer and turned back to his laptop to watch the clip in slow motion. And there it was. Ritz went to shoot the puck to Vaz, changed his mind, and aimed the puck at his left winger, then ultimately ended up passing it to Vaz. Roman had known what he'd seen, but here it was, on YouTube no less, in perpetuity. Or until Skynet took over, whichever came first. What was he supposed to do with this information now? Talk to Ritz about it, maybe. It smelled amazing in his kitchen. Poking at the vegetables in the pot with a fork to test their readiness, he called his soup done and turned off the burner. After ladling himself a bowl and spreading a handful of saltines with butter, He sat on a bar stool at the counter and dragged his laptop closer. In YouTube's search bar, he typed Glen Hill College Hockey and clicked on the first result, highlights from last season's Frozen Four. Having never watched a college hockey game before, he didn't know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't the level of skill both teams demonstrated, and that was stupid. They'd made it to the championships. Besides that, college hockey players often got drafted by the NHL, so obviously they were talented, a fact that became inherently obvious as he got sucked into the black hole that was YouTube. An hour, 3 bowls of soup, and a package of crackers later, he'd moved on from Frozen Four highlights to regular season Glen Hill College hockey highlights, many years worth, and was incredibly jealous. The closest he'd gotten to a college or university campus was when his major junior team had played a game at the University of Ottawa's Minto Sports Complex. The campus had seemed massive to his 16-year-old self. His life had been all about hockey since he'd first picked up a stick. Everything else was a distraction. He'd never had dreams of higher education, yet watching college hockey made him feel like he'd missed out on something. Not the education part. It was never too late to go back to school. But the experience. Going to classes, studying at the library, eating bad cafeteria food, hanging out with friends in the quad. University and college campuses had quads, didn't they? And sure, he might have sworn off friendships, but that didn't mean he didn't envy a tight-knit group. Didn't trust it, but he did envy it. Everyone's motives were suspect. Even Cody's, no matter how attractive he was. Not in the traditional sense. Roman had met enough athletes in his life to recognize what was attractive in the sports world. Sharp features, broad shoulders, chiseled abs, defined arms. A beard didn't hurt. Cody was different. He was slender. Roman would almost call him skinny, except he'd notice definition where Cody's teal polo shirt hugged his biceps. His forehead was slightly too high. One front tooth was a tiny bit crooked. His ears stuck out a touch. His glasses were enormous, and his hair couldn't decide if it wanted to be dark blonde or light brown. He shouldn't have been good-looking. He should have looked like a mishmash of parts thrown together. But after years of being surrounded by tight bodies in the locker room, Cody was fresh, like a strawberry cupcake with sprinkles in a sea of uniform vanilla. Roman would have taken a chance and made a move had he not already decided that he was going to stay firmly in the closet until he retired. Speaking of coming out, one of his suggested videos on YouTube was an interview with Ashton Yeager, his former teammate who'd come out as bisexual a year and a half ago, and his boyfriend, Dan. The positive commentary, and the changes in the NHL that had come about because of it, still surprised Roman. People accepted Yeager. The league, the fans, sponsors, other athletes, and the 3 NHL players who'd come out after him, same thing. Roman clicked his tongue ring against his teeth and rose to put away his leftovers. If he were to come out, there was no way he'd get the same reception. Yeager and those other guys, they were well liked. And Roman, he wasn't on social media. He wasn't vocal about gun violence or gender equality or the state of the environment. He avoided the press. He ducked out of every public event he could get away with. He wasn't active in the community. His own parents had kicked him out. His teammates had turned their backs on him. If they didn't want him, why would his new teammates be any different? His phone rang as he was washing the dishes a few minutes later, and he leaned across the counter to look at the caller ID. Alex Dean, it said. What the? Dean, another former teammate from Tampa, had been traded to Toronto the day before Roman had been traded to Vermont. They weren't friends, so why was Dean calling? He almost let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of him, and he dried his hands before answering. Hello? Hey, man, Dean said. How's it going? Fine. You? Okay. It sounded like there was a shrug in his voice. Still adjusting. You must be too. He'd called to commiserate? Dean had called him to commiserate. Why hadn't he called Jaeger, his best friend on their former team? Roman could count on one hand the number of times he and Dean had had a conversation, and he wouldn't need every finger. Hell, it was fairly certain Dean didn't even like him. 2 summers ago, Dean had published a non-fiction book, and his publisher had held a book launch in Toronto, to which Dean had invited the entire team. Most of the team. He'd left off the rookies he didn't know. Dean was extremely private. And Roman, despite their having played on the same team for 2 seasons. Roman had tried not to be hurt by it. It was his own fault for keeping everyone on his former team at arm's length, but he had been, which went to prove that emotions made no sense. Did I lose you? Roman grunted. Still here. So, how's it going there? It's going. A pause, then, You're so eloquent. A snort laugh escaped Roman. I feel like I've been cast out of my family. Whoa. Amusement fled. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Roman hadn't made the comparison, but now that Dean mentioned it, that was exactly what it felt like. And Roman had been cast out of his family. You'd think he would have recognized the feeling. Compartmentalization, maybe? An unwillingness to acknowledge the sensation of being thrown away again? What are your new teammates like? Dean asked. Young. Not that I'm much older at 25, but these guys just seem so much younger. What about you? You were always friends with some of the guys on the Toronto team, weren't you? Yeah. Things have been pretty good here, but I still miss my old family. Not Florida, though. Roman removed a plate of leftover chicken from the fridge. He was still hungry, and popped it in the microwave. You don't like Florida? I grew up in Toronto. I like 4 seasons. I grew up in North Bay, about 4 hours north of Toronto. I like my seasons too, but Vermont is fucking cold after having lived in Florida for so long. It's so dry here. I swear to God, everything itches. Dean laughed loudly. Don't even have a winter coat, Roman muttered. It was on his to-do list, but he couldn't be bothered. It was mid-January. Winter wouldn't last that much longer, would it? No, Dean said. I visit my mom in Toronto and some friends in Vermont whenever I can, so I've still got mine. Right. Dean had gone to college somewhere in Vermont. Actually, that's one of the things I was calling about, Dean went on. I'm visiting some friends in Glen Hill next week. It's a little town southeast of... I know Glen Hill, Roman cut in. The microwave beeped and he pulled out his chicken. I was there earlier this week. I'm volunteering at the library. You're volunteering? Roman's shoulders stiffened. I can volunteer if I want to. No, I know. I meant... Well, you don't really like people. In general, he had nothing against people. He just didn't want them in his life. Getting a fork and knife out of the drawer, he put his phone on speaker and sat again. It's a Trailblazers community engagement thing. Oh, cool. Anyway, I'll be in Glen Hill next week. Wanna grab a drink or something? I can come to Burlington. First Dean called out of the blue, and now he wanted to hang out? Roman frowned into his chicken. Why? Why not? What kind of answer was that? I don't want to take you away from your friends. It's fine. So, what do you say? Sure, I guess. I'll text you when I'm there and we can figure out the details. Okay. And hey, since you're there, Dean said, make sure you take in a hockey game at Glen Hill College. The Mountaineers are killing it this season. Is that the college you played for? Yeah. Dean's tone was wistful. Graduated a few years ago. Feels like a lifetime ago. I've got a friend on the team who was a first-round draft pick in last year's draft, 4th overall. No shit? No shit. The Mountaineers have a home game against the University of New Hampshire next week while I'm there. You should come. Maybe. Dean was now the second person to tell him that he had a friend on the Glen Hill College hockey team. Small world, that Glen Hill. They hung up shortly after, and Roman stared at his phone for so long his chicken got cold and he had to reheat it. Alex Dean wanted to hang out with him because... Because what? Roman honestly had no fucking clue. 4. The library was in chaos, and by chaos, it meant that Eileen, 2 of the part-time circulation desk employees, and the admin assistant stood together in the back corner of the employee office area, talking in harsh whispers. Cody went through a doorway into the staff lounge where he left his winter coat and changed out of his boots and into his indoor shoes. When he stepped back into the office, the ladies were still at it. "What's going on?" "Oh, Cody," Eileen threw her hands up. "Mr. Wallace is at it again." "Who?" "Mr. Wallace." Eileen shooed the other women back to work and came over to him. "He's such a curmudgeonly old man. I wish he'd move out of Glen Hill." She stalked past him, through the larger administration office, and into her own small one on the other side. "The hell? What's going on?" he repeated to the room at large. Kate, the admin assistant, said, "A few years ago, Mr. Wallace was very vocal about getting the library shut down since there's a bigger one in Montpelier. At yesterday's board meeting, he very pointedly hinted that he'll be making the same proposal again at Glen Hill's next town meeting." Okay, but to Cody, it didn't make any sense. Will the town actually listen to the suggestion of one old guy? Shut down the library. What kind of bullshit was that? "Mr. Wallace is right about the library in Montpelier," Kate pointed out on her way past him to the photocopier at the back of the room. "It is bigger, not to mention that this is an old building, and it costs a lot to maintain. Those are 2 very valid points to bring up to town council." "Is Mr. Wallace on the library board?" he asked. "The name's not familiar." "Nope, just a concerned citizen." Under different circumstances, the air quotes would have given him a chuckle. "How do we stop it from happening?" "Eileen's going to revise the budget," she said as the photocopier whirred. "One of the board members has volunteered to write grant proposals. Another has volunteered to speak with some of the people in town who have clout, whether wealth or history. Beyond that," she shrugged. The answer was obvious to Cody. They had to prove that the library provided value to the community, and that meant they needed more programs. Tiny Tot Storytime and the occasional craft session weren't enough. Ever since their program and development coordinator had moved to Seattle last fall to be nearer to her daughter, the library had suffered a lack of activities. They needed someone to come in and host sessions on quilting and cooking, gardening and genealogy. They needed book clubs and kids camps. Grabbing a cart filled with returned books, he wheeled it into the library common area, his mind whirling with ideas. Shelving wasn't his responsibility, but he enjoyed it every now and again. The task was tedious and required little thinking, leaving him free to contemplate ideas on how to save the library. Not that he had the first clue what would help, but he could certainly try. Could they get speakers and event leaders for free in exchange for free books? A library card? He rolled his eyes at himself and wheeled his cart to the A through F fiction section. "Hey." He looked over and found Roman frowning at 5 different children's books. Roman held them up. "Are these good for a story time?" "Roman!" Startled, Roman's head jerked back. "Yes?" Cody dropped the book he held back onto the cart and grabbed Roman's shoulders. "I need you to wow them tonight." "Who? The kids?" "What? No, not the kids. Who cares about them?" Roman's eyes went huge. "The parents. I need you to wow the parents. If the parents were impressed with story time, they'd never want to take their kids to a different library. This place is sacred. Do you hear me?" Cody poked Roman in the chest. "Sacred." Roman backed up a step. "What's wrong with you?" "They can't shut this place down. It's magic. Mr. Wallace can go to hell." "I mean, it's nice," Roman said, glancing around. But also, what?
Never mind. Cody turned him around and gave him a nudge in the back. Go do story time. Impress the shit out of them.
Wait. Roman pivoted out of Cody's hold and held up his books. Which ones?
Cody took the stack and went through them. Unicorns, definitely. He handed one back. Dr. Seuss, classic, good choice. He gave Roman back the Lorax. And sea creatures. Can't go wrong there. Now go. He nudged Roman toward the children's section. Do me proud. The confused and slightly frightened expression Roman shot him before he stepped out of the aisle turned Cody's chuckles into mad laughter. From what Cody could tell, Roman did him as proud as he could, given this was only his second Tiny Tot story time, and he still occasionally forgot to do the voices. The children's section was separated from the main part of the library by hip-high bookshelves. Cody stood behind one and watched Roman read. He should get back to his abandoned cart in the fiction aisle, but listening to Roman attempt a unicorn voice was vastly more enjoyable. He hadn't noticed it last week, but there was a tattoo on the back of Roman's neck, peeking out the top of Roman's long-sleeved t-shirt. Cody was too far away to see any details other than it was black and went up to the base of Roman's skull. Roman's right arm was tattooed, Cody remembered, but today it was covered. Roman sat a little straighter on his chair today, although he ran his hand over his shaved head no less than 4 times per book. Cody counted. When the reading was done, little Miss, you have to do the voices, spent 5 minutes giving Roman book suggestions for next time, which Roman appeared to take very seriously. He even got his phone out and took notes. Something in Cody's belly warmed. Man, Roman was cute. Hot enough to light a candle, but also adorable in how eagerly he followed the girl to the far wall, where she proceeded to withdraw several books from a shelf. Roman took them from her, laid them flat on top of the bookshelf, and took a picture of them with his phone. Cody was grinning when Roman came up to him a few minutes later. Since I'm not here next week, Roman said, I've been told to tell you that the kids would like something with firefighters next time. That's so? And the one about Alexander's bad day. Cody nodded. Got it. Nice job today. Roman's lips tightened. Fucking voices trip me up, he muttered. Read the book ahead of time. That's what I do. Good idea. Roman rubbed his jaw, the scritch of bristles against his palm making Cody's arm hairs take notice. I'll buy them online when I get home. Why? Just borrow them from the library. I don't have a library card, or a permanent Glen Hill address, or a Burlington one now that I'm thinking about it. I can check them out on mine, Cody offered. Grab what you need and meet me at the checkout counter. Roman returned with 3 books, the first in the Babar series, something with dancing cows, and a Berenstain Bears book. What do you think? Little Miss Ringleader suggested them. Smiling at the nickname, Cody removed his wallet from his jeans and fished out his library card. If she suggested them, I wouldn't ignore her. Yeah, that was my thought too. Cody handed the books and his card to one of the part-timers, and a minute later they were good to go. He held the books out to Roman, but kept hold of them. These will be returned by their due date, he said, no nonsense. This is my library reputation we're talking about. The corner of Roman's lips lifted. I promise not to abscond with your books. He tugged on the books. Cody held firm, eyes narrowed. Roman's eyebrows flew up. I promise. Don't disappoint me. Cody relinquished the books. Roman merely smiled. Cody said, I have a break coming up. He'd been here barely an hour. Whatever. I'm going to grab a snack at the cafe down the street. Want to come? Head tilted. Roman regarded him for a few seconds, brow furrowed. Cody was sure he was going to decline. In fact, he would have bet on it. So was surprised when Roman said, Okay. Everything except restaurants closed early in Glen Hill, but the library cafe down the street was open late on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It was casual and cozy, with a long table that seated 12 in the center of the rustic room, 2 and 4-seater tables along the wall, and a nook with a weathered wooden table bookended by comfortable couches next to a fireplace. Cody ordered himself a hot chocolate and an apple turnover, then took a seat on the couch, as close to the fire as he could get. Roman sat across from him a minute later, the bitter scent of strong coffee reaching Cody's nose. "It's not too late for you for coffee?" Cody asked, lifting his chin in a nod toward Roman's mug. "I quit smoking a few months ago," Roman said, clutching the mug in both hands, "and replaced it with a different vice." "Why'd you quit?" "Honestly, for no other reason than it seemed stupid to keep going. I'm glad I did, though. Heading outside for a smoke in the winter is vastly different in Florida than in Vermont." "That's for sure." Cody cut into his apple turnover and popped a forkful into his mouth. "Besides, you'd never survive the length of an outdoor smoke break in that dinky windbreaker. There aren't any fucking decent malls in this state." Roman sounded so put out that Cody laughed and almost choked on his food. "Try the Church Street Marketplace. It's better than any mall." "I live right next to it." "Yeah? Lucky." Cody blew on his hot chocolate and took a dainty sip. Still too hot. "Take a walk there. You'll find more than one store selling winter gear. Actually, if you want company, let me know and I'll come with you. I need to pick up a belated birthday gift for Mitch." "Mitch?" "My best friend. Also roommate." Roman leaned back, crossed an ankle over the other knee, and sipped his coffee. "The hockey player?" "Mm-hmm." Cody forked another bite, swallowed, and said, "Did you make it to his game last week?" "No." "Too bad. It was a good game. His team won." He pointed his fork at Roman. "You guys haven't." Roman was unimpressed. "Thank you for that blunt observation. Any other obvious statements you want to get off your chest?" As a matter of fact, setting the last few bites of apple turnover aside, Cody picked up his mug from the table between them. "So far this season, your backup goalie has blocked more shots than your starter. Most of the opposing team's shots happen while your fourth line is on the ice. And your man Ritz hesitated in last week's game against Montreal." Roman's brows pinched. "You noticed that?" "Mm-hmm." Cody sipped his hot chocolate. Still hot, but a manageable kind of hot. "Maybe he doesn't trust his right winger." "What makes you say that?" "He's a left-handed shooter, right? So his instinct is to shoot right. My hypothesis is that he doesn't trust his right winger, so he shoots left instead. But the last few games, his regular left winger, Honeybun, has been out sick, so he's got a new left winger that he also doesn't trust, and he doesn't know where to pass the puck." "You saw all that?" "I noticed things." Cody waved in Roman's direction. "Like that hole in your eyebrow. Got an eyebrow ring?" "I do," Roman said, the aforementioned eyebrows winging upward. "I don't wear it for games or when I know I'll be recognized." "Same thing with the nose ring, too, then?" Roman opened his mouth to respond, but Cody beat him to it. "Is it like a Clark Kent thing?" "Huh?" "Like Clark Kent. People don't recognize you with the facial hardware?" "Actually," sipping his coffee, Roman appeared to think about that for a moment. "Yeah, I guess that's true." "Cool." Cody brought his mug to his mouth for another sip, then smacked his lips together. "The Clark Kent of hockey," he said, chuckling to himself. Roman's brow furrowed. He tilted his head and said, "You're a strange one," says the guy with the tongue ring. Roman's mouth clamped shut. Cody asked, "Which one hurt the most?" "Are you serious?" "Does the tongue ring hurt when you eat or kiss someone?" "No and no." "Huh. It was probably like an earring, there but forgotten unless they needed to come out. Not that Cody had ever had an earring, but he'd met people with those earrings that left giant holes in the ears, and they hadn't seemed to be in pain, so his hypothesis must be right." "Anything else you want to know?" Roman asked, sounding faintly exasperated. Well, what was that back there? He tilted his head toward the door, coffee mug held loosely in his lap. At the library. Why am I trying to impress the parents with my unicorn voice? Cody's hand clenched on his mug. Apparently, some too big for his britches concerned citizen is going to make a proposal at the next town meeting to shut down the library. Why? Costs, Cody said, tilting his head back against the couch and staring at the ceiling. That, and apparently the one in Montpelier is so much better. He couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. Stupid Mr. Wallace. Isn't Montpelier 20 minutes away? Cody grunted his affirmation. 30 for those who live on the outskirts of town. That's not exactly next door for story time. Right? Suddenly invigorated, Cody sat up from his slouch. And the Glen Hill Library offers free interlibrary loans with the Montpelier Library and any other public library in the state. So it's not like anyone's missing out. Plus, getting a library card at the Montpelier Library costs $50 for people who aren't citizens of Montpelier. When Roman sent him a disbelieving glance, he said, Trust me, I know. I've tried to get one 4 times at the start of every school year. Why do you need access to 2 different libraries? 3, I guess, if you count your college library. The answer was obvious. More books. Aren't you the one who just told me about interlibrary loans? Cody spoke into his mug. They take 2 days. Sometimes I want the book right now. He couldn't interpret Roman's smile. It was almost fond. What do you like to read? Mysteries mostly. He picked at the remainder of his apple turnover. Sometimes true crime. I like fantasy myself. Cody's mouth stopped mid-chew. You read? Why do you say that like I'm an unintelligent jock who's never seen a book in his life? Roman asked. He didn't sound insulted, merely curious. No, that's not what I meant. Or was it? I guess I figured you wouldn't have enough time to read. I'm a hockey player, not a doctor. I do get downtime. Enough downtime to come watch my friend's game sometime? Roman finished off his coffee and set his mug on the table. I suppose. Don't know why you want me to so bad, though. You look like you need friends, was not the way Cody should answer. He tried for nonchalant and shrugged. Why wouldn't you? The Mountaineers are awesome. Glen Hill isn't too far from Burlington, and it's a great way to spend an evening. The University of Vermont has a hockey team. I could just go watch them. Cody scowled at the mention of the Glen Hill Mountaineers' rivals. Traitor. It made Roman laugh, and little creases formed at the corner of his eyes, which, for some reason, made Cody grin back at him. We'll see, Roman said, burrowing deeper into the corner of the couch. One of my former teammates is visiting this weekend, and he also invited me to the game. He used to play for Glen Hill College. You don't say. You mean Alex Dean? Alex Dean, who was Mitch's fiancé. They'd met 2.5 years ago while Alex was on leave from his team and had spoken at a lecture session Mitch had attended. Cody knew Alex had come out to most of his teammates when he'd still been with Tampa, that he told them he had a boyfriend. And he was almost certain that Alex hadn't told Roman on account of the whole Kinsey's an asshole thing. Do you know Dean? Roman asked. He's good friends with Mitch, Cody said, keeping it simple, unwilling to reveal the full truth. As a couple who valued their privacy, Alex and Mitch were keeping their relationship a secret from everyone except their families and closest friends. It wasn't Cody's place to out them. Understanding crossed Roman's face. So your friend Mitch is also Dean's friend who was a first-round draft pick last summer? Cody nodded. That makes so much more sense. Then what? Than you and Dean both having a separate friend on a random college hockey team in a random tiny town in Vermont. That was fair. Done with his apple turnover, Cody set the plate on the table. So, will you come? Roman's small smile held a secret Cody couldn't read. Maybe.
5. Homemade chicken noodle soup said, "Be my friend," right? One of the first times Roman had been the new guy on the team, he'd been 16 and had just started playing in the major juniors in Ottawa. He'd walked into the locker room full of swagger and cockiness and found an entire team full of swagger and cockiness. If there was anything that could bring him down a peg, it was that first practice where the rest of the guys, most of whom, at the time, had been bigger and older than him, had managed to both outskate and outscore him. Their swagger and cockiness were deserved. Roman, on the other hand, had been a very small fish in a very large pond. A year and a half later, he'd been caught kissing a boy, and his friends on the team had declared that homos didn't belong in hockey. From there on out, he'd still maintained his swagger and cockiness with each new team, but now it loudly proclaimed, "Don't fuck with me," instead of, "I'm the shit." Which was the attitude he'd portrayed on his first skate with the Trailblazers last week, right after Coach's team spirit speech, no less, thus alienating the guys to the point where they didn't talk to him except on the ice. And that sucked because of the whole aforementioned team spirit thing, meaning he now had to get on their good side. Hence, Soup. But Soup would only get two people on his good side. Ritz, who Roman intended to give the soup to, and Honeybun, the actual recipient of said soup. He should have brought homemade cookies. Sucking in a deep breath at his own stupidity, he sauntered into the Trailblazers' locker room in their practice facility, plastic container of chicken noodle soup tucked under his arm like a football, gym bag over the other shoulder. Ritz wasn't here yet, so he headed for his own locker, nodding hellos to the other guys, something he never did that garnered him return nods paired with confused eye squints. Man, he had a lot of work to do. Sitting on the bench in front of the row of lockers, he pulled his cell phone from the pocket of his sweatpants and found a text from Cody with the address of the arena his buddy's college hockey team was playing at tonight. As if Roman couldn't Google the name of the Glen Hill College student arena. He was shaking his head in amusement as he typed, "You're pretty confident I'll be there," and sent it off. 2 minutes later, Cody rebutted with, "There'll be pizza after." Roman was grinning at that pseudo-bribe as he rose to shuck what Cody had called his dinky windbreaker, almost bumping into Ritz, who'd materialized from somewhere and was staring at Roman while he munched on a greasy fast food breakfast sandwich. It smelled so fatty it made Roman's stomach turn. When Ritz did move out of his way, Roman said, "What's up?" Ritz chewed slowly and pointed a finger at him. "You're smiling. Didn't know you could do that." He edged past Roman with a pat on the back. "Keep it up. Looks good on you." What the? Nope. Forget it. Roman wasn't going to try to figure out what the fuck. "How's Honeybun?" Ritz dropped his gym bag onto the floor and fell onto the bench. "He sounds like that squeaky penguin from Toy Story." "So, not good then." Shifting from foot to foot, Roman cleared his throat and nudged the soup container along the bench in Ritz's direction. Ritz popped the last of his breakfast in his mouth and eyed the container like it might explode. "What's this?" "It's, chicken noodle soup. Homemade." Ritz popped the lid off and peered inside. "There's actual chicken in there." "Well, yeah, it's chicken noodle soup. Whenever I buy the soup mix packets from the store, it's just noodles and, chicken flavoring." Roman's nose scrunched. Why would anyone buy chicken noodle soup packets? It wasn't hard to make from scratch. "It's for Honeybun." Eyebrows bunching, Ritz frowned up at him. "Why?" "'Cause he's sick? And soup is good for people who are sick? You guys are close, right? I figure you can give it to him." "We live together," Ritz said, fitting the lid back on. "Oh, I should have brought more so you can have some," Roman muttered. "Oh, don't worry about it." Rising, Ritz clapped Roman on the back again before removing his winter coat. "Thanks for this, really. I hate cooking, and the only thing Will makes that's edible is a bowl of cereal." Roman pointed at the coat Ritz was hanging in a locker. If you don't mind me asking, where'd you buy that? Ritz slipped out of his boots, tucking them under the bench. A department store, maybe? I forget. I've had it for a few years. He jerked his chin at Roman's windbreaker draped over his gym bag. You're the one who's going to get pneumonia if you don't get something thicker than that. Yeah, I was going to go shopping tomorrow. Maybe with Cody. Wait, when had he decided to take Cody up on his offer? Roman was a big boy. He could go shopping by himself. That being said, as a senior in college, Cody had lived here for at least 3.5 years, maybe more if he was from the area. He'd know what'd make a good enough coat to withstand Vermont's winters. So, obviously, Cody needed to come. When the team got onto the ice a few minutes later, Coach Donovan put them through some puck control drills. With half the team in a circle in the middle of the ice, the goal was to maintain control of your puck while fending off teammates trying to steal it or knock it away. The last player standing with control of their puck won the honor of skipping out on their choice of drill. Roman was familiar with the drill. Most hockey players were. He'd been doing it since Pee Wee hockey at least. But in Pee Wee hockey, he'd been short. Hell, he'd been short up until his growth spurt when he was 16. Now he could hold his own. And while he wasn't often the last man standing, he was always one of the last. Not so for Cotton, who'd been first man out every time. Roman skated up to him as his group moved away from center ice, allowing the second group to perform the drill, and tapped him on the shoulder. Cotton lifted downcast eyes. Try gripping your stick lower. Huh? Roman tapped on Cotton's stick with a gloved hand. Try holding it lower. It'll allow for better stick handling. Here. He reached out with his own stick for one of the stray pucks littering the ice. Watch. He demonstrated quickly, showing Cotton how much more maneuverability he had when he gripped his stick lower. You try it. Ritz came up to him while Roman watched Cotton control the puck. Your stick's too long. Mine? No, Cotton's. Hey, Cotton, come here. When Cotton reached them, Ritz measured Cotton's stick against his own. Same size. Then he took Roman's out of his hand and compared it against Cotton's. Roman's was slightly shorter. Try with this one, Ritz said, handling Cotton Roman's stick. That's mine, Roman muttered, feeling bereft standing on the ice with no hockey stick. It was like walking out of the house without a watch. Don't worry, buddy. Ritz bumped their shoulders with a playful smile. You'll get it back. They continued to watch Cotton for a minute. When it became clear that the shorter stick was easier for him to work with, Ritz and Roman with Cotton's too long stick, attempted to wrest the puck away from him, which they eventually did, but Cotton managed to hold onto it for longer than he normally did. Standing wide-eyed, breathing hard, Cotton said, How come nobody gave me these tips before? Because people are self-absorbed assholes only out for themselves. Cotton and Ritz stared at him, slack-jawed. If anything, Cotton's doe eyes went even bigger. What? Roman shrugged. You know I'm right. Are you? Ritz said. Then how come you brought homemade soup for Will, huh? He poked Roman in the chest with the end of his hockey stick. Huh? Homemade soup? Cotton's head went back and forth between them. How can I get homemade soup? Do I have to get pneumonia too, or can I just ask nicely? Roman couldn't help the burble of laughter if he tried. Later that day, Roman sat in his SUV in the parking lot of the Glen Hill College Student Athletic Facility. According to his Google search, the athletic facility was actually 2 separate buildings, the hockey arena that also housed a gym and racetrack accessible only by the men's and women's hockey teams, and a larger building for the rest of the student population, as well as the general public for a nominal fee, that had a swimming pool, racetrack, and gym, as well as basketball, squash, badminton, and tennis courts. In the darkness of early evening, the hockey arena was a smudge against the night sky. Lights lit up the front of the building, the rest was in shadow. More and more cars parked and people walked from their cars to the arena, where they disappeared inside or milled in front of the doors in groups. One of those people was Cody. He stood under one of the outdoor lights, leaning back against the wall, hands stuffed in his pockets.
The last text Roman had received from him was from earlier this afternoon. "I'll wait for you out front at 6:45. Shivering from the cold in his darkened SUV, Roman pulled his phone from the center console and checked the time. 6:42. He had 3 minutes to decide if he was staying or going. He could go. He'd never actually confirmed whether or not he was coming. Cody had just assumed, and Roman came because he didn't want to let him down. That's what he told himself anyway, his gaze snagging on the plastic container of chocolate sandwich cookies with cream cheese filling he'd baked this afternoon. He had no excuse for the cookies. Chest feeling tight, he ran a hand over his head. 6:43. Removing his wallet from his back pocket, he pulled out a 6x4 photograph that had been folded and refolded so many times there was a crease lengthwise and widthwise that ran right in the middle of his own face. Around him were 4 of his former friends from his major junior team. Roman didn't need to turn on the little overhead light to picture their faces, the faces of the 4 guys he'd once considered his family. He had no idea what had become of Denny, Jeff, and Sean, but he knew that the 4th, Kasper Kowalski, now played for Vancouver's NHL team. Cass, his former best friend, the one who had, quite literally, shut the door in his face when Roman had shown up on his doorstep, all of his possessions in his ancient Kia. Roman hid the picture away again and leaned his head back against the headrest. Remembering what Cass had done always made him feel like his insides were twisted together, like he was being rejected all over again. 6:45. Was he ready for another potential rejection? Not that Cody seemed like the rejection type. After all, Cody was the one who'd invited him tonight, but neither had Cass. Nobody was only what they appeared to be on the surface. Cass had hid a homophobic prick under that happy-go-lucky charm. Cody could be concealing a machete-wielding assassin for hire under that good old boy support your local library exterior. Opening his text messaging app, he sent a message to Cody. "Do you own a machete?" As Roman watched him, Cody, still leaning against the building, jolted, most likely his phone vibrating in his pocket, an assumption that was confirmed a second later when Cody pulled a phone from somewhere and removed a glove, presumably to answer Roman's text. Second assumption confirmed. Roman's phone buzzed. Machete? No. Where would I buy one? Is that something you can get at the hardware store? He didn't know Cody that well yet, but he had a feeling that was a pretty typical Cody response. His phone buzzed again. "Do you need one?" said Cody's next message. "I can ask around and see if someone I know has one you can borrow." Well, that was awfully sweet. Yet another text made his phone vibrate. "What do you need it for? Is it to chop someone's head off like they do in the movies? If so, I can think of less messy ways to commit murder." What the hell kind of movies was Cody watching? Surprised into laughter, Roman opened the door, stepped out, and headed across the parking lot. Cody looked up then, and the smile that pulled his lips upward made Roman's steps falter and his chest tingle. When was the last time someone had been happy to see him? Cody straightened from his slouch against the wall as Roman approached. "You made it!" The enthusiasm gave Roman pause. Yeah. Sorry I'm late." "Only by a couple of minutes," Cody said, waving a hand. "I was just asking around to see if anyone has a machete you can borrow." He held up his phone. Oh, Jesus. "Don't worry about it." Roman tried not to cringe. "I don't need one anymore." "Well, that's good, because so far I haven't had any luck." Cody led the way inside. It being a hockey arena, the temperature was only slightly higher than the one outside, and Roman hunched his shoulders against the cold. They joined the back of a small queue in the lobby. Cody held out a hand in Roman's direction. "Here's your ticket." "You need a ticket for these things?" "Well, yeah, it's a sporting event, not a free-for-all." "How much do I owe you?" "Don't worry about it. My treat. You can get the next one." Roman was still contemplating that next one comment, thrown out so casually, when their tickets were scanned and they were gestured into the arena. For a small college, the arena looked like it could hold at least 1,000 people. Rather than folded seats, bleachers lined the stadium, and at 10 minutes to puck drop, they were packed almost to capacity. The arena's roof was domed, and along one length, above the bleachers, were 4 boxed seats with 3 to 4 people in each. Scouts, maybe? College officials? Team sponsors? "This way," Cody said. Roman followed him down a center aisle, pulling a baseball cap out of his pocket at the same time and dropping it on his head. He had his eyebrow and nose rings in, which usually kept him from being recognized, but the hat didn't hurt. At the bottom of the aisle, Cody went left, pausing for Roman to catch up before continuing. "We're just over here," Cody said over his shoulder. Over here, it turned out, included people Roman knew, not just Alex Dean, who he'd known would be here, although they hadn't managed to find a time to get together for coffee, but also Ashton Yeager, another former teammate, and his boyfriend Dan, who Roman had gotten to know when Dan had helped the team renovate a hurricane-damaged youth center in Tampa a couple years ago. What were they doing here? "Hey, man," Dean, a big guy who was more gentle giant than anyone Roman had ever met, rose from where he sat on a bench in the front row with the others and held out a hand, a baseball hat shading his green eyes. "Glad you could make it." "Kinsey!" And then there was Yeager, who was just as big and broad as Dean with the voice to match. He thumped a huge hand against Roman's back, and his own baseball hat covered his shock of prematurely white hair. "Roman!" Finally, there was Dan Grayson, who shook his hand and brought him into a one-armed bro hug. "It's good to see you." He pulled back with a smile that lit up his light brown eyes. His blonde curls were shorter than when Roman had last seen him, more fashionable, and he looked completely casual in dark jeans and a long-sleeved V-neck t-shirt, but the outfit was probably designer. "You too," Roman said. "What are you doing here?" "My brother's on the team." "You're—" Roman searched out Cody for an answer. "Mitch is his brother," Cody clarified. Mitch was Dan's brother, Dean's good friend, and Cody's best friend and roommate. What was it with this guy that so many people knew him? Roman guessed he himself was part of the inner circle now, too. It should have made him feel included, but all he felt was one step removed, like none of this was real, or like it could get snapped away at any second. He ended up on the bench between Cody and Dan, with Yeager on Dan's other side and Dean next to him. Something in his chest went loose and light when Cody turned to him with a many-toothed smile. The arena's lights cast a dewy sheen on Cody's winter-pale skin and turned his hair ash blonde. He was a beam of sunshine in a sea of Glen Hill Mountaineers branded hoodies. Even wearing the same colors as everyone else in the stands, Cody managed to stand out. It wasn't until Roman's gaze dropped to Cody's lips that he realized Cody was speaking. "Sorry, what?" Cody's head tilted. "I said this probably won't be as exciting for you as an NHL game." There was a sweep of pale freckles across Cody's nose and the tops of his cheeks. "I doubt that." Cody's thigh was warm where it pressed up against his, and he smelled like something simple. Pharmacy brand soap or shampoo, perhaps. Like he wasn't vain enough to douse himself in aftershave or cologne. The scent of him teasing his nostrils, the weight of his shoulder against his. "So," on his other side, Dan nudged his shoulder. "How's it going on the new team? Tell me everything." Thank God for timely interruption saving him from himself. Gathering his brain cells back together from wherever they'd gone without his permission, he said, "It's going." A crease appeared between Dan's eyebrows. "It's fucking cold in this state, though," Roman added to get Dan off his line of questioning. It was Cody's turn to nudge him. "You wouldn't be so cold if you had a proper coat." Yeah, I'm going tomorrow." "Want to come?" I can't. Oh. See, this was why he didn't invite people anywhere. The hollow letdown when they declined. Although, it did make him feel better that Cody appeared to be equally as disappointed. We're going to New Hampshire tomorrow, Cody said. What's in New Hampshire? Mitch has a game tomorrow night against UNH, Dan piped in. We're all going. You should come. No, that's... You should, Cody said. I'll get you a ticket. You don't have to. But Cody was already bringing up the UNH hockey website on his phone. Resigned and maybe a little excited, Roman removed his wallet from his back pocket, took out his credit card, and handed it to Cody. One of the players dressed in green and black with Grayson on the back of his jersey tapped on the glass. He winked in their direction and, to Roman's total astonishment, Alex Dean winked back. Huh. So that's Dean's guy. On either side of him, Dan and Cody froze. Guys, I'm not an idiot. It was loud in the arena, but Roman lowered his voice anyway. Dean comes out to the team a couple of years ago without mentioning the name of the guy he's seeing, and now he's eye-flirting with his good friend. He made actual air quotes. Like I said, not an idiot. A shuffling of seats happened. Dan rose and Dean took his place. I didn't know you that well, Dean said. That's the only reason I didn't tell you. Dude, you don't have to explain. You tell who you want, when you want, no questions asked. Dean's eyes narrowed. You're really not offended? Please, Roman scoffed. I've grown a thick skin over the years. I'm not easily offended. Thanks for understanding. Okay, enough with the feelings talk. How long you guys here for? Not sure about Ash and Dan, but I'll be here through Tuesday. Not much happening with my team during the All-Star break, but a bunch of us are leaving on a mom's trip on Wednesday. Where to? Vegas. The moms want to see Celine Dion. Sounds fun? Dean just laughed. After the Glen Hill College Mountaineers won their game with a shutout against the University of New Hampshire, they headed to Cody and Mitch's townhouse off campus, with a pit stop at a restaurant called Mama Jean's, where they picked up the pizzas Dean had ordered once the game ended. Dean and Mitch were together in the rust bucket of a car Cody and Mitch apparently shared. Yeager and Dan drove their rental behind them, and Cody, for reasons Roman didn't know, chose to ride with him, which made Roman feel sort of unnaturally giddy. Cody sat in the passenger seat with 2 plastic containers at his feet. He bent over and picked one up. What's this? His voice was muffled behind the scarf pulled up over his nose to fight the cold. Cookies. Even in the darkness, Roman saw Cody's eyes go huge. Homemade? Roman grunted an affirmative. Ahead of him, Dean, Mitch, Yeager, and Dan pulled into the driveway of a townhouse. Roman parked on the street. A second later, Cody was stepping out and yelling across the lawn. Guys! Roman brought homemade cookies! It was a good thing it was cold. Roman could blame his reddened cheeks on the temperature. Inside, the pizza was all but forgotten as the plastic tub was pried open and 5 full-grown men oohed and ahed over little chocolate cookies while standing around the kitchen island. Here. Roman placed the second smaller plastic container on the island. What's this? Yeager asked, already taking the lid off that one. Cream cheese icing. Wait, they're sandwich cookies? Mitch said. In short order, he'd dug spoons and knives out of a drawer and passed them around. I didn't know you bake, Dan said, spreading icing on a cookie. Occasionally. Roman ran a hand over his head. I prefer to cook. You cook? Mitch, slouched with his elbows on the island counter, a sandwich cookie held in both hands and poised in front of his mouth, glanced up. Don't suppose you want to move in? Dean chuckled and polished off his own cookie. When I first met them, these two, he waved between Cody and Mitch, were living off smoothies and Cheese Whiz covered celery sticks. Cheese Whiz, Roman grimaced. Guys, have some standards. Hey, don't knock it till you try it,
Mitch said, mouth full. Besides, we were broke college students, Cody joined in. Still are. Hear, hear. They did a mock cheers with their cookies, then popped them in their mouths. Okay, Roman got that. Understood what it was like to scrimp and save every penny. His own meal of choice for the half a year he'd lived out of his car after the major juniors had been apples and peanut butter or pickles wrapped in cheese. Real cheese, not the whiz kind. Eventually, they ended up spread out in the little living room attached to the kitchen, pizza boxes open on the coffee table, the cookies passed around between Mario Kart races while controllers changed hands. Jaeger, Dan, and Dean had commandeered the couch. Roman and Cody sat on the love seat perpendicular to it, and Mitch sat on the floor at Cody's feet. Rainbow Road is obviously the best track, Mitch was saying, wiping pizza sauce off the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Rainbow Road sucks, Jaeger queued up the next race. Cody, whose turn was now over, passed his controller to Roman. It's boring, Jaeger continued, and unnecessarily long. Coconut Mall is where it's at. I like Moo Moo Meadows, Dan said. The cows. Yeah, the fucking cows, Mitch grumbled. Always right where you don't need them to be. This debate went on during the entire length of the race, until the very end when Cody announced there was only one sandwich cookie left. Obviously, Jaeger said, holding a hand out to Cody, Dan and I should split it since we came from so far away to come visit. Cody hugged the plastic container to his chest and turned away with a frown. Roman should get it since he made them. That's really nice. But Roman was so full he didn't want to see food again until tomorrow. But Mitch should get it since his team won tonight's game. I knew I liked you. Mitch made grabby hands. Gimme. Cody gave, and the entire cookie disappeared into Mitch's mouth in less than a second. Dean gaped at him. You didn't even offer to share. Oh, don't you worry. Mitch shot Dean a lewd look that was ruined by his full mouth. I'll be sharing something else with you later. Oh my God. Cody made gagging sounds. You're so crass. He kicked Mitch in the leg, and Mitch fell over laughing. You'd think they were all drunk given how stupid they were being, but really they were just happy. And Roman, for the first time in what felt like forever, found that he was happy too. Maybe he didn't say much, letting the conversation flow around him, but he noticed how easy these men were in each other's company, how easy they were with him. It had been so long since he'd hung out with people without feeling like he had to keep his guard up. Even as he had the thought, he was tempted to call it a night and head back to the safety of his apartment. But then Cody laughed, the sound hitting Roman right where he thought he'd been dead for a long time. And when Cody turned to him to get him to share in on the joke, something shifted in his chest that made him think there might be hope for him yet. 6. This was stupid, Cody said by way of hello. Jumping into the warm interior of Roman's charcoal-colored SUV, he shut the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt. You should have just stayed over. So you said last night. Roman pulled away from the curb. Multiple times. And this morning via text. Just seems silly to drive all the way home only to come back less than 12 hours later. All the way is only an hour, Roman said. Still, Cody removed his beanie and gloves. Anyway, thanks for coming to get me. No problem. The others left this morning? Yeah, Mitch is on the team bus, and the other 3 left at 9. Figured I'd stay behind and carpool with you. Roman glanced at him quickly as he navigated them out of Glen Hill and toward the highway, following the directions of the GPS hooked up to the dash. You didn't have to wait for me. I don't mind. It let me get some course reading done this morning. Cody inspected the floor at his feet. Not finding what he was looking for, he shot a hopeful smile at his driver. What? Roman asked, somewhat apprehensively.
don't suppose you brought snacks?" With a quiet laugh, Roman reached behind him into the back seat and came out with a soft cooler that he plopped in Cody's lap. "Yes," Cody said under his breath like a mad scientist, drawing the word out to 5 syllables. "I knew it!" Opening it up, he found diced vegetables and homemade hummus, hard-boiled eggs, cheese, sliced apples, grapes, clementines, nuts and seeds, beef jerky, and yogurt in those squeezable tubes. "You brought a feast!" "It is a 3-hour drive there and back," Roman explained. Pulling out a small plastic container he'd previously overlooked, Cody held it up. "Please tell me these are homemade chocolate chip cookies?" "Of course." Cody practically salivated. They drove in companionable silence for a bit, munching on snacks and listening to the radio. Roman had his eyebrow and nose rings in again today, and Cody could totally understand why he'd been dubbed an asshole. With his shaved head, resting bitch face, wide shoulders, and facial hardware, he certainly looked like the kind of guy you didn't want to meet in a dark alley. But Cody had refused to be the other kind of asshole, the type that didn't look past the surface. And so he'd tried from the get-go to see past Roman's "don't fuck with me" attitude, and had succeeded, if he did say so himself, or was in the process of succeeding, given they'd only known each other a week and a half. What he'd learned was that Roman wanted people to think he was an asshole. Someone had hurt him in the past, and the asshole exterior was a defense mechanism. Cody desperately wanted all the details, but only a week and a half into a friendship was not the time to ask. Roman chomped on a carrot stick. "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Well, he was smoking hot, for one. And for another, your nose ring is sexy." He promptly regretted saying it. Roman wasn't a homophobe. He'd proved that when he hung out with them last night and hadn't blinked at the casual affection Alex and Mitch and Dan and Ash showed each other. But that didn't mean he wanted to be hit on by a guy. No, wait. Cody wasn't hitting on him, just pointing out the obvious. Roman shifted in his seat. "It's just a stud," he muttered. "Think I'd look sexy with a nose ring?" Taking his eyes off the road long enough to lift an eyebrow in Cody's direction, he said, "You'd look like a naughty librarian." "You think?" Cody pulled down the visor and examined his own face in the little mirror. "Speaking of the library, any updates on that front? Is it actually going to get shut down?" "That decision won't be made until the town meeting." He flipped the visor back up. "We've been brainstorming ways to show the library's value between now and the meeting, trying to head Mr. Wallace off at the pass, you know? But I volunteered to do something stupid." "What's that?" "Try to get speakers to come in for talks and lessons. You know, like knitting or poetry nights or how to write a resume, to prove to the town council that there's value in the library." "Okay." Roman held out a hand toward Cody. Cody plopped a celery stick into it. "But why is that stupid?" "Because I don't really have the time for it. With school and work at the library and assignments and course readings, Eileen tried to convince me to leave the fight for the library to her and her librarians, but I can't do that." "Why not?" "I don't know, just..." He fiddled with the plastic lid of the Tupperware in his lap. "What if the library gets shut down and there was something I could have done to prevent that?" "I'm sure its fate doesn't rest squarely on your shoulders." "No, I know. But I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try. A lot of people in Glen Hill depend on that library." Roman's eyes drifted his way for a moment, mouth softened and lips slightly parted. "Where does your love of libraries come from?" "Mitch and I grew up together, and I went to every one of his home games when we were kids. The rink he skated at was in a community center that also had a library, and since Mitch needed to be there early, I'd get dropped off with him and hang out in the library before his game. It was..." He shrugged, unsure of where he was going with his story. It was where I fell in love with books. I get it. Shoving the seatbelt aside, Roman held open one side of his windbreaker. Tucked into one of the interior pockets was an e-reader. You bring your e-reader on outings? I bring my e-reader everywhere. Cody unzipped his own coat, held it open, and pointed at his own inner pocket and his own e-reader. Grinning, Roman held his fist out for a fist bump, his eyes crinkling when he laughed, and Cody couldn't do anything but grin back at him. A buzzing sounded from the direction of his coat pocket, and he pulled out his phone to find a text from his dad. Shit. Kid, I'm heading to your mom's on Monday. Don't forget to let me know as soon as possible about next weekend. I'd love to visit with you. Would he, though? Or was it all talk? Cody sighed so long and loud that Roman squinted at him. What's wrong? Tapping his phone against the palm of his hand, Cody turned his head to look at Roman. Have you ever loved someone and hated them at the same time? And you really wanted to see them again at the same time that you wanted to punch them in the face? Something pained briefly took over Roman's expression. His hands clenched on the steering wheel. Yeah. See? Cody had known someone had hurt him. A parent? A sibling? Another relative? A friend? What would you do if you had the chance to see them again? Roman remained silent for a whole minute. Cody would have thought he was being ignored if not for the way Roman's lips pursed. He was thinking some deep thoughts over there. Finally, Roman said, I'd ask them why. That wasn't what Cody had meant. He wanted a definitive, they're out of my life and I want nothing more to do with them, or, yeah, maybe I'd give them another chance. Although Roman's answer was answer enough, wasn't it? It wasn't, I'd ask them why they want to see me. It was, I'd ask them why they did what they did. Maybe this was Cody's chance to finally get to know his dad. But did he want that? I take it that's not the answer you wanted to hear? Cody rubbed a hand over his face. I don't know what I want. Take a minute to think about it. I've been thinking about it for an entire week. I don't know how many minutes that is, but the answer isn't any clearer. Reaching into the center console, Roman grabbed one of the two water bottles and uncapped it one-handed. He took a swig. Want to talk about it? Ugh. Cody ground the back of his head into the headrests. You don't want to hear my stupid family drama. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Oh, what sweet, magical words. My dad's career military, currently based in Texas. He's been absent most of my life. I barely know him since I've barely spent any time with him, and now... He waved his phone. He suddenly wants to see me. What about your mom? She's back home where she's always been. The Hamptons, he added at Roman's questioning glance. They're divorced? I can see why you'd think that, but no. They've always lived apart. My dad's been at one army post or another for as long as I can remember. The last time I saw him was a couple summers ago when we were both home at the same time. How come you and your mom didn't live with him? My parents... Pressing his lips together, Cody propped an elbow on the door frame and gazed out at the snowy landscape rushing by. They wanted me to have roots, a home, friends. They didn't want me to get dragged around from place to place as my dad got moved. So I stayed in the Hamptons with my mom. Sometimes, in the dark of night, he wondered if they'd made the right choice, wondered if his parents wished they'd done things differently. There were sacrifices and compromises either way you looked at it. A life with both his parents, in which case he likely never would have met Mitch, or a life miles away from his dad, but with his best friend. It was impossible to tell if they'd done the right thing, and he didn't envy them that decision. His parents lived apart because of him, and even though they hadn't meant for that to weigh on him, it did. And now your dad wants to see you? Roman asked. Yeah, could be a good thing. Maybe he's trying to reconnect. Cody groaned loudly and thumped his head against the headrest once, twice, 3 times. Pulling up the messaging app on his phone, he typed a quick response to his dad. "Sure, I'm free next weekend." Hit send and hid his phone in his pocket. "Feel better?" Roman asked. "I feel better about having made a decision. Not sure how I feel about seeing him." Desperate for a change in topic, he said, "Your turn." Roman's eyes darted in Cody's direction. He took a small sip of water, recapped his bottle, and left it between his thighs. Just when Cody was about to let him off the hook, he said, "My parents found something out about me when I was 17 and kicked me out." "Oh, okay. Wow. So not what Cody had been expecting." "I'm sorry." Roman shrugged and tapped a finger against the water bottle's cap. "What did they find out about you? Is it that you killed someone? I knew you were a murderer. The machete gave it away." The tense lines of Roman's face smoothed out when he laughed, and Cody wanted to laugh with him, but Jesus. He'd never met anyone who'd been kicked out of their home before. He had so many questions, but Roman's hands were white-knuckling the steering wheel. Roman had been kicked out, and here Cody was whining about his daddy issues, half tempted to text his dad back to tell him he'd changed his mind about next weekend. And for what? Out of spite? As payback for all the times Cody had begged him to come home? "Aha, sucker! Now it's my turn to shut you down." He stared out the window at the winter landscape. 3.5 years as a psychology major, and I've only just realized that I'm a spiteful son of a bitch. "What do you mean?" Cody's huff of laughter lacked humor. "You got kicked out of your own home, and here I am complaining about how my dad wants to visit me for the first time in ever." "Hey." Roman punched Cody's shoulder, making Cody grumble. "My problems don't invalidate yours." "Except that I sound like a whiny child." "So, change your attitude." "Change my meaning?" They passed over the state line into New Hampshire and thus over the Connecticut River, its water appearing brown under an overcast sky. The drive in the winter wasn't exactly pretty. Leafless trees on either side of the highway, dirt and slush-splattered cars, hills in the distance covered in snow. He made a mental note to take Roman around Vermont and New Hampshire in the fall when the colors were bright and sunny, or in the summer when it was green and lush. "Meaning," Roman said, moving into the left lane to pass a slow-moving minivan, "that you've been looking at this as your dad finally giving the time of day." Harsh, but true, echoing Cody's belief that he was a whiny little boy inside. Ugh. But maybe look at it as an opportunity to form a better relationship with him instead. Huh. "Roman, you are wise beyond your years." "I've been told that from time to time." Cody loosed unexpected laughter. "So this conversation was heavy," Roman muttered, shaking out his shoulders. "Get the cookies out of the cooler, would you?" Cody got the cookies. A psychology major. Cody was a goddamn psychology major. Roman had spent years making sure nobody got too close to him, and now he was crushing on a guy trained to look beneath the surface. Was it his classes that made Cody notice everything, or was he simply naturally observant? "How about this one?" Cody said, thrusting a puffy black hip-length winter coat in his direction. Given that they had a few hours until tonight's game, they'd stopped at a shopping mall in Concord, both to stretch their legs and to pick up what Cody had called appropriate winter attire to replace your dinky windbreaker. "No, wait." Cody hung the coat back on the rack and removed another. "This one." This one was also puffy, also black, but went down to mid-thigh, had a fur-trimmed hood and square pockets big enough to fit winter gloves in. "And you probably also need something a bit fancier too, right?" A second coat joined the first in Roman's arms. It also hit him mid-thigh, but the black material was made of wool with large lapels and was more form-fitting than the puffy one. "Wow," Cody whistled low when Roman tried it on. Roman turned sideways to look at the way the peacoat fell across his shoulders in the full-length mirror next to him. It looks okay? Okay. You should just always wear that. The gleam in Cody's eyes, paired with Cody's earlier, "Your nose ring is sexy," made Roman think that he wasn't as straight as Roman had thought. Could he be nursing a crush, too? Or maybe he was so comfortable with who he was that he had no problem showing appreciation for the same sex. Either way, Roman bought the coats. He had no idea why he hadn't told Cody the reason his parents had kicked him out. Cody was obviously not a homophobe, just that being unceremoniously outed as a teen and then rejected by both his family and his peers meant that he'd not once, ever, uttered the words, "I'm gay," to anyone but himself. Cody would have been a good first person to say it to. He was open, honest, non-judgmental. But as they left the department store and entered the mall, Roman still couldn't do it. Couldn't out himself. Not with what had happened last time still hanging over his head. It had made him afraid of discovery, and 8 years later he still hadn't shed the fear. Cody stopped in front of Claire's and peered at a sign that advertised free ear piercings with the purchase of a pair of earrings. Think they do nose rings? Doubt it. Bummer. Do you honestly want one? I do kind of want to look like a naughty librarian. Roman snorted a laugh. You don't need a nose ring to do that. Just spike up your hair a little and wear anything but a yellow t-shirt. Cody glanced down at his t-shirt, visible underneath his open winter coat. I like bright colors. I've noticed. You have? He started walking again, peering aimlessly into store windows. You were wearing teal the day I met you, Roman said. I like teal. It reminds me of living in Florida. When did you live in Florida? Cody shoved his hands deep in his pockets and smiled. Summer before last. Mitch and I spent most of the summer between our sophomore and junior years living with Alex in Tampa. Roman had to think about that one for a second. In Canada, university years were just first year, second year, third year, fourth year. Even after having lived in the States for almost 8 years, he struggled to remember the correct order. Freshman and senior were easy. It was the two in the middle he always got mixed up. Why? He asked Cody. 'Cause Alex wanted Mitch to spend the summer with him, and I go where Mitch goes. Cody said it so easily. I go where Mitch goes. Like it was a given that they'd always be there for each other. Roman had had a friend like that once, too. One he'd have followed to the ends of the earth. Pushing thoughts of Cass out of his mind, he said, Want to head to the food court? Get an actual meal? God, yes. I'm starving. You ate half my snacks. I've got a high metabolism, Cody said, patting his stomach. I think it's all the yoga I do. I didn't know you do yoga. Mm-hmm. He threw a smirk in Roman's direction. Keeps me loose and limber. Loosened. Jesus, get your mind out of the gutter. It was going to be a long day. Hours later, after the Glen Hill Mountaineers had barely eked out a win in overtime, Roman followed the GPS's directions back to Glen Hill, a quiet and contemplative Cody next to him in the passenger seat. At one point, he'd been following Dean, Yeager, and Dan, who were in Yeager's rental car, but they'd lost each other somewhere near UNH trying to navigate dark streets back to the highway. The highway was dark, too, especially in the middle of nowhere, Vermont, where there weren't any streetlights. Roman used his high beams when he could, but even then he drove below the speed limit, visions of a deer jumping into his path making him overly cautious. Did you have fun? Cody asked him sleepily. Yeah, I did. Thanks for inviting me. It wasn't only the game that had been fun, but spending time with Cody, and with Dean and Yeager. Roman hadn't been friends with them while they were on the same team, and yet now that they were on different teams, they got along as if they'd been a trio from the very beginning. I'm glad you came, Cody said. In the lights from the dashboard, Roman could see his eyes half close and then pop open. You can take a nap. I'll wake you when we get to your place. Cody straightened in his seat and rubbed a knuckle over one eye. No, I'm awake. Long day. I got up at 6 to have breakfast with Mitch before he left for the team bus. And it was nearing midnight, with still another hour to go before they arrived. Let's play a game, Cody suggested. What, like I Spy? Literally the only thing I can see is your nose. Cody's laugh was the hysterical of the overly tired. No, an alphabet game. For each letter of the alphabet, we have to name a word associated with... He trailed off, tapping one finger against his chin. Books. We'll alternate. I'll go first. A for alphabet. How is that associated with books? You've got to know the alphabet to write the words, Cody said reasonably. Your turn. B for bookends. I like that. Most people go for the obvious bookmark. C for cardboard. Roman struggled with D for a moment, lips pursed while he thought. Finally, Deuteronomy. Getting fancy, are we? Challenge entered Cody's voice. Encyclopedia. Formulaic. Glue. Glue? Oh, of course, Roman muttered to himself. Bookbinding. Hardcover. Index. Journaling. They made it all the way to Z, and Roman shouted, Zechariah! And Cody shouted, Boom! And they high-fived over the center console, laughing uproariously. Again, Cody said with a clap of his hands. Hockey terms this time. Go. Athletic. Body check. After hockey, they went on to vegetables, which was harder than they expected, and also boring, so they abandoned it halfway and moved to items found in a fridge, then movies, then pop artists. Billy Ray Cyrus is not a pop artist, Roman argued. But Achy Breaky Heart, Cody said, as if that explained everything, is not a pop song. It totally is. You can dance to it. I don't think that's the definition of a pop song. Oh? Then what is the definition, oh wise one? Roman opened his mouth, closed it, sighed. I don't know. Okay? Fine. He waved a hand. You can have Billy Ray. Yes! By the time Roman pulled up to the curb in front of Cody's townhouse, just after 1 a.m, they'd gone through musical terms and were just starting TV sitcoms. Yeager's rental car was already parked in the driveway, but they must have arrived only seconds ago, because the triad that was Dean, Yeager, and Dan were traipsing up the front walkway to the front door, with a wave in Roman and Cody's direction. Mitch had stayed behind in New Hampshire, and the team bus would bring him back in the morning. Cody unbuckled his seatbelt and turned in his seat to face Roman. Thanks for driving today, and for coming. Compared to how loud they'd gotten during their game, Cody's voice was now soft in the silence, almost intimate. In the shadow of the streetlight, Roman saw him bite and then lick his bottom lip and followed the movement. I guess I won't see you Tuesday, right? Was it Roman's imagination, or did Cody sound disappointed? Right, I've got a team thing. So I'll see you next Tuesday then? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. Cody had inched closer somehow. Or maybe Roman had, because they were only inches away, Cody's eyes dark and questioning. Roman wanted to reach out and run a thumb over his glistening lower lip, touch the barely stubbled skin of his jaw. Cody's gaze met his, and because Roman apparently didn't catch on fast, it only hit him then. Not only was Cody not a homophobe, but he was also most definitely not straight. A tendril of tenderness unfurled in Roman's sternum. Inching back slightly, small smile on his face, Cody said, So, Bye? As if he was as reluctant to get out of the car as Roman was to let him leave. Bye, Cody. The grin Cody shot him before opening his door and stepping out was knowing, secretive, and made Roman want to call him back in and kiss him stupid. Oh, Cody paused before slamming the door closed. We never got you any gloves or a scarf. That's okay, Here. Removing his own scarf, Cody climbed back into the car, leaving the door open behind him, and wrapped the scarf around Roman's neck. To Roman's total shock, Cody pressed a kiss to his cheek, and with an irreverent smile and a wink, said, So you'll think of me every time you wear it. He was gone a second later. 7. Cody considered himself a fairly confident person. He was comfortable with who he was. He didn't get nervous during class presentations. He didn't have guilty pleasures because he owned up to what he liked. Apple turnovers, bright t-shirts, yoga, and all. He got along with everyone. He knew his own abilities and limitations. Asking someone for help, however, was outside his comfort zone. He suspected it had something to do with how he'd stopped asking anyone for anything important after his dad kept refusing to come home. Being rejected sucked. Little things like inviting Roman to Mitch's hockey games or asking Mitch to leave his fucking rank gym bag anywhere but the front hallway didn't count. Trying to convince speakers to come visit a community library in Nowhere, Vermont, made his voice shake. Bad enough that he'd volunteered to do this in the first place. Bad enough that he was asking them to do it for free, or if pressed, for a nominal fee. They didn't have to laugh in his face. He might as well be 11 again, on the phone listening to his dad explain why he couldn't come home for Christmas again this year. He'd spent some of his weekend identifying possible speakers and had come into the library today an hour earlier than he normally did to complete some phone calls. But after 2 hang-ups and an, "Am I being pranked?" he was done. With 20 minutes to go before he had to lead Tiny Tot Storytime, he left the offices and headed upstairs to the attic to get some work done on his project. Storytime wasn't the same without Roman. True, Roman had only led 2, but it was enough for Cody to get used to seeing him on Tuesdays. Taking a seat next to the box of books he'd left half unpacked last week, he pulled out his phone, took a picture of the chaos, and sent it to Roman with the caption, "Hope you're having more fun than me." He didn't expect a response. Roman had some kind of team event tonight in support of a women's shelter, and usually sorting through boxes and organizing books, digging around in the library catalog, was fun for Cody. Today he was distracted, and even the boxes of books in the attic couldn't hold his attention. He'd kissed Roman. Not like kissed, but a kiss on the cheek was still a kiss. The hell had possessed him to do that? He didn't even know if Roman was fucking gay, or at the least, not straight. But there'd been something there. Something in the way Roman looked at him while they'd shopped. In the way his eyes softened when Cody laughed. In the way his voice had gone all quiet and tentative when he'd dropped Cody off at home after Mitch's game. Something there said, "I'm interested." And Cody, high on however many rounds of the alphabet game and almost delirious with exhaustion, had given in. And Roman hadn't pushed him away. On the contrary, Roman had sucked in a sharp breath and his eyes had flared in the light of the street lamps. To Cody, it had looked like he wanted more than a simple PG-rated peck on the cheek. Cody would have stayed to give him more, except that he'd freaked himself out at the giant-ass risk he'd taken and fled. Then he'd taken a second giant-ass risk on Sunday and texted Roman, mostly because he wanted to talk to him, partly to make sure they were okay, and they'd been texting ever since. So, conclusion? He still had no earthly idea if Roman was interested or if he'd just seen what he wanted to see. And did it matter anyway? He'd applied to grad school in a different state. What was the point of starting something if he was just going to leave in a few months? The door to the attic banged open, making him jump. Mitch strode in, curly brown hair tucked under a beanie with little tufts escaping over his forehead and at the base of his neck, hands tucked into the deep pockets of his winter coat. "Jesus," he said, taking in the attic. "There's no way you'll ever get this all done." "That's probably true." Sitting on the floor, Cody leaned back against the box, legs out in front of him. "Eileen doesn't expect me to, just as long as I make some kind of a dent." The attic was all dusty wooden beams, light bulbs hanging horror movie-like on strings from the sloped ceiling, boxes and boxes and boxes of books, and yet more piles and piles and piles of books. A rickety folding table Cody used as a workstation that held his loaner laptop, and a tiny circular window barely bigger than his head that currently looked out over the cloudy evening sky. "It's fucking creepy in here," Mitch said. He sat perpendicular to Cody, back against the box. "You should see it at night with all the lights off." "No, thank you." Cody nudged Mitch's booted foot with his own. "What are you doing here? I thought you were going with Alex to the airport." "Nah, it's always harder that way. He left about a half hour ago." "Sorry, man." "It's okay." Mitch bit his lip. It did nothing to hide his grin. "I've got a free weekend in a couple of weeks. He wants me to come to Toronto so we can house hunt together." Cody straightened. "Say what? Right? I mean, I know I won't live there full time, but he still wants it to be our home." "Aw." Shooting upward, he grabbed Mitch by the shoulders and drew him in for a hug. "I'm so happy for you." He'd never admit to the fear that made his chest freeze when he thought about how they were slipping away from each other the older they got. "My nose is squished in your armpit," Mitch muttered. Cody squeezed him close before letting him go. "I knew before I even met Alex that he'd be good for you. I love being proven right." Mitch nudged Cody's booted foot with his own. "Asshole." Cody settled back against his box again with a grin. "How about you, though?" "Huh?" Mitch nudged his foot again. "What's going on with you?" "Nothing?" Expression turning skeptical, Mitch crossed his arms over his chest. "This morning, after we parked on campus and went our separate ways, I said, 'See you later,' and your response was green." "Green? What the—" "Oh, Jesus." Cody covered his face with his hands and loosed a humorless laugh. "Green. The color of Roman's eyes. They weren't bright green like Alex's, but light and murky, like an olive. The color made it look like he was constantly peering into someone's soul." "What?" Mitch said. "Tell me." Lifting his hands away with a groan, Cody said, "I sort of, maybe, possibly have a little, tiny, insignificant crush on Roman." "Roman? As in Kinsey?" "One and the same. I swear, if you call him an asshole again—" Mitch's lips flattened. "Give me some credit. I was going to say he's cool." "Sure you were." "Fuck you," Mitch said mildly. "When have I ever lied to you?" That was true. Cody blew out a breath. "Sorry." "What do you like about him?" He cut himself off, really thinking about his answer. It wasn't often that he crushed on anyone. The last time had been in freshman year when he'd crushed hard on a guy he'd been partnered with for a project in Introduction to Psychology. What was it about Roman that made him take notice? "I like that I can tell him anything and he won't judge me. I like that he always seems surprised when I smile at him or laugh at one of his jokes. And I like that he tries so hard even though he pretends he doesn't care." Mitch was grinning like a moron, but in short order, a smile slipped off his face and his eyes pinched with concern. "I always thought he was straight." "Yeah," Cody said on a sigh. I think he might not be, but I don't know. How are you going to figure it out? No fucking clue. Cotton had wanted Italian wedding soup. His face had lit up like Roman was handing him the Stanley Cup instead of a Tupperware container when Roman had passed it to him before their event this evening. And then Zanetti had asked for roasted red pepper. Roman had no idea what his expression had said in answer, but Zanetti had taken 2 steps back with a muttered, "Never mind," and fled to the other side of the locker room. Jesus, so sensitive, these guys. Every step forward with them was matched with what felt like a zillion steps back. Truth was, he was happy to make anybody any kind of soup. He liked cooking. But apparently, surprise registered across his face as a firm hell no. Reaching both arms over his head, he grabbed a fistful of his green Trailblazers branded hoodie and pulled it over his head before flinging it into his cubby in the locker room of the Sport U arena. Then he sat on the bench, left foot planted on the seat next to him, drew up the leg of his trousers, and scratched at the nagging, persistent itch that made him want to claw his skin off. "Hey, man." Honeybun, still not looking quite 100%, but leaps and bounds better than when he'd fallen off a stationary bicycle, sat next to him. Roman squinted at him. "Are you wearing concealer?" Honeybun poked at the skin under his eyes. "You should see my bags, man. I could fucking sleep in them. Miranda wouldn't let me in front of the cameras without makeup." Miranda was one of their media relations coordinators. Honeybun pitched his voice higher. "You look like a zombie. You'll scare the children." Tonight's event had been in support of the local women's shelter, and many of the women had kids, which the team's engagement coordinators had anticipated. They'd had kids' ice skates in various sizes ready, as well as kid-sized hockey sticks, helmets, and padding, and they'd skated around pylons, learning a few basic stick-handling moves and taken turns shooting the puck into the net. Roman and his team had signed autographs, given away swag, taken selfies, interviewed for the many television stations in attendance, and taught little kids how to keep the puck from getting away from them. Given that the Trailblazers were still such a new team, and that they were last in the conference, Roman was surprised by the media turnout. Grateful, though, for the spotlight on the shelter. "How are you feeling?" he asked Honeybun. "You look a little less like a corpse." "You're a riot, Kinsey." Honeybun was smiling as he said it. "I'm better, thanks. My lungs aren't rattling anymore, but the cough is lingering and I'm tired all the time. It's nice to get out of the house, though. Anyway, I wanted to say thanks for the soup. It's the only thing I've eaten for the past few days." "Didn't even leave me any," Ritz grumbled, walking past them to sit on Honeybun's other side. Honeybun's grin held no shame. "It was fucking awesome soup. There was lemon in there, wasn't there?" "Yep," Roman said. "What are you doing?" Honeybun finally seemed to have caught on to the fact that Roman had scratched angry welts into his shin. This fucking state. With one last scratch, he lowered his pant leg and set his foot on the ground. "It's so damn dry that everything itches." Even his damn ass cheeks itched, especially for the hour after getting out of the shower. "Here." Rising, Honeybun went to his own cubby not far from Roman's, reached onto the top shelf, grabbed something, and threw it underhand to Roman. "This'll help." "What is it?" Far as Roman could tell, it was a small, clear glass jar, like the type found at beauty counters and department stores. Whatever was inside it was a milky white. "Body lotion. Put it on when you get out of the shower. It'll help with the dryness and itchiness." "He makes it," Ritz piped in absent-mindedly from where he sat in front of his own cubby, cell phone in hand. Roman blinked up at Honeybun. "You made this?" "Sure," Honeybun said with a shrug. He removed his own hoodie and hung it in his cubby, leaving him in charcoal trousers and a lavender dress shirt. "I also make soaps and cleansers and other moisturizers. Shampoo, too. I'm going to try toners next." "The fuck is toner?" "Give him your card," Ritz said. "Oh, right." Honeybun went fishing for something else in his cubby. A second later, he was thrusting a business card in Roman's direction. Nature's honey, the card read, and below that, all natural skin care. There was a website listed, but nothing else. Impressed, Roman eyed Honeybun over the card. You sell your stuff online? Yeah, not a lot though. Natural skincare is a pretty competitive market, but I sell enough to keep me busy. Nature's honey, Roman murmured. I wanted to call it honey for your money, but Ritz vetoed it. It was a little too on the ball, Ritz said, a smile in his voice as he put his phone away and started dressing in his winter gear. Roman twisted the lid off the jar and gave the lotion a sniff. Smells like a candy cane. He wasn't sure how he felt about smelling like a holiday confection, but if it helped with the itchiness, he'd swim in the damn thing. Yeah, Ritz got me a bunch of essential oils for Christmas, and I've been experimenting with the scents. Is it too strong? I've got some unscented stuff at home. Nah, this is great. Thanks, man. He brought his foot onto the bench again and pulled the leg of his pants up, slathering lotion onto his shin. Cold water helps, too. Honeybun threw over his shoulder as he headed out the door behind Ritz. Huh? Honeybun turned to walk backward, pulling a toque. 7 years in America, and Roman still couldn't call it a beanie, out of his pocket at the same time. If you splash cold water on the itch, it helps soothe it. Life hacks by Honeybun. Honeybun was cackling on his way out until that cackle turned into a wet cough. Roman flinched at the sound as Honeybun paused in the doorway to cough into his elbow. Soon, that cough turned dry and rough, and he bent at the waist, bracing his other hand against his knee. Ritz rematerialized from where he'd presumably wandered off down the hallway. He rubbed soothing circles against Honeybun's lower back, lips pinched and concerned lines marring the corners of his eyes. I swear to fuck, Billy B., Kabykina said when Honeybun finally stopped coughing, his Russian accent faint. If you give us all pneumonia, I'm going to beat you bloody. Honeybun rose and took a deep breath. I'd like to see you try. His voice was wrecked. The doc says he's past the contagious stage, Ritz informed them. Kabykina didn't appear convinced. I want that in writing. Rolling his eyes, Ritz trailed Honeybun out the door. Cotton followed, hugging Tupperware to his chest. He waved at Roman. Thanks again for the soup, Kinsey. And then he was gone, too. Soup? On the other end of the locker room, Jacoba's head popped up. How come the rest of the class didn't get soup? Which was how Roman found himself taking soup orders from the remaining guys. Everything from minestrone to butternut squash to corn chowder to Zanetti's roasted red pepper. It'd keep him busy, but hey, it wasn't like he had a natural skincare company to keep him occupied. As he navigated Sport U Arena's back hallways to the parking garage, decked out in his new peacoat and Cody's royal blue and forest green patterned scarf, he pulled his phone out of his pocket and found a text from Cody. Cody, who of course he thought about every time he wore the scarf, and every time he didn't wear the scarf. Hope you're having more fun than me, Cody's text said. There was a photo attachment of what Roman assumed was the attic of the Glen Hill Public Library, a large, gloomy, sloped-ceiling room piled high with boxes and assorted book piles everywhere. The text had come in 3 hours ago when tonight's event was just starting. Roman quickly typed out a message in response and hit send. You're surrounded by books. How can that be bad? Cody's reply came only seconds later. It's like the lost damn world of books in here. Also, a spider just ran over my foot. Roman was cringing at the image that brought forth as he stepped into the parking garage. Cold swept over his exposed face, and he tucked his chin and nose into his scarf, inhaling a scent he associated with Cody. Something vaguely spring-like that reminded him of grass after a rainstorm, mixed with the crisp smell of winter. Rubbing a hand over his cheek where Cody had kissed him, he slipped into his SUV, mulling that kiss over, thinking about how the quiet peck had made him feel breathless and euphoric, yet weighed down by the past, all at the same time. Did he want to kiss Cody for real? Fuck yes. Was he afraid of where it could lead? Double fuck yes. Was he willing to take the chance? The fact that he couldn't answer that one said a lot about his mental state. Cody was a psych major. What would he tell Roman? Maybe that he was afraid of history repeating itself? With no solid answers, Roman drove home. 8. On Saturday morning, Cody dropped Mitch off on campus so he could catch the team bus to Amherst for tonight's game against the University of Massachusetts, then headed to Burlington to hang out with his dad for the day. Yeah, the day. He thought his dad would fly in mid-afternoon and they'd have dinner together and maybe breakfast tomorrow before saying goodbye. Instead, his dad was landing late morning and Cody was scheduled to meet him for lunch at one of the Church Street Marketplace restaurants, after which they'd do something before having an early dinner and then catching the University of Vermont men's hockey game. Mitch had laughed and laughed when Cody had told him that his dad had gotten them tickets to see the Glen Hill Mountaineers' arch nemesis play hockey. It's actually kind of nice when you think about it, Mitch had finally said. He doesn't watch hockey, yet he got these tickets for you guys. It was nice. Cody could admit once he stopped looking at himself as the child who got left behind and started thinking of himself as an adult who needed answers. It was like Roman had said, change your attitude. Too bad the Vermont Trailblazers weren't playing tonight. Now there was a game Cody would love to see live. When he reached Burlington, he navigated to the parking garage he always used, parked, donned a scarf and gloves, and headed out. Snow wasn't in the forecast for today, but it was overcast, the clouds hanging low in the sky, making everything seem dull and muted. The gentle wind was crisp and bitter. When he hit the streets, he pointed himself in the direction of City Hall Park, choosing a bench at random to wait for his dad. He people-watched for a few minutes. Eventually, he rose to pace to ward off the chill, eyeing the buildings across the street. Roman had mentioned that his apartment overlooked the marketplace. Was he in one of these? Unsurprised to find himself yet again thinking about Roman, he tilted his head back and groaned up at the sky. Despite not feeling sexual attraction until he had an emotional connection to someone, romantic attraction wasn't the same, and he was very much 100% all in romantically attracted to Roman. He wanted to talk to him all the time, to know everything about him, to cuddle while watching a movie, to take him on a date. God, he wanted to treat Roman to a date so damn badly, ply him with food and wine and so much attention Roman would be riding a high for weeks. Roman deserved all that, and more. And he wanted a kiss, a real kiss. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling Roman would be an exceptional kisser. He didn't want to have sex with Roman. Not yet. Possibly not ever. It was hard to say. But the kissing thing? Yes, please. He wanted to be kissed to high heaven. Cody! Jarred out of his thoughts, he spotted his dad coming toward him up the paved walkway. Oh, good. Kissing fantasy interrupted by his dad. How utterly normal. Dad, hi. Peter Evans was a couple of inches shorter than Cody's 5'10". Where he didn't meet Cody in height, he outdid him in width and bulk. Whereas Cody was tall and skinny with what Mitch had once called a yoga bod, his dad was average height with wide shoulders, a barrel chest, and muscled everything. The only physical attribute Cody had inherited was his dad's hair and eyes. His dad stuck out a gloved hand. It's good to see you, kid. The other hand punched Cody's shoulder in what was likely supposed to be a gentle love tap, but that almost bowled Cody over. Look at you! You're taller than me! Cody shook his dad's hand and stayed silent. What was he supposed to say to that? To this relative stranger he'd been taller than since his growth spurt in high school. To this man who knew Cody was taller because his dad had said the exact same thing when they'd seen each other a couple summers ago while Cody was home to visit his mom. Reclaiming his hand, Cody said, "Lunch?" The cold kept him numb from feeling anything as they walked along Church Street in search of a restaurant, finally settling on one that served what the restaurant slogan called American fare. Cody took that to mean a little bit of everything, and he was proven right when they were seated and he read through the menu. Fish and chips, chicken and waffles, macaroni and cheese. Sitting back in his chair, he regarded his dad. His hair was grayer than Cody remembered, especially around the temples. Lines bracketed the corners of his eyes and mouth and striped his forehead. Pale sunspots crested the tops of both cheeks. Cody often went long periods of time without seeing his mom, and when they saw each other again, it was like no time at all had passed as they picked up where they'd left off. Such was not the feeling he got when confronted with his father. It didn't feel like he was sitting with a stranger, exactly. More like his dad was an acquaintance Cody knew would judge him for whatever came out of his mouth. He could just imagine bumping into Mitch in the middle of the street after some time apart, or his mom, or even Roman, and the million little things he'd have to tell them. With his dad, he had nothing. Once they'd ordered and their server had deposited glasses of water onto their table, his dad sat back and steepled his fingers together over his stomach. He wore a long-sleeved, muted green t-shirt tucked into a pair of well-worn jeans. To anyone else, he might have looked casual, but Cody knew his dad was aware of everything, including the hair and eye color of everyone in the restaurant, customers and staff included, the location of every exit, who sat behind him, and even the tiny drop of what could be dried mustard on one corner of the tablecloth. "Comes with the job," he'd once told Cody. "How's school?" he asked now. "Good," Cody said. When the silence went on for a moment too long, he added, "Got a couple of tests this week." "Spring break next month, right? Got plans for that?" "No." Cody had never understood those students who headed south for spring break. Where did they get the money to spend on flights and hotels and booze? Mommy and Daddy, probably. But Cody's parents, like Mitch's, were of the "if you want it, you have to earn it" variety. And so they'd spent every spring break making a daily drive to Montpelier to watch the movies at the theater they'd missed out on over the last couple of months. "I was thinking of coming back to visit in the spring. Maybe after your exams?" his dad said. And Cody was so shocked he froze with his water glass halfway to his lips. 2 visits in 1 year? Are you sure you'll be able to get the vacation time?" "Well," clearing his throat, his dad leaned his elbows on the table. "That's something I wanted to talk to you about. Why I came here today." Cody braced himself, stomach reworking itself into knots. He just knew he was about to find out that his dad was getting shipped to freaking Germany or something, as if Texas wasn't already far enough. "I'm retiring." His head whipped around. "What?" "I'm retiring." His dad rubbed his palms together, a nervous gesture Cody hadn't seen from him in a long time. "Put my papers in a little while ago." "You are?" "Yeah, it's time." Cody didn't buy that "it's time" bullshit. "What brought this on?" The short answer? Like I said, it's time. "Yes, I know, you're unimpressed by that answer," his dad added with a small chuckle in response to Cody's disbelieving expression. "The long answer?" He turned serious, amusement disappearing from his face. "The long answer is that I'm 53, and in the 28 years I've been a husband and the almost 22 years I've been a father, I've lived in a different state than my wife and son. I've given the Army a lot of myself, but it's time for me to do something else, to get to know my family again." Elation and trepidation warring in equal measure, Cody fell against the back of his chair. "Wow, that's amazing, unexpected. Does Mom know?" "I told her while I was there." "What will you do with yourself now?" "Job-wise? I'm not sure. His dad sat back too, fiddling with his knife on the table. What I'd really like to do is go back to school. Really? But you already have a degree. In biology, of all things, with a concentration in amphibians. How that helped his army career, Cody couldn't begin to guess. Yeah, but I'd do it this time in something totally useless and trivial, like philosophy. Cody wrinkled his nose, making his dad laugh. You could get your master's in wildlife science or something like that. He could say with 100% certainty that he'd never before seen his dad's entire face light up like a kid's on Christmas. That's a thing? Before Cody could answer, their food arrived. His dad's medium-rare steak with baked potato and vegetables, and Cody's poached salmon in a creamy dill sauce with rice. Man, it was good. The only time he ever ate something other than Mama Jean's pizza, or pasta with sauce out of a can, was when his mom, or Mitch's dad, or Alex visited and cooked for them. And their visitors had gotten into the habit of cooking enough for a small country and storing it in the freezer for Cody and Mitch to eat later. They chatted through lunch, and once his dad had paid, they walked west on College Street to Lake Champlain and back to Digest, and then wandered the shops on Church Street. It was after Cody had picked out a blue and black checkered flannel shirt as a belated birthday present for Mitch, and they were walking out of the Vermont Flannel Company that his dad said, So, got a girlfriend? Cody coughed once, the cloth bag housing his purchase hitting him in the knees as they walked. No. His dad side-eyed him. Boyfriend? No? You don't sound so sure about that one. No, I'm sure. No boyfriend. Okay. His dad paused for a second, then, because you know it'd be okay, right? If you were gay. Oh, Jesus. Fuck his life. Of course they were having this conversation on a busy Saturday in the marketplace. What had even made him ask? Maybe his mom had said something? I'm not, Cody said, resigned to his fate. I'm demisexual. Huh. That's a new one. What's it mean? A familiar face in the crowd drew his attention. Roman! He sounded slightly unhinged. Roman turned his way and yelled, Cody! In the same deranged voice, and Cody laughed more than was strictly necessary. God help him. What are you up to? Cody asked when he and his dad drew near. Roman held up both hands, covered in a pair of thick black gloves. Finished my winter gear shopping. He looked good in his winter gear, in that puffy black coat he'd bought last weekend and with Cody's scarf around his neck. A dark gray beanie covered his head and the tops of his ears. What brings you out? My dad and I had lunch, Cody replied, and made introductions between his dad and Roman. It's good to meet you, sir. Likewise, his dad said. I was starting to think that Mitch was Cody's only friend. Cody gritted his teeth, feeling judged to the tips of his soles. He had other friends, just that Mitch was his favorite. Don't you go to school with Cody? They ambled down the street, Cody behind his dad and Roman like the third wheel on a first date. He didn't notice his shoulders were up to his ears until Roman reached back, grabbed his wrists, and drew him up next to him with a squinty-eyed look that said, You belong up here, dummy. No, Roman said, answering his dad's question while Cody went all gooey inside. I volunteer at his library. They chatted for a few minutes, and when his dad said, What do you do, Roman? And Roman said, I play hockey for the Vermont Trailblazers. And his dad said, What's that? Cody couldn't help but chuckle. Dad's not a hockey fan, Cody informed Roman. I prefer football, his dad said. Roman said, Oh. And silence descended for a few breaths. Then Roman said, What about golf? And his dad started talking about his favorite course in his corner of Texas. Cody's own gloved hand bumped Roman's, and it took all of his willpower not to take it in his, to walk hand in hand as if they were a couple. That'd be so nice, the two of them, taking a casual afternoon stroll through the marketplace, doing some window shopping, stopping to grab a coffee and a pastry, and a quiet chat at one of the coffee shops, going home afterward to cook dinner together, watching a movie on the couch, maybe making out like hormonal teenagers during part of it, not for it to lead to sex, but because they wanted to be close to each other. He was ripped out of his fantasy when Roman said, "Anyway, it was nice to meet you, Mr. Evans. I'll let you two get on with your day." Cody made his eyes big and stared at Roman, hoping his expression conveyed SOS. "Or," Roman said, drawing the word out, "can I treat you both to a coffee?" "I could get out of the cold for a few minutes," Cody said, turning his big eyes on his dad. In the end, Cody's dad treated them. They sat at a small table in front of the window overlooking Church Street, Cody with the smallest of coffees in front of him because it was late enough in the day that even this little bit of caffeine would keep him up until the middle of the night. Roman's, in contrast, was as big as his face. When they were down to the last few sips, Cody's dad excused himself to the bathroom, leaving Cody and Roman alone. Cody leaned his forearms on the table, which brought him closer to Roman, sitting on his left. He smelled, unsurprisingly, like coffee, and there was also an underlying hint of mint. "Hi," Cody said. "Hi." In the coffee shop's lighting, Roman's eyes appeared darker. His eyebrow and nose ring gave him a badass air that made Cody's palms sweat. "How's it going with your dad?" "It doesn't suck." He smiled at Roman's laugh. "Thank you for staying. Really." He squeezed Roman's wrist. "I don't know what to say to him half the time." "You're welcome. But I really am going to take off when he comes back from the bathroom so you can take advantage of the time you've got with him." Roman did just that, shaking Cody's dad's hand and wishing him a good rest of the day. He put his winter gear back on, including Cody's scarf. Cody just melted seeing it on him, and squeezed Cody's shoulder on his way out. "See you Tuesday, Cody." Cody's eyes followed him out the door and down the street. When he focused again on his dad, he was watching Cody with a small smile. Cody scowled. "What?" "Tell me more about this demisexual thing." Later, they had dinner at a pizza joint, and Cody made a point of getting to know his dad. "What's your favorite thing about Texas? Least favorite thing? Do you golf a lot? Is it really as hot in Texas in the summer as I imagine it is? Are you nervous about retiring? Will you come to my graduation ceremony?" He didn't ask that last one. Couldn't bring himself to. Finally, after dinner and after the game, they stood in the parking garage in front of his dad's rental car. Cody awkwardly shoved his hands in his pockets. "It was good to see you, kid." His dad pulled him into a hug. "You too, Dad." Cody held on a moment longer. Despite being nervous about how today would go, despite a small part of him not wanting anything from this man who hadn't been there for him growing up, he'd had a good time and was now oddly reluctant to part ways. As if, even though his dad was retiring, they'd never see each other again. His dad pulled back. "I'm glad you had the day free to spend with me." "Yeah, me too." "Listen," he rubbed his palms together. "My retirement ceremony is in March. I know you've got school and work, but if you're able to make it, I'd love to have you there." "Oh, wow, really?" "Yeah, okay. Maybe email me the details and I'll see what I can do." "Will do." The car chirped as his dad hit the unlock button on the key fob. "Good luck on your midterms." "Thanks. Have a safe flight tomorrow." I'd ask them why. Cody didn't ask, and he was big enough to admit that it was because he was afraid of the answer. A minute later, he sat in his car, rested his forehead against the steering wheel, and sighed long and deep. Had he ever been this tired after spending a day with his mom? Pulling his phone out, he sent Roman a text. "I'm emotionally exhausted. Thanks again for hanging out with us this afternoon." Roman: "You're welcome. It was fun to meet your dad. What are you up to now?" Cody: "Trying to gather the energy to drive back to Glen Hill." His phone rang in his hand, Roman's name on the screen. Stomach flipping, Cody grinned and swiped to answer. Hey. Come over, Roman said without preamble. What? Come over. Pulling the phone away from his ear, Cody checked the time. It's after 10. So? Cody opened his mouth to decline, and then paused to consider why he should decline when he didn't want to in the first place. Besides, the coffee he'd drunk this afternoon would keep him up for another 4 hours anyway, so it wasn't like his exhaustion would transfer to actual sleep. I'll feed you, Roman added. You say the prettiest words. I'll be there in 2 minutes. He went to hang up, then hurriedly put the phone back to his ear only to hear Roman chuckling. How do I get to your place? Less than 10 minutes after hanging up with Cody, Roman had leftover potatoes and cheese-stuffed chicken breasts warming in the oven and freshly chopped carrots steaming on the stove when there was a knock at his door. He had no earthly idea what had possessed him to invite Cody over. He just knew he hadn't seen enough of him this afternoon, and he'd wanted more. He was smiling before he reached the door. Cody stood there, nose pink from the cold. His glasses had fogged up, and he held them in one hand and was running a finger over the lenses to clear them. He slipped them back onto his nose, his lips curving upward, color rising in his cheeks to match his nose. Hi. Hey, Cody. Come in. Despite the late hour, Cody bounced inside. Wow, it smells amazing in here, he said while taking off his coat and slipping out of his boots. What are you making? Chicken and potatoes. Wait, seriously? Cody followed him into the kitchen and sat on a bar stool at the counter. When you said you'd feed me, I expected something easy, like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Poking the carrots with a fork to test their readiness, Roman surveyed Cody across the counter. Do you want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? No way. I want real food. Then real food you shall have. He drained the carrots and added butter, crushed parsley, and maple syrup. Then he put the lid back on the pot to keep them warm until the rest of the food was ready. Roman? Cody's bewildered tone made him smile. Cody? What's this? Cody waved a hand at this, which was a counter covered with flour, which, in turn, was topped with squares of dough. I'm making apple turnovers. He'd never had them, but Cody liked them, so he'd found a recipe online. From scratch? Well, yeah. Okay, I just had a thought, Cody said, slamming one hand on the counter, flour exploding everywhere. You know how I've been trying to get speakers to the library? I think you should teach a cooking class. Roman passed him a couple of apples, a knife, a cutting board, and a bowl. You want me to do what? Teach a cooking class. I'm no expert. Roman, you're making apple turnovers. Well, this is easy, Roman said, slicing apples. Not for everyone. Come on, please. Oh, except I can't really pay you. He shot Cody a look, as if I'd asked to be paid to help save the library. And that, Cody said, brandishing the knife in his direction, is exactly the right answer. How sometime next month? That way I've got time to run it by Eileen and set some space aside and put together some flyers and get attendees. Roman squinted at him. I didn't say yes. Except you kind of did, though. Eddie? Can't I talk about, I don't know, the skills you need to be a hockey player? Well, you should definitely talk about hockey, too. Just not at the same time, obviously. We'll do a separate night for that. Roman set his knife down and stared at Cody. How had he found himself leading 2 speaker sessions when he didn't even want one? Cody was exhausting. In the best way possible. Before Roman could get suckered into doing a song and dance, he changed the subject. How was your day with your dad? They sliced apples as they talked. Where previously Cody had sounded foreboding when speaking about his father, now there was a hopeful lilt to his voice, like maybe their relationship wasn't as bad as he'd thought. He didn't sound upbeat per se, more contemplative and tentatively optimistic about the future. Once the apples were mixed with cinnamon sugar and deposited onto squares of dough, and the squares were folded and ready to go in the oven, Cody's meal was ready to come out.
Man, this is good,
Cody said through a full mouth, spearing a second bite of chicken.
I don't think you took Mitch's suggestion seriously enough when he asked you to move in. Also, what's on these potatoes?
Paprika and chili powder, Roman said, wiping the counter clean.
So you just...
Cody waved his fork.
Slice the potatoes, douse them in paprika and chili powder, and then bake them?
Yep. First I boil them to soften them.
Oh, I could do that at home.
You could.
But first you have to tell me your paprika to chili powder ratio.
He paused, then,
and I need to borrow some paprika and chili powder.
Cody ended up having a double helping of chicken, potatoes, and carrots. For a skinny guy, he sure could pack it away. Afterwards, he roamed the apartment while Roman cleaned, inspecting knickknacks and checking out the view, and taking a thorough tour of the hallway bathroom for some reason.
I'm guessing this place came furnished,
Cody eventually said. Roman handed him a glass of water. What makes you say that?
I'm not sure.
Cody pursed his lips, taking in Roman's living room.
I don't know why, but I wouldn't expect you to have white leather couches.
I wouldn't have leather at all. Roman checked the time on the microwave.
Seeing as he still had a few minutes for the apple turnovers to finish baking, he rounded the counter out of his little kitchen and joined Cody in the living room.
All I want to do is relax and watch TV or read a book, but I keep slipping off the damn thing.
Taking a seat on said leather couch, Cody popped his feet onto the coffee table. What made you choose this place?
I didn't. Roman sat on the other end of the couch. It belongs to the Trailblazers. They set me up here when I got traded.
Have you looked for your own place yet?
No.
Elbow on the back of the couch, Roman turned toward Cody and rested his head in his hand.
No point. Not with the NHL talking about moving the team to a different city.
Yeah, I heard about that. What's your take on it?
All loose-limbed and relaxed, lashes shadowing his cheeks every time he blinked. Cody was the perfect way to end a quiet Saturday. The way his eyes sparkled in the light of the living room lamp made Roman think of lazy Sunday mornings in bed and slow kisses in the moonlight.
Roman?
He blinked, shaking his head. Huh? Oh, the NHL, Trailblazers, new city. My take is that the NHL wouldn't be considering it if we sold more tickets to our games. And one of the things that's going to sell more tickets is winning more.
One thing that might help you win is
being on the same line as Ritz. He gave Cody's thigh a nudge with his foot. Yes, so you've said.
Actually, I was going to say you guys still need more shots on goal.
Standing before he could get lost in Cody's grin, he went into the kitchen. I'm going to make some coffee. Want some?
God, no. Are you kidding? I won't sleep again till Wednesday. You should consider a healthier alternative to coffee when you need a smoke, Cody tacked on, following a train of thought only he understood. Roman set the coffee maker, then leaned against the counter.
Like what?
Cheese Whiz covered celery sticks.
Ew, he shuddered.
Cody cackled. I just wanted to make you squirm.
The timer went off, and Roman donned oven mitts to pull the tray out of the oven.
Oh, man, Cody said from where he'd moved to the other side of the counter. That looks amazing. He said amazing on a moan, and Roman paused for a second, heat hotter than that of the oven flushing his cheeks. Got ice cream to go with these?
Closing the oven door, Roman cleared his throat and opened the freezer, the frigid air doing nothing to cool his runaway libido. Of course. What do you take me for?
Whoa. Cody came around the counter, hip-bumped Roman out of the way, and stared into the freezer. Are you preparing for the zombie apocalypse? Roman inspected his stacks of Tupperware containers, neatly labeled with their contents, and refused to be embarrassed.
I cook extra so I can have leftovers.
Unimpressed with that answer, Cody closed the freezer and pulled open the fridge door. Holy crap! You are prepping for the zombie apocalypse!
The fridge held yet more Tupperware containers, rows and rows of it, also labeled. It was so much easier to label things than spend 5 minutes opening containers to find what he wanted. I like food and variety. Cody peeked at him from the corner of his eye. You sure you don't want to move in with us? Chuckling, Roman nudged him out of the way to get the ice cream. You keep saying that, and I'm going to start thinking you're serious. Who says I'm not? Roman turned, ice cream in hand, freezer door falling shut with a soft thwump, and found Cody right there, close enough to touch, close enough to spot the faint freckles that arced over his nose and cheekbones, close enough to almost feel the humidity of Cody's mouth when he licked his lips. This was it. Cody was going to kiss him again. For real this time. Roman sucked in a breath, stomach jumping with nerves, heart beating with excitement, lump the size of the state of Vermont forming in his throat with fear at the thought of being vulnerable. Roman didn't honestly think Cody was a machete-wielding assassin for hire. Could be he was exactly what he appeared to be, earnest and hard-working and determined and loyal. But Roman hadn't trusted his own judgment when it came to other people in a really long time. And besides, how bad was the timing? If they started dating, Cody would want to be out as a couple, and just the thought made Roman's neck itch. Cody's eyes dipped to Roman's mouth, then seemed to catch on the tub of ice cream Roman held in front of him like a barrier, a questioning furrow appearing between his brows. Something passed over his face. Uncertainty? Disappointment? And he backed up a step, bumping into the counter. Ice cream scoop? He said, his voice scratchy and intimate in the otherwise silent apartment. Ice cream scoop. Right. Still, it took him a minute to turn away from Cody. Standing there, his hands frozen, the cold ice cream tub pressing into his stomach, he wanted desperately to reach out. Wanted to so bad that he leaned forward toward Cody, whose eyes flared with surprise, before catching himself and jerking away to get the ice cream scoop. Because with the past hanging over his head, he didn't trust himself, or his judgment, or whatever was happening between them. 9. Cody was endlessly frustrated with himself for being unable to concentrate as he studied for his tests, for his inability to find speakers for the library, for his thoughts, which strayed toward Roman more often than he cared to admit, especially after Saturday night's tense consumption of apple turnovers. It was like something had flipped in Roman, and he'd gone from friendly and welcoming to, well, still friendly, but with a distance between them that Cody couldn't breach. And he'd tried to get them back to that comfortable camaraderie that had been between them. But no matter how much Roman smiled or laughed or joked, there was an air of despondency to him, like a cloud of dark thoughts hovered over him. He was frustrated with the entire rest of the world, too. Why was it so hard to get even one person, other than Roman, to give a talk at the library? Why didn't anybody want to help him? Was no one taking him seriously? Was it the way he was asking? He needed to change tactics, but he didn't know what he was doing wrong in the first place. And of course, he was frustrated with Roman. 6 days of distance between them and things hadn't warmed, even during Tuesday's story time. Roman had arrived 10 minutes before he was due to lead the session, said a quick hello to the staff and an even quicker one to Cody, and went right into story time. Cody hadn't even seen him leave afterward. Even their texts were stilted. Example from 2 days ago. Cody. Hey, I spoke with Eileen and she's totally on board with you doing a cooking demonstration and or a talk about whatever topic associated with hockey you want. When should I book you for? Roman. Whenever. Cody. Okay. How about the first Thursday in March? Roman. Got a game that night. Cody. So obviously not whenever. Can you please give me some dates? For 6 days, Cody considered sending him a message of the "what did I do wrong" variety, but not only did it sound pathetically desperate, it was stupid to think that Roman's pulling away had anything to do with him. Roman could be going through his own thing. Sure, he'd started being weird while Cody was there, but that didn't mean anything, did it? He was just as tempted to send him an, "Is everything okay? How can I help?" text. But he already knew what Roman's answer would be. "I'm fine." Cody didn't want an "I'm fucking fine, thank you very much." He was even frustrated with Mitch, who was flying to Toronto this evening so he and Alex could spend the weekend house hunting. Here Mitch was, growing up right in front of him, getting his life together, and Cody was stalking Roman online. Okay, not stalking, but he had Googled the Trailblazers' game schedule to find out if they were playing tonight. Sitting in the drop-off zone of the Burlington International Airport after dropping Mitch off, he brought his phone closer to his face and squinted at the screen. Today, Friday, the Trailblazers had no scheduled games. Their last game had been an away game 2 nights ago, and their next one was tomorrow at home. Which meant Roman had to be in the city, right? And what? Cody was going to show up on his doorstep and demand, what, that they be friends again? That Roman tell him what was wrong? All Cody wanted was to hang out with him. And yeah, he still wanted to kiss him too, regardless of Roman being as distant as the fucking horizon. But it was clear that Roman didn't want to kiss him. Trepidation had been written all over his face when they'd stood too close in the kitchen, and he'd held the ice cream tub between them like an invisible wall, like he didn't want Cody to come any closer. Fine. Cody wasn't stupid. Psychology major, hello? Body language was his jam. He could take a hint. No kissing, friends only. He could deal with friends only. He wanted Roman in his life one way or the other, and if it was as just friends, so be it. That was probably better anyway. No broken hearts when Cody left for grad school, assuming he was accepted. Pulling up his Maps app, he typed in Roman's address. Damn. Not only was the drive to his apartment straightforward, but it was all of 11 minutes. 11 minutes. He could be there in less time than it took him to clean up after Mitch in the mornings. With his heart begging for Roman and his head telling him to give the guy his space, he leaned his head back against the headrest and settled in to overthink some more. A knock on the passenger side window startled him so badly his phone leaped out of his hands and hit the car mat at his feet. "Sir," an airport security guard wearing a bright yellow vest crouched to talk to him through the window. "You can't park here." Right. Waving to show he'd heard, he looked over his shoulder out the back passenger window, but Mitch was long gone into the airport, heading toward his future. Cody, desperately wanting to head to his own, pulled into the parking lot of a motel off Airport Road and called Roman. Roman's soups were a hit. Such a hit that his teammates now wanted all manner of foods. Goat cheese stuffed chicken, homemade pasta sauce, dumplings, chicken pot pie, shrimp and grits, fried green tomatoes, potato salad, lasagna, veggie lasagna. He had his work cut out for him. Maybe Cody would help? The thought wasn't a surprise given he'd had Cody on the brain for almost a full week. What was a surprise was that picturing Cody in his life didn't freak him out like it had last week. Maybe he'd decided to trust in Cody's sincerity or in his own judgment. Maybe he just didn't give a fuck anymore. Whatever the reason, his flight instincts seemed to have calmed enough that Cody was no longer a threat. That Cody had continued to text him all week, despite Roman being less than forthcoming, might have had something to do with it. He'd stuck by Roman while Roman was being an asshole, and slowly worn him down to the point where he finally understood what Cody was trying to say. He wasn't going anywhere. "See you tomorrow, Kinsey," Ritz said as he and Honeybun passed him on their way out of the locker room of their practice facility. Later. Roman had played the best hockey of his life this week, in practice and during games. No doubt an attempt to force Cody out of his thoughts and prove to himself that he didn't need anyone else. But although he might not need anyone else, he sometimes wanted someone. Just because Cass and the rest of their friends on their major junior team had cast him out didn't mean the entire world was a dickbag. He walked out to the parking lot with that idea floating in his mind. and the idea that maybe he was ready for more in his life than just hockey. So when his phone rang while he was shutting his car door behind him and he saw Cody's name pop up on the screen, his hands tingled and he answered with a smile. Fuck, he'd missed Cody. Hi, Cody. A brief pause.
Roman?
Yes?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I thought you were someone else because you sounded so...
Another pause, this one longer than the first. So what?
Never mind.
He sounded weird. Off. Actually, he sounded tentative, which was something Roman couldn't recall Cody ever being with him before. Concerned now, he said, Is everything okay?
Yep, fine. Great, in fact.
There was the sound of a smack, like Cody had smacked himself in the forehead. Okay. So, what's up?
What's up? Oh, right. I'm in Burlington. Just dropped Mitch off at the airport to visit Alex for the weekend. Since I'm nearby, I thought I could maybe come by and give you the details of your talk at the library.
There was the tentativeness again. Roman didn't want that. He wanted Cody to be comfortable around him, not this stuttering, I thought I could maybe, caution. Sure, that'd be good. I'm just leaving practice, though, so give me 20 minutes to get home. It took more like 25 because he got caught in an early rush hour snag on Main Street. He drove on autopilot and spent the entire time thinking about Cody's perfect pink lips, so that by the time he arrived, he was a bundle of flushed, nervous energy. Bypassing the elevator, he took the circular stairs in the middle of the building up 7 floors, and found Cody quietly sitting on the very top step. Cody's smile lacked its usual brightness.
Hey.
Hey, Cody. Roman squeezed his knee and sat next to him. Wedged together on the top step, they were shoulder to shoulder and thigh to thigh, giving Roman a little thrill. How was your week?
It was okay. Had a couple of psych tests. Pain in the ass when they're in the same week, you know?
I never went to university, so no, I don't know.
Oh, well, it's annoying.
I don't doubt it. Want to come in?
Sure.
They rose, and Cody patted the messenger bag on his shoulder.
Got everything you need right here.
Inside Roman's apartment, they shed winter coats and boots. Surprise briefly flared in Cody's eyes when he registered his scarf around Roman's neck, making Roman wince. He'd been an ass this week for ignoring Cody, no two ways around it. Listen, he said once they were seated on bar stools at the kitchen counter, a thin folder pulled from Cody's bag between them. I'm sorry about this week. I know I haven't exactly been around. I was just trying to figure some shit out. Cody tilted his head.
And did you?
Looking into Cody's pale blue eyes, Roman said, No, but I think I'm starting to. Cody blinked, eyebrows lowering, the look of confusion so at odds with his squared shoulders that Roman's chest lightened for the first time all week. He squeezed Cody's wrist. What have you got for me? Removing a sheet of paper from the folder, the only thing actually in the folder, which made Roman grin and Cody scowl at him, Cody went through everything with him, line by line, essentially a what and where and who of what Cody was calling, Don't Shut Down the Library, assholes, a speaker series.
I mean, obviously the customer-facing name is simply Glen Hill Library Speaker Series.
Obviously. Cody's eyes narrowed.
You're making fun of me.
Oh, yes. Cody's laugh was nice to hear after a week of texting.
I'll leave this with you,
he said, sliding the sheet in Roman's direction.
Remember, those dates are tentative until I confirm with Eileen that they won't conflict with anything else she's got going. Any questions?
How many people should I expect? No, wait. Roman held up a hand, palm out, the universal stop gesture. I take it back. I don't want to know. I'll just psych myself out.
But you play in front of thousands.
Cody rose, latched his bag closed, and fit the strap over his shoulder. Yeah, but I don't have to talk to them.
Public speaking isn't scary.
He headed to the front door and lifted his coat off the hook.
If you speak with enough confidence, they'll believe anything you say. Just pretend you're speaking to one person."
Roman leaned against the wall next to the door. "It's hard to pretend I'm only speaking to one person when I can see more than that in the audience." Cody turned to him, boots on, scarf on, coat zipped, gloves sticking out of one pocket, and said so softly Roman strained to hear him, "Just pretend you're talking to me." Tension arced between them, the good kind, the kind with so much potential it made Roman's hands tremble and covered him in a thin layer of sweat as possibilities opened up. "Yeah, I think that might work." Cody's smile was sweetly pleased.
"I'll see you Tuesday?"
Without looking away from Roman, he grasped the doorknob, pulled the door open.
"For story time."
"I'll be there."
"'Kay. Bye, Roman."
"Bye, Cody." Cody walked out into the bright hallway backward, lips curved upward, eyes so bright and happy it made Roman's nerves flip and dance. Then, with a final tiny wave, Cody turned. Roman stood at the door, wishing he had the guts to call Cody back. Before he reached the stairs, Cody stopped and threw his shoulders back. Turning, he marched back to Roman, head held high, his bag flopping behind him and hitting him in the back of the thighs. He stopped in front of Roman and sucked in a breath.
"Am I the only one feeling this?" He waved a hand between them. "Whatever this is. Please tell me I'm not. Please tell me you're at least a little bit not straight."
A chuckle rose in Roman's throat and he let it loose, absurdly glad that one of them had the guts to own up to the whatever this is between them. For the first time in his life, he knowingly and willingly outed himself. "I'm very much not straight. And no, you're not the only one feeling this."
"Oh."
Cody's expression turned soft. With less than a foot of space between them, his sigh whispered across Roman's lips.
"I'm gonna kiss you now, okay?"
"Yes, definitely okay. So okay. Hell, they should have been kissing since last weekend." But Roman had been too stuck in his own thoughts to think beyond people aren't to be trusted. With a mischievous smirk, Cody leaned in, one hand finding its way behind Roman's back. Roman met him halfway, barely breathing, heart thumping so fast it made him dizzy. Or maybe that was Cody's scent, that smell of grass and winter, so much stronger on the man himself than on the scarf Roman always wore when he went out. Their lips brushed, and the elevator announced its presence on their floor. They jumped apart, Roman with a growl and Cody with an eye roll and a muttered, "Seriously?" He shot Roman a shrug and a "what can you do?" smile. Roman huffed and sent him a "their timing sucks" one back. He didn't know if Cody understood him, but it nevertheless earned him a quiet chuckle. There were 2 other apartments on this floor. The building manager lived in the one on Roman's left. The one on his right was currently empty, but, like Roman's, was owned by the Trailblazers.
"Does the elevator even work?"
Cody muttered when several seconds went by and nothing happened. "Yeah." Roman cleared the gravel out of his throat. "It's just slow as fucking dirt." Cody frowned, head cocked.
"Dirt doesn't move."
"Exactly." Finally, the elevator doors opened, slower than his brain before coffee. Why would the building manager take it anyway? He knew better. Out stepped, not the building manager. Heart pumping for an entirely different reason, Roman jerked up from his slouch against the door jamb. Not 12 feet away was a man he never thought he'd see again except as a rival on the ice. His chest constricted, shortening his breath. Sweat broke out over his forehead, his upper lip. His hands fisted, his entire body poised to fight as memories he relived enough as it was assaulted him. A smirk, a door shutting in his face, his best friend outing him to the team. Cass? 10.
"So he just shut the door?" "Yeah."
Cody climbed out of the driver's seat and slammed the door behind him.
"He was all, sorry, and then I had a door in my face."
Mitch grabbed his duffel bag from the back seat and led them up the walkway of their townhouse. The day was bitterly cold, the evening sky dark and foreboding, matching the sensation in Cody's soul. Fat flakes had started to fall midway through their drive home from the airport. Anything since? Nope. Inside the house, they shed winter gear. I've been texting him for 2 days, and nothing. It's like he fell off the face of the earth, which I know he didn't because he played in last night's game. Cody went down the hallway and through the kitchen into the living room, where he fell face first onto the couch. His glasses smushed onto his face. He's been hot and cold since we met, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of him. I'm done with him. No, you're not, Mitch said from somewhere off to his right. No, Cody said on a sigh. I'm not. He turned his head on the pillow to pout at Mitch. Because I'm apparently a sucker for punishment. Nah. Mitch removed an empty water bottle from his duffel and threw it into the recycling bin under the sink. You just know a good thing when you see it. I mean, he gestured at himself. Man, it felt good to laugh. Better, it felt good to laugh with Mitch. Who is this Cass, anyway? Mitch asked. Kasper Kowalski. Most recent NHL trade from Vancouver to the Vermont Trailblazers. Oh, yeah. I heard about that on the news yesterday. I looked him up, Cody said, flipping onto his back. And then I looked Roman up. They played for the same major junior team in Ottawa. Not friends, I take it? I don't know. Maybe if you asked Roman. I mean, he did shut the door on both of us. But the look on Kowalski's face? Cody thought back and tried to describe it. He looked devastated. Cody had stood, staring at Roman's door inches from his nose for an endless minute, expecting it to open again. Even when it hadn't, he'd struggled to go from that jittery nerves first kiss feeling to your night's over as quickly as Roman apparently could. It was like being unexpectedly pushed into a swimming pool while wearing all of your clothes, your watch, and holding your cell phone. That holy fuck feeling where it took a moment to parse through A, what was happening, and B, that it was actually happening in the first place. Finally, he'd knocked on Roman's door, both to find out if he was okay and for an explanation. Only once, though, because Kowalski was still there behind him and Cody didn't want to appear like a desperate loser in front of him, although his neck had been screaming red just from having the door slammed in his face like he was a salesman hawking used condoms. When Roman hadn't reappeared, Cody's stomach had curdled, chest hollowing, and he'd taken a step back, only to bump into Kowalski, who'd moved forward at some point and hovered right behind Cody. Kowalski had also been staring at Roman's door with an expression Cody had labeled as hopeful kicked puppy. Until Cody had bumped into him, that is, and he'd mumbled an apology, unlocked the door to the apartment to the right of Roman's, and disappeared inside. And Cody had left, tail between his legs, sneaking furtive glances over his shoulder on the short walk to the staircase in the event that Roman reappeared. He did not. In the kitchen, Mitch finished building himself a sandwich with cold cuts, lettuce, and cheese, then set on the coffee table by Cody's head. Question. He took a bite of his meal and chewed thoughtfully. How come you didn't tell me about this when it happened? Cody took his glasses off to rub the bridge of his nose, avoiding Mitch's peering eyes. You were with Alex. I didn't want to interrupt. You get so little time with him as it is. Just because I'm with Alex, Mitch said gently, doesn't mean I don't want to hear from you. I spent all weekend texting you random pictures of potential houses, and you never once mentioned this. Cody shrugged awkwardly, love for his best friend making his insides squishy. Why couldn't they have just fallen for each other? It would have been so much easier than navigating dating life. I didn't want to be the rain on your parade. Rolling his eyes, Mitch set aside his plate and climbed on top of Cody. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Why? Cody groaned as 200 and however many pounds of muscled hockey player unceremoniously dumped himself on top of him. Ow! Get off me! You weigh as much as a truck. You can take me. Propped on an elbow, Mitch poked Cody in the upper arm. Years of yoga and Pilates gave you a yoga bod. I can't breathe. Listen, Mitch steadied Cody's face in both hands and forced their gazes to meet. I don't care if I'm on my honeymoon or riding the high of winning the Frozen Four. If something's wrong, I want to know about it, okay? No rain on your parade bullshit. Speaking of honeymoon, Cody said, just to change the subject. Did you guys set a date yet? Mitch's grin was all teeth and happiness. Yep, did that this weekend. Mark your calendars for June 4th. June? Are you kidding? That's 3.5 months away. How are you going to plan everything by then? You'll be my best man, right? Cody's eyes widened in horror. How am I going to plan everything by then? I don't need you to do anything. It's already done. Huh? He elbowed Mitch in the ribs. Seriously, get off me! Your breath smells like ham. Mitch lifted himself onto his knees, but stayed on Cody's legs. Alex and I already did everything. One of his mom's friends said he'd marry us for a bottle of good whiskey. So we're going to do it in his mom's backyard with just us and our families. And then we're taking a European cruise for our honeymoon. Cody put his glasses back on and blinked at him. Did you manage to find a house between all this wedding planning? No, but that's okay. Not like the housing market is going anywhere. He picked his plate off the table and handed Cody the untouched half of his sandwich. So what's included in best man duties? Just stand by my side at the wedding, dummy. I don't need anything else. Nothing else, huh? No bachelor party? Well, that wouldn't do. Something to think about once he'd saved the library and survived final exams. Biting into the sandwich, Cody grimaced. Dude, this is the driest thing I've ever had. There isn't even any mayo or mustard on it. I was too hungry to bother, Mitch said with his mouth full. So, what are you going to do about Roman? Cody's muscles tightened. I'm wondering if I should do anything at all at this point. Not because of the hot and cold thing, he explained at Mitch's questioning eyebrow raise, but grad school. If I get in, and if anything does happen between Roman and me, I don't know. He took a bite of his sandwich. Is there any point knowing we might be living in different states in a few months? You're asking the wrong person, Mitch said. Alex and I got together knowing we'd be separated as soon as his arm healed and he went back to Tampa, actually. He tilted his head, limp sandwich in one hand held aloft over Cody's torso. Technically, we got together after he went back to Tampa. He toasted Cody with his sandwich. Didn't let that stop us. Don't let a maybe stop you from going after what you want. 11. Your neck is stiff. Lying face down on the table, Roman grunted an affirmative under the hands of the team's chiropractor. Look to the right. He turned his head right and let Dr. Tan adjust his neck. Okay. Doc patted him on the back. You're all set. He turned away to type into his computer, and Roman caught the words over the doctor's shoulder as he stood. Stiff. Carries tension in shoulders. No fucking shit. Roman had been tiptoeing through life the past 3 days, hoping to avoid Cass. Better yet, hoping Cass would forget he even existed. Any second now he expected Cass to out him to the entire team, just like he'd done before. Roman had avoided any sudden movements or doing anything that would draw attention to himself, as if Cass was an apex predator he needed to avoid. What were the chances that the guy who'd caused him so much emotional pain would be traded to his team? The universe was laughing at him, that was for damn sure, scolding him for thinking he could try to be happy, to have something wonderful with Cody. He left Sport U Arena's medical center, heading for the workout room to expend some energy, absolutely dreading what he might find there. Had Cass outed him yet? Were the guys already talking about him behind his back? Roman had been the only one not to greet Cass when Coach Donovan had introduced him at their morning skate yesterday. Everyone else had been all, hey, welcome, and don't worry, we don't haze here, and looking forward to playing with you. Roman, stomach full of bricks, had finished tying his skates and walked out of the locker room. He could fucking feel the silence he'd left in his wake. He'd expected Cass to out him right then and there. That he hadn't sat like lead on Roman's shoulders. He expected the other shoe to fuck him over any second. What was Cass waiting for? Just get it over with, Roman wanted to yell at him. The stress was making him nauseated to the point where he was tempted to out himself just to be done with the waiting. But he couldn't say Cass wasn't a good addition to the team. Friendly, open-minded, a great hockey player. He filled in a gap in their defense they desperately needed. Whenever they happened to occupy the same space, Cass would shoot him side-eyed glances Roman couldn't interpret. Could mean anything from, how'd I get saddled with this guy again, to, I like his tie. Roman ignored him and would continue ignoring him until the end of time. It was unrealistic given they were on the same team, but Roman was nothing if not determined. It was totally doable. Oh, good. He rolled his eyes at himself as he made a left at the end of the hallway. Totally doable. Now he was starting to sound like Cody. Speaking of, he owed the guy an explanation, or at least sorry, not interested. Of course, he was interested, and he wanted to make the drive to Glen Hill just to play Mario Kart with Cody. But Cass showing up in his life again right when things were starting to get intimate between them was clearly a sign from the universe. This one's not for you. Fine. Okay, not fine. He wanted Cody to be just for him, and he wanted to be just for Cody. Somehow, through his megawatt smiles and determination not to let anything get him down, and insecurity around his father, and bad habit of hearing yes when Roman meant no, he'd become more than a friend. He'd become someone Roman wanted to have more with, to see where they went as a couple. And Roman hadn't considered more since, well, ever. He had 4 texts from Cody, one for each day starting Friday, all of which Roman hadn't responded to. The text could be summed up as, "Are you okay?" and served to demonstrate Cody's character. He really should have been blasting Roman for being an asshole. Instead, he was worried about his mental state. Reaching the workout room, he paused outside the door to the tune of clanks and grunts and friendly conversation. With game time less than 2 hours away, workouts would be light and short, a way to release tension. Roman needed that release more than ever, but based on the noise, there was clearly at least a handful of his teammates in the room already, and he couldn't do it. A handful was more than he could deal with right now. The thought of walking in there and having them all sneer at him because Cass outed him froze his lungs. History repeating itself, and he'd rather prolong the inevitable as much as he could. He turned, aiming for the locker room to listen to some music and veg, and who stood behind him but Kasper fucking Kowalski, all tall and blonde and insipidly sweet. "Hey," Cass said as if they were regular old chummy teammates. Gritting his teeth, Roman shouldered past him, satisfaction uncurling when Cass grunted. "Wait! Fuck off, Cass." He rounded a corner and ended up nose to banana. "Hey, man," Zanetti said from behind the banana, mouth full. "When do you think I'll get my veggie lasagna?" "Never." Roman was done trying to make nice. It wasn't worth the eventual pain. "You can fuck off too, Zanetti." "What did I do?" Zanetti muttered behind him as Roman slammed into the locker room. Empty. At least something was going right. Sitting on the bench in front of his cubby, he pulled out his phone, plugged in his earbuds, queued up the soundtrack to 10 Things I Hate About You, and tapped the icon for Cut the Rope, settling in for an hour of not thinking about anything except getting the candy into Omnom's mouth. Half an hour before game time, when they were due on the ice for the pregame warm-up, he'd successfully managed to loosen his shoulders from where they'd been hanging out near his ears. He kept to himself, didn't meet anyone's eyes, ignored the chatter and the ribbing around him, gave Ritz and Honeybun the finger when they tried to talk to him, and finished lacing up his skates before he followed the team onto the ice. What was it Coach had said a few weeks ago? That he wanted the men on his team to treat each other like brothers? Well, fuck that. What he needed to do was prove that he could help his team win, which he did in the final minutes of the third period. They were tied against Colorado, 2-2. The scent of ice and sweat filled Roman's nostrils. Win, win, win played on repeat in his head. His shoulder twinged from when he'd been body-checked into the boards in the second period, spurring him to do better, to be better, to play harder. The puck came his way, and he spun around a rival in white and maroon, the cheers of the crowd chasing him down the ice. He passed to Zanetti. Zanetti passed to Jacoba, back to Zanetti, to Roman, who saw an opening, shot, and scored. The goal horn screamed, Roman's favorite sound in the world, and in his excitement, he did a little hop on the ice. In short order, he found himself with an armful of his teammates, Zanetti too, even though Roman had snapped at him. This was how he proved himself, not by making friends, not by demonstrating team spirit, but by winning games. Nothing mattered except hockey. 12. February 2011. It took Cody an embarrassingly long time to figure out what he was doing wrong. He was branching out too widely, searching too high up the food chain by asking famous motivational speakers and best-selling authors and experts in the DISC personality system to give talks at his library, for free. No wonder he was getting laughed at. He needed to look locally. How do you feel about doing a talk on library services? Eileen, little round glasses perched on her nose, hummed from behind the desk in her office, eyes trained on the computer. What's that, dear? A talk about the library's services. Everyone already knows what the library offers. Cody leaned against the door jamb. Not true. A lot of people come in here just for the books. But do they know about interlibrary loans, holds, printing services, the resume writing workshops Kate offers, the meeting rooms on the second floor available for rent? I don't know. I'd have to ask them. That's not... He straightened, a mental image of Eileen conducting a verbal survey in his head. Cody didn't need a survey. He was sure he was right. If I can find enough attendees, will you do it? Eileen kept typing. Sure. Sweet, Cody whispered to himself, turning back into the main administration area. Who else did he know in Glen Hill who might help? His psychology professors? One of them was doing research on the stigma around mental illness that might interest the general public. Someone in the admissions office could talk to high school juniors about what colleges look for in an application. The owner of Glen Hill's general store was a retired nurse. He could talk about something nurse-like. And then there was Mitch, of course, who knew weird stuff about random topics. He could probably spend half an hour talking about seahorses without prepping any material. More realistically, he was a kinesiology major and a student athlete, so there was bound to be something in his arsenal he could talk about. Who else? Ooh, maybe if Mitch's brother was coming back this way soon, he could do a demonstration of how he builds his sun catchers. And of course, there was Alex, who'd published a book a year and a half ago on what he called the dark side of professional sports. Cody sat in Kate's empty chair at her desk and pulled out his phone. Are you coming to Glen Hill in the next 4 weeks or so? 4 weeks was exactly Eileen's timeline to submit the budget and to prove that the library had value. Alex. Yeah, why? Cody. Did Mitch mention that the Glen Hill Library might shut down? I'm trying to prove that it's a valuable resource to the community by planning a series of talks. Can you come in and talk about your book? Or something to do with writing? Or publishing? Alex. Your people need to talk to my people. Smiley face emoji. Cody. Disapproval emoji. Alex. What is that? Is that an angry face? Of course I'll do a talk, but you'll have to be more specific than talk about your book or writing or publishing. Cody. Dude, I don't know. Something the public will find interesting. Alex. Sometimes it takes me 5 hours to write 500 words. Other times it takes me 20 minutes. You think they'll find that interesting? Cody. 5 hours? What are you doing with your life? Cody. Seriously, though, thank you. Alex. I could talk about the book and do a Q&A and maybe a signing. Cody. Yes, that's genius. Cody. Holy shit, you just gave me another idea. I should have some of the trailblazers come in and do a panel. Let the audience ask questions. Alex. That has the potential to go sideways. You might want to vet the questions beforehand. Cody. Right. Thanks for the tip. And the idea. Alex. You're welcome. Honestly, I have no idea how you came up with that idea from what I said. Cody. Just take the credit. With a plan in place, or at least the idea for a plan, He sunk into the chair back and blew out a breath. How was he supposed to get a handful of the Trailblazers to come do a panel? Talk to their community engagement people? No doubt he'd be laughed at again. But perhaps not if Roman vouched for him or helped him set it up. If Roman deemed to talk to him, that was. This morning's unanswered text swayed Cody's opinion on the side of no. He'd sent Roman one text per day since Friday. One. He didn't think that was being too pushy. He'd be happy with a simple hi in return, and instead, all he got was radio fucking silence. Mostly he wanted to make sure Roman was okay. Partly he wanted Roman to own up to the fact that he was no longer interested, if that was the case. Cody was stuck in limbo, in that uncomfortable, murky area where he didn't know if they were friends, or more than friends, or nothing at all. Why couldn't Roman just come out and say what was on his mind? Even an, I think we should just be friends, or I need some space, would be better than this not knowing. He felt like he was being strung along, and if they didn't clear the air between them soon, Roman was going to be the recipient of what was on Cody's mind, whether he liked it or not. Roman ignoring him made him feel like he was a kid again and waiting for his dad to come home. Different circumstances, obviously, but the same result. Like he'd done something to make them go away. Like he wasn't worth the time and effort. Maybe Roman's silence was an answer in itself. A clear, leave me alone. Wow. Okay. That was a soul-crushing thought. Cody stared at his phone, a lump growing in his throat, heart sinking to his feet. Briefly considered a final text to Roman, except he didn't know what to say. And if Roman truly didn't want to hear from him again, then nothing Cody said would make a difference anyway. Don't let a maybe stop you from going after what you want. The maybe, in this case, being grad school. Mitch made a lot of sense. In his own way, he'd been telling Cody that he'd either be accepted or he wouldn't, but he couldn't put his life on hold while he waited to find out. Cody was ready to set aside that uncertainty for now and go after what he wanted. Roman. But if Roman was no longer interested, the entire point was moot. Pocketing his phone, he stood and left the admin offices, weaving his way through the library shelves for the attic door on the far side, eyes on the hardwood floors. A familiar voice stopped him and he whipped his head around. There, not 10 feet away in the children's section, sat Roman, back to him, facing a group of kids. His voice ebbed and flowed while he read, thickened and rose when he did the voices, pausing only once in its cadence as Cody moved closer. Whether he sensed Cody's presence or saw him out of the corner of his eye, Cody couldn't guess. Roman's shoulders hiked up and he ran a hand over his shaved head. Not once did he look over in Cody's direction. Cody wasn't normally one to let something like this slide. He'd learned enough in his psychology courses to know that talking helped and that letting things fester didn't. The problem was that Roman's body posture told him everything he needed to know. Unwilling to appear any needier or pushier than he already had, he made an about-face and escaped to the attic. If there was a part of him that hoped there was still something left between them after all, it shriveled when story time came and went, when another half hour passed, and Roman didn't seek him out. And when Cody went downstairs half an hour after that, on the off chance that Roman had gotten sucked into a conversation with some of the parents, or with Eileen, and instead he found Roman's SUV gone, it died completely. 2 hours later, after a productive late afternoon where he'd forced himself to concentrate on sorting books, Cody dragged himself through the front door of the townhouse, towed off his boots, thudded upstairs with heavy footsteps, removed his glasses, and fell face first onto his bed. Mitch's bedroom door was closed, but Cody could hear him through the walls, laughing and talking, probably on the phone with Alex. Fuck, he was tired and hungry, mostly tired though, emotionally exhausted more than anything. Could he rewind a few days to when he'd opened Roman's door and stepped out? In this new version of Friday, he kissed Roman inside his apartment, thereby eliminating the encounter with Kasper Kowalski altogether. Not that it would have made a difference in the long run, with Roman and Kowalski being on the same team and all,
Everything sucked. Even his phone, ringing away in the pocket of his coat he hadn't bothered to remove. Huffing into the pillow, he considered not answering, but what if it's Roman? It wasn't, he discovered upon digging his phone out. It was his mom, and if there was anyone he wanted to talk to right now other than Roman, it'd be Mitch, who was otherwise occupied, or his mom. Hey, Mom. Hi, sweetie. Got a second to talk? She always asked, as if he was ever too busy for the woman who'd raised him. Yeah, what's up? Your dad just called me with the details of his retirement ceremony. Thought I'd pass them along. Why didn't he call me himself? Okay, Cody said instead of what he was really thinking because he didn't want to make his mom feel bad. She gave him all of the details, day, time, location, and finished with, I'm assuming you're still planning on going? Sure. He spent years fighting for our country. I should be there to support him. A brief pause. Okay, who are you and what have you done with my son? Cody rubbed his cheek on the pillow. Huh? You can't bullshit your mother. Tell me how you really feel. Snorting a laugh, he rolled onto his back and stared blindly at the ceiling. I feel like an afterthought. Like it'd be a dick move if his own son didn't show up. Cody. Her voice took on that soft, concerned mom tone. You don't have to go if you don't want to. He didn't want to. He didn't know anything about the army, or about retirement ceremonies, or what to wear to one, or how to act. However, if he wanted his dad to make an effort with him, and it was clear his dad was trying based on his recent visit, Cody needed to make one in return. I'll go, he told his mom. Okay. She still sounded skeptical. I'm going to book you a flight that has a layover in New York so I can join you on the second part of your flight. Sure. You couldn't fly anywhere direct out of Burlington. You don't have to pay for it, though. Not that Cody could afford it, but he'd find the money somehow. Possibly by not eating for a month. Oh, I'm not, his mom said with a bit of an evil cackle. Your dad is. Well, in that case... She giggled, making him smile for the first time in hours, and he suddenly missed her, missed home, so much that it sent him down memory lane. Hey, Mom, do you remember that time the car ran out of gas in the McDonald's drive-thru? Oh, man, she laughed outright. Thank God for that good Samaritan with the full canister in his trunk. They chatted for a bit longer, catching up until there was a lull in conversation into which his mom said, Cody, is everything okay? Sure. Why? You sound off. You had some tests last week, right? Did they go okay? He rubbed his eyes. They were fine. It's not that. It's nothing, really. Not anymore. Just tired. You know, if you ever need to talk about anything. I know, Mom. Thanks. They hung up a few minutes later. Cody stared into the blurry dark, the only light coming from the red numbers on his childhood clock radio on the night table. It was after 7. He should eat something. All he wanted to do, though, was wallow. He was allowed a few hours of wallowing, wasn't he? A few hours to mourn, to be sad, to wonder what he'd done wrong. This was why he didn't take risks, didn't put himself out there. It hurt too much when rejection reared its fugly head. He'd learned that a long time ago, but Roman had seemed worth it. In fact, Cody still believed that. Just because he was harboring unrequited feelings didn't mean he'd wasted his time on Roman. He wasn't the first boy in history to not have his feelings returned. He'd survive. But maybe tomorrow. Tonight was for thinking blue thoughts. Still in his winter coat, he maneuvered himself under the covers, rolled over, blinked unseeingly at the shadow of his color-coordinated bookshelf against the wall, and wallowed. 5 minutes later, he rolled back over. God, wallowing was boring. Why did people do it? It was entirely unproductive. Rolling out of bed, he left his coat behind, but took his phone and glasses and walked the few feet from his bedroom to Mitch's, the door of which was now open. Mitch sat at his desk, typing into a laptop. Cody laid on his side on Mitch's bed. Can I hang out in here? Of course. Mitch turned in his chair, narrowed eyes on Cody. What's wrong? Nothing. How'd it go with Roman? Cody sighed. It didn't. Oh. Those narrowed eyes went sad. I'm sorry, Codes. Want to talk about it? Not really. Okay. Squeezing Cody's foot, Mitch went back to his work, knowing that Cody didn't want to talk, but that he didn't want to be alone either. As scary as it was to put himself out there, especially when the object of his affections wasn't being forthcoming, Cody wasn't ready to give up on Roman. Doing nothing and later regretting not trying one last time wasn't something he was willing to live with. Rolling onto his back, he opened his text messaging app, clicked on Roman's name, and spent 10 minutes composing the perfect message, one that told Roman how he felt without sounding like a desperate fool. As they said, once more with feeling. 13. The Trailblazers won their next 2 games. It was like Roman scoring the winning goal against Colorado had lit up the team, made them realize that they could win, made them eager to win. Roman didn't take any of the credit for helping them win, even though he scored a goal in each game. It was a team effort. But he couldn't deny he'd played better when he had something to prove. It was quiet inside the Sport U Arena on their off day. No games, no practices, no teammates to ask about food. Not that they were asking. Not since Roman had snapped at Zanetti. Seemed word had gotten around that he was no longer interested in cooking for them. That was fine. He had more time to watch tape and read and cook food to fill his own fridge with. The treadmill slowed as it came to the end of the pre-programmed set. Covered in a sheen of sweat, heart pumping, he stepped off and reached for a towel draped over the neighboring treadmill, wiping his face. For a minute, he stood with the towel pressed to his face and breathed in the smell of crisp laundry detergent and pungent sweat. This was normal. This was all he needed. A week after Cass had joined the team and he still hadn't outed Roman. Anybody else in Roman's situation would think Cass wasn't going to out them. Roman, on the other hand, knew Cass was waiting for just the right moment, whatever that happened to be. Roman had a stress headache that was threatening to split his skull in half, and no amount of chiropractic adjustments or massages or over-the-counter painkillers helped. The run had distracted him from it for the last half hour, but now that he was no longer moving, it made itself known by shooting arrows of bright pain all the way into his jaw. Felt like his brain was going to leak out of his ears. He walked out of the workout room, massaging his temples with one hand, teeth gritted against the little guys with pickaxes in his head, and bumped into Coach Donovan on his way to the locker room for a shower and change. Of course, because Coach Donovan didn't appear to have a life outside of this team. Roman should have expected to find him lurking, although why he was prowling the hallways of their arena and not ensconced in the office Roman knew he had in the club's office building down the street, Roman couldn't begin to guess. Kinsey! Coach's hand landed on his shoulder, not gently. Thought that was your car in the parking garage. Come with me. He steered Roman onward. Let's talk. I really need a shower, Coach. It can wait. Not a request. Okay, then. They reached the locker room, and Coach's office a few paces beyond it, where Ritz and Honeybun were loitering outside the door. Ritz, winter coat draped over one forearm, leaned back against the wall, one foot braced flat against it. Honeybun was holding his toque, but otherwise remained bundled up while he poked Ritz in the shoulder, mouth moving. Whatever he said made Ritz laugh. Guys, Coach said, right on time. He unlocked his office door and waved Ritz and Honeybun inside. Come on in, you. He pointed at Roman. I'll only be a minute. Don't move. Roman could smell himself, and it was becoming unpleasant. Can I just not a muscle, Kinsey? Jesus. Fine, then. If Coach didn't care about him stinking up his office, so be it. Ritz ignored him completely on his way into Coach's office.
Not surprising, given that Roman had been ignoring everyone for the last week. Honeybun shot him a tight-lipped smile, and then he too disappeared inside, shutting the door behind him. Roman took Ritz's spot, propping up the wall, and crossed his arms over his chest, sweat towel dangling from one hand, and mapped out a mental to-do list for the rest of the day. Shower, change, go home, eat some leftover chicken and veggies for lunch, make some homemade jam with the strawberries he'd bought that weren't exactly in the best condition, relax with a book, cook dinner, eat dinner, walk to his new favorite coffee shop to pick up some coffee beans to replenish his dwindling supply, and finish the night off with whatever Friday night movie was on TV, or with more reading. It didn't sound overly exciting, but it was a typical off day for him. If he missed having someone to spend his evenings having dinner with, Cody, or someone to text about nonsense stuff during the day, Cody, that was fine. This was better, healthier, less likely to get his heart crushed. Hell, not only were his teammates ignoring him, but so was Cody. The last text Roman had received from him was Tuesday evening. Roman had known that he was being an asshole that day when he'd disappeared from the library after story time without even talking to Cody. So it was his own fault that Cody was no longer speaking to him. He should have expected it. He hadn't. Cody wasn't a pushover. He'd only take so much before he called it quits. And Roman ignoring him while they were in the same building must have been the end of his rope. Roman didn't blame him, but he did miss him, more than he thought possible for only knowing each other a month. Really, though, what did he think would happen when he ghosted Cody for days? Not only that, but he'd shut the door in Cody's face. He'd done to Cody exactly what had been done to him so long ago. It made his stomach curdle unpleasantly, his back cored itself into tense muscles, to know he'd done to Cody what Cass had done to him. Leaning his head back against the wall, he brought up a mental image of Cody's final text. He'd read it so many times that he knew it by heart. Hey, just wanted to say thanks for coming for story time today. I'm sorry things didn't work out between us. I like you a lot, and it was fun hanging out and getting to know you. But I get that you probably have a lot going on with the team right now. Anyway, good luck in your upcoming games. Whether Cody really believed Roman had a lot going on with the team didn't matter. He'd given Roman an out, and Roman had silently taken it. He rubbed his chest and swallowed against the memory of Cody's bright eyes and happy grin last week. The soft, "I'm gonna kiss you now, okay?" whispered against Roman's lips. That moment where Roman had let someone in for the first time in years, where it felt like the whole world was there, at his feet, and he could do anything with it. And it occurred to him, suddenly and ferociously, like Jack popping out of his box, as much as he'd dreaded Cass eventually outing him, knowing to his marrow that it was going to happen, he'd never, not once, thought Cody was a threat to him, never considered that Cody might out him. Roman launched off the wall, straightening so fast his spine popped. What did it say about him that he still wasn't worried about Cody outing him, even though he'd been the biggest bag of douches ever? The door to Coach's office flew open, and a grinning Ritz and Honeybun appeared. "See?" Honeybun was saying as they walked out. "Told you it'd be fine." Yeah, Ritz said, his smile fond. They turned out of the office, walking right past Roman, not bothering to spare him a second glance. Once, the three of them had been on their way to being friends. Now, he felt their silence in his chest as if they'd punched him right in the solar plexus. He opened his mouth to say something, apologize, explain, he didn't know, when Coach's voice came from inside the office. "You better still be there, Kinsey." Roman grunted his reply and watched Ritz and Honeybun move farther and farther away from him. Just before they turned the corner into the hallway that would take them to the parking garage, Ritz bumped their shoulders, and Honeybun stuck his hand in the back pocket of Ritz's jeans. "Kinsey!" He scrambled into the office with "Sorry, Coach. and took a seat in the chair in front of the desk. Coach regarded him over the top of it and tapped his pen on a small pile of papers. "Want to tell me what's on your mind?" he asked. "Just that I need a shower." Coach tossed his pen aside and sat back. "I mean in a broader sense, Kinsey. What's going on with you?" Roman ran the towel through his hands. There was a lot on his mind, none of which he wanted to speak to his coach about. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Really?" Coach leaned forward again, elbows on the desk, fingers steepled. "You were all emo when you first got here last month. Then you finally lightened up, and I thought," he made a sound, "here's the guy I want on my team. But then you went all emo again. What's going on? Talk to me." "Emo? Don't tell me it's nothing." In that case, Roman had nothing to say, so he kept his mouth shut. "Do you know why I wanted you on my team?" Coach said when the silence dragged. Roman thought back to what the GM had told him a few weeks ago and ticked them off on his fingers. You needed a fast forward, you needed someone young enough to get along with his teammates, and you needed someone with NHL experience. Uh-huh. Coach wasn't impressed. "But do you know why I wanted you specifically?" "No." "Let me show you." Coach typed something into his computer, then turned the screen to face Roman. On it was a photo of Roman at one of the events he'd participated in when he played for Tampa, captured, no doubt, by one of the dozen journalists who'd been there to document it. He was on the ice, in skates, jeans, and a jersey, and was surrounded by a group of 8 to 10-year-olds dressed in full hockey uniforms, helmets, gloves, and sticks included. Roman had never seen this image and didn't remember that particular day. His old team did a lot of events with kids, but the photo made him, well, nostalgic for what he'd left behind for one thing, and for another, if that guy in the photo who was laughing with the kids was anyone but himself, he might think that guy was friendly and relatable. "I remember looking at this picture," Coach said, "and thinking, this guy has the potential to be a great leader. And I still think that even though you've done your best to convince me otherwise, your coaches in Tampa thought so too." Coach got all that from a photo? Wait, you spoke with my old coaches? "I'm sure you've noticed we don't have a team captain," Coach said, ignoring Roman entirely. "Why do you think that is?" "I never really thought about it." "It's because I don't want my team captain to be the fastest skater or the one with the most NHL experience or the most obnoxious of the bunch or the nicest or the one who always questions my plays or who has the most seniority. I want it to be the guy everyone respects, and not just because he's a good player." Okay. Man, he was more confused than ever. Coach huffed. "Kinsey, you do realize that your teammates like you even though you're an asshole, don't you?" What does that have to do with anything? He meant to ask, except he was finally reading between the lines. He squared his shoulders. "You want me to be team captain?" "No." He slumped in his seat, unexpectedly disappointed. But he didn't want to be captain, did he? At least not yet." "Coach, you're talking in circles." Roman rubbed his hands over his upper arms, now that the sweat had dried. His skin had goose-pimpled, and the cold, in turn, was making his headache worse. "Look, can I give you a piece of advice?" Coach said. "Why do you think your teammates want to be your friend so bad?" God, what was it with the 20 questions? "It's because they're not stupid, Kinsey. They can tell that underneath that emo exterior is a guy they want to get to know. You were showing them that guy for a while before you went back to your emo-ness." "I don't think you know what that word means," Roman mumbled. "I don't think you know what it means," Coach countered with equal amounts of attitude. "Here's the deal. I want you to be my team captain, but not this guy." He waved a hand at Roman, the real-life one. "This guy." He tapped the Roman on the computer screen. The guy I saw out there helping Cotton with drills. The one who cooks for his teammates without asking anything in return. The guy who knows how to lead if he'll just let himself. The guy who's dying to play on the same line as Ritz. Yeah, I know about that, Kinsey, he added when Roman's mouth dropped open. You think I don't see you perk up when I announce new lines and then deflate when you don't get what you want? I'm not stupid either. I never thought you were, sir. This was definitely a sir kind of moment. Here's my advice. Coach snagged Roman's eyes, and Roman, despite being stuck on, I want you to be my team captain, couldn't look away. Pull up your big boy pants. Fix whatever's wrong between you and Kowalski. Don't try to deny it, he said when Roman opened his mouth to do exactly that. I have eyes. Kiss and make up with the rest of your team, and then show us all who you really are. Because trust me when I tell you that we all want to know that guy. Roman sat, a little stunned at his coach's words, and that he'd said them at all. His old coach would have told him to get his head out of his ass and go see the team therapist. Now go shower. Coach turned his computer screen back around. I can smell you from here. There was a lot to unpack in what Coach Donovan had said, and Roman didn't know where to start as he headed to the showers in the empty locker room, swapped his little sweat towel for a larger one, undressed, and let the hot water soothe his tense shoulders and thumping head. I want you to be my team captain was a pretty big statement, but the one he kept circling back to was, pull up your big boy pants. It implied that he'd been acting like a child. He didn't want to come off like a child having a temper tantrum. He just wanted to be left alone. Except, it had been kind of nice when he'd been getting along with his teammates. What was it that he'd told Cody that day when they'd driven to New Hampshire for Mitch's game? When Cody had asked what he'd do when faced with the chance to see someone who'd hurt him? I'd ask them why, he'd said. And he'd been talking about Cass, not his parents. Not that he wouldn't ask the same question of his parents, but it was at the bottom of the list right after, how could you? And did you ever think of me after? I'd ask them why, he told Cody, and then proceeded to do the exact opposite. Avoid Cass as if he was the harbinger of death himself, because, as he was discovering, he was the kind of person who would rather avoid conflict than have a discussion. He needed to take a page out of Cody's book and face his demons, such as they were, head on. Pull up your big boy pants. Roman mentally did so and rapped on Cass's apartment door. No answer. A minute went by. Still no answer. Great. Roman was finally ready to have it out with Cass, and the jerk wasn't even home. Clicking his tongue ring against his teeth, he knocked again, harder, in case Cass was taking a dump or listening to something with his earbuds in. The sensation of his knuckles hitting wood traveled up his arm and into his head, making the pain pulse like a living thing trying to kill him from the inside out. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Placing his palms at his temples, he squeezed his head between his hands to alleviate some of the pressure. The door swung open. Roman! Hey, are you okay? Roman dropped his arms and stared at a naked Kasper Kowalski. Half naked. He had a fluffy grayish-blue towel wrapped around his hips. Water dripped from hair the color of rain-soaked mud and clung to the tops of shoulders Roman didn't remember being that wide. He looked like one of those too pretty, flawless-skinned soap opera stars who were so beautiful you wanted to mess them up a little, with a bad haircut, or maybe a Sharpie. Sorry, Roman said. I can come back later. Oh, no, you're not. A hand encircled his wrist and yanked him inside, the door falling shut behind him with a loud kerchunk. Roman winced and regretted not sleeping off his headache before coming over. All week I've been trying to get your attention, Cass said. Don't think I'm letting you get away now. Huh? Cass pulled him deeper into an apartment that was an exact replica of his own, except where his was white cabinets and pale painted walls and brightness, Cass's was dark wood and wine-colored walls and chrome appliances. In the kitchen, Cass let him go to open a cabinet. Here. He placed a bottle of painkillers on the countertop. You look like you need the entire bottle. Roman waved a hand. I took some a few minutes ago. Had stopped by his own apartment first to do exactly that. Ice pack, then. Into the freezer, Cass went as if it was already a done deal. I don't need... Here! Cass wrapped an ice pack with a towel and moved to place it against Roman's forehead. Stop that. Roman batted him away. I didn't come here so you could take care of my headache. And why did you come here? Cass set the towel-wrapped ice pack on the counter within Roman's reach. I want to know when you're going to tell them. Tell who what? The team. About me. What about you? That I'm gay, asshole. Cass jerked back, grimacing. I'd never do that. Really? Because you did it once before. What? Understanding chased confusion from his face, and his expression cleared, slackened. Oh, Roman. Is that what you think? That's what I know. Are you telling me otherwise? Yes, Cass said on a sigh. And no. Roman crossed his arms. Explain. Can I get dressed first? He shrugged, jaw tight against Cass's presence, against his headache, against Cass trying to take care of him after he'd failed to do so when Roman had needed him the most. He roamed Cass's place while Cass went into the bedroom to change. Their apartments really were night and day, all the way down to the personal effects. Where Roman had settled into his new, temporary, place in the few weeks he'd been here, with a full fridge, his own kitchen gadgets, books strewn about, and enough dirty laundry lying around that it would embarrass his mother were she still speaking to him, Cass's apartment looked like a staging area. The only nod to his presence was a laptop on the coffee table. The binder next to it Roman recognized as the same one he'd received upon joining the team. A player's handbook, if you will, and a cell phone charging on an end table. It's like you don't even live here, he said when Cass re-entered the room in black sweatpants and a white t-shirt. I hate this place. Seriously. What is this color? Cass tapped a knuckle on the wall. It's like someone bathed in blood and then rolled around on the walls. Roman refused to loose the laugh, tickling the back of his throat. Don't you hate your place? Cass asked. Mine doesn't look like this. Cass grunted. Lucky. He wandered into the kitchen and opened the fridge. Want a beer? That fast, Roman remembered why he was there. No. I want an explanation. The fridge door fell closed on Cass's sigh. He came into the living room, where Roman hovered near the window, and sat on a leather couch that matched the walls. What do you want to know? When you're going to tell the team. I already told you I'm not. Roman scoffed. Sure. If I was going to say anything, don't you think I would have done so already? And I didn't tell the team last time either. Please. Roman paced the width of the room, from the counter that separated the kitchen from the living room to the far window and back. Roman! Cass's firm tone had Roman stopping to look at him. I didn't tell them. I only told the guys. The guys. The other three in their tight-knit group of so-called friends. The ones in the picture in Roman's wallet. One of them must have said something to the rest of the team. Why would you tell even them? It wasn't yours to share. Cass rubbed his forehead. I wasn't thinking. Oh, you weren't thinking. Roman threw his arms up. I was outed to a whole bunch of people I wasn't ready to be out to because you weren't thinking. I'm sorry, man. I made a mistake. Congratulations for being able to admit it. Fuck you, Roman. Cass stood, muscles coiled. What else do you want me to say? I want to know why. There. He'd done it. Because I wanted you to... Cass broke off and looked away. Roman waited, but Cass just hung his head, hands on his hips. You wanted me to what? Jesus, you're so blind. To what? Me! Trust me, I see you plenty clearly, Roman said through gritted teeth.
No, you don't!
Jesus! Cass glared up at the ceiling, where he clearly didn't find any answers because the next time he turned his gaze on Roman, his eyes flashed and his voice came out as a growl.
How do you not know that I had a crush on you since the day we met?
You... what?
Since the day we met, Roman. And I wasn't subtle about it, especially when we were alone together. And then you go off and kiss another guy, and I was so hurt. His
shoulders sagged, his eyes closed.
I wanted to hurt you like you hurt me. So when you came by that night, I sent you away because I didn't want to see you. I didn't out you to the team, I swear. I told guys I thought I could trust because I needed someone to talk to.
He held up a hand.
Which I understand isn't any better, trust me. Especially since one of them blabbed. I never found out who, though.
Roman stared at him for a second, incredulous, jaw on the floor, before his chest constricted so tightly he couldn't draw a breath. His fists bunched. So it was okay to out me, but not yourself?
I was an asshole, okay?
Cass was halfway to yelling, arms spread wide.
I was a stupid 17-year-old who was hurt and angry, and I couldn't see past my stupid hormones. Happy now?
Happy? Roman almost laughed at the absurdity. My host family kicked me out, and then you sent me away. How does any of that make me happy?
What are you talking about? You lived with the Giffords until the end of that season.
No, I did not.
But every time I went over, they said you weren't there,
Cass said with dawning realization.
I thought you were just avoiding me, but you really weren't there?
Cass had tried to see him after everything went down? Cass had had a crush on him? Roman hadn't even known he was into men until 30 seconds ago.
Roman, where did you go?
Squeezing the bridge of his nose, wishing for that ice pack not 5 feet away, Roman expelled a long breath. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Were you with Coach Moore?
Coach? Roman did laugh at that, although he was anything but amused. Coach was the one who called the Giffords to tell them what happened. There was no way I was going to him about anything after that.
But what about the other coaches?
Cass asked. At some point, he'd moved and now stood only 2 feet away. Roman stepped back and hit the wall between the windows, the tops of his fingers digging into his temples. Didn't trust them after what Coach did.
Here.
Cass gripped Roman's shoulder.
Sit down.
Roman shrugged him off. Don't touch me.
Oh, for the love of... Will you stop being so stubborn and sit?
Steering Roman by the upper arms, Cass plopped him into the armchair. Take this. He held out the ice pack, still wrapped in the towel. Roman squirmed for a second, then took the bundle and held it to his forehead. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Cass closed the blinds, blocking out the early afternoon sun, then disappeared into his bedroom. He was back less than a minute later with the bandana that he held out to Roman. What am I supposed to do with that? Wordlessly, Cass placed the front of the bandana against the ice pack on Roman's forehead, wove it behind his ears, and tied it at the back of his head, freeing Roman's hands. Oh, that's handy. My mom used to get migraines when I was a kid, Cass said, moving away to sit on the couch. Still does. She rigs something like this up when they're particularly bad. Do I look like something out of a horror movie? Head cocked, Cass regarded him. Maybe an alien movie? Roman snorted a laugh. They sat in silence that was unexpectedly not awkward or strained. It was just calm, quiet. The ice did its thing, numbing the pain as he thought about everything he'd learned today. And it was a lot. If he didn't already have a headache, he'd certainly have one now from information overload. Eventually, Cass nudged his leg with his foot, where Roman was content to sit and let the headache burn itself out, even in what he'd once considered the enemy's lair. It seemed that Cass was done with the non-action.
Come on. Tell me where you went after the Giffords kicked you out.
I lived out of my car, sneaking into our arena at night to sleep until the end of the season, after which I drove south for warmer weather in the first ECHL tryout I could find.
Happy asshole?
It doesn't matter. Roman narrowed his eyes on his former best friend. And it's none of your business anyway. Cass didn't like that answer. He sat back, feet on the coffee table, arms crossed. I really am sorry, man. I get that in a roundabout way I outed you to the team, but that wasn't my intention. And I realized after that I should have just talked to you about how I felt. But by then you weren't speaking to me and I couldn't find you at the Giffords. He held up a hand when Roman opened his mouth. Because they kicked you out, I know. I spent the entire rest of that season trying to get your attention. Tried talking to you whenever our teams played each other the last few years, too. Roman's eyebrows lowered. I didn't know. Yeah, well, like I said, blind. Fuck. He really had been blind. Too stuck in his own head to notice what was going on around him. Too busy expecting the worst. Too angry to think clearly and realize that Cass would never out him like that. In his defense, he hadn't had any evidence to the contrary. Cass had seen him kissing a boy, and the next day everyone knew. 1 + 1 = 2. Except, maybe not always. Certainly not in this case. This was now the second time today that his head had been forced out of his own ass, and he wasn't liking the conclusion he was coming to. Namely, that he was a self-absorbed, unforgiving son of a bitch. And it begged the question, if he'd been blind with Cass, was he being equally as blind with Cody? How come you didn't think it was Coach Moore who outed you? He said I should keep my head down and my sexuality to myself, and that we'd keep what happened between us. What happened being kissing a figure skater whose name he couldn't even remember. I wish I'd let you inside when you came by that night, Cass said softly, so much regret in his voice it made Roman's eyes sting. Things would have been so much different. I've missed you, man. Yeah, Roman said around the growing lump in his throat. I missed you too. Even when you thought I was an asshole who outed you? Yeah, even then. If he'd learned anything in the last several years, it was that it was entirely possible to miss someone you were angry with. Which one of the guys do you think it was? Cass shrugged. I don't know. No one copped to it, but my guess is Denny. I always thought it was him, but I couldn't prove it. How come I was outed and not you? Why would I be... Oh, Cass shook his head. No, they didn't know about me. When I called them over, I told them only that I'd seen you kissing a guy and that I thought you were an idiot for doing it in plain sight. They didn't know I was mad because I was jealous. Roman winced. I'm sorry I didn't see you were interested in me. Sorry, too, that I didn't give you a chance to explain. Cass waved a hand. Water under the bridge, man. So this conversation hadn't gone at all as Roman had expected. Instead of feeling vindicated for giving Cass a piece of his mind, or satisfied at finally having his questions answered, all he felt was sad. Sad that he'd let his anger and hurt keep them apart for 8 years. Annoyed with himself for being a blind, stubborn jackass. And yet, strangely, settled. Like now that everything was out in the open, he could finally breathe. Didn't mean he still didn't have a lot of ass to kiss, and Cody's was just the beginning. He rested his head against the back of the armchair, the back of the bandana digging into the base of his skull where it was tied. How's the head? Roman blinked at the ceiling. I think your walls are making it worse. Cass's laugh sounded like it was startled out of him, as though he hadn't expected Roman to make a joke. It was a good sound, a happy sound. A sound that reminded Roman of evenings spent playing video games and joking around in the locker room and doing homework together and watching bad movies at the local drive-in. A sound that reminded Roman of 8
empty years without his best friend. He let the anger stew for a second, hot and heavy in his chest, his hands clenching on the arm of the chair. Cass had done a stupid thing, a mean thing, a thoughtless thing. They'd been kids, sure, stupid teenagers making stupid, careless teenage mistakes. Was it okay to still be angry about that? Yes. The man had outed him without his consent, violating a piece of his privacy, of himself, of his damn safety that he'd never get back. The thing about anger, however, was that it was toxic, cancerous. It festered, embittered a soul. Roman had felt it happening to him for years as he sat on the edge of a metaphorical seat, a cliff, waiting for someone to fuck him over. And he was so damn tired of it. To forgive and forget? That would take time. To get back to a place where he called Cass a friend would take just as much. But in the face of Cass's regret, he could finally start to let go of the anger. 14. Cody was trying to make sense of his calendar app while Mitch drove them home from class mid-afternoon on Tuesday. How did people use their tiny virtual calendars for everyday life? With his shifts at the library, class schedule, assignment due dates, test dates, it was a mess already. Add in the speakers he'd managed to book starting next week, and his calendar was a color-coded disaster. He dropped his phone in his lap with a grumble, which was when a notification popped up reminding him to confirm dates with Roman. Did Roman even want to do his talks anymore, or was he ditching them like he'd ditched Cody? "Oh," Mitch said from the driver's seat as he turned into their driveway. "We've got company." "Who?" Cody followed his gaze and spotted the very last person he expected to see sitting on their doorstep. "What?" "I'm gonna go and find something else to do for an hour." "What?" Whipping his head around, he glared at his best friend. "You're just going to abandon me?" Mitch waved a hand at their visitor, who'd stood and was now shifting awkwardly on the front stoop. "I'm abandoning you to your future." Cody blinked at him. "That was lame. Like the lamest thing you've ever said. What does Alex see in you?" Mitch snorted. "I could ask you the same question. You've been with me a lot longer." God, that was true. "What does that say about me?" "Stop stalling." Mitch unbuckled Cody's seatbelt, then reached over and opened the passenger side door. "What are you—" "Hey, Kinsey," Mitch said, ignoring Cody's very manly squawking. He turned back to Cody. "Out you go." He shoved him in the shoulder and kept pushing until Cody slapped his hands away. Okay, Jesus, I'm going." In short order, he found himself standing on the driveway next to their front lawn that was covered in snow that came up to his hips with nothing but his open winter coat and his cell phone. Mitch reversed out of the driveway, gave them a jaunty wave, and zoomed down the street with Cody's beanie, gloves, backpack, and the keys to the house. Good thing it was one of those unseasonably balmy days that felt downright warm in comparison to the rest of the ball-snapping cold winter season. Biting his lip, he turned to Roman. "Hi." "Hey." Roman squinted against the sunshine, hands stuffed in his coat pockets. His eyebrow and nose rings glinted in the sun. He looked tired. Cody knew his team had been traveling since Saturday morning, so a little bit of exhaustion was to be expected. But the bags under Roman's eyes looked like they could write their own novels. His skin was waxen, and the eyebrow and nose rings gave him the appearance of a sullen teen. Cody's heart clenched, and he ached to reach out and smooth the lines on Roman's brow. "Sorry," Roman said with a half shrug. "I should have called first. I can come back late." "No, it's fine. You're here now." Cody kicked a tuft of snow off his boot. "Mitch left with my keys, though. Want to walk? It's nice out." Roman glanced around as if just realizing that it was, indeed, nice out. "Sure." There wasn't much to see on Cody's street. One townhouse was a clone of the other with different cars, fire hydrants, electrical boxes, and snowmen marking any differences. They walked side by side, as close to the edge of the sidewalk as they could to avoid touching, although the arms of their puffy coats brushed more often than not. They passed Roman's SUV parked on the street farther up. Cody hadn't noticed it when Mitch had driven past. What was Roman doing here? It had been a week and a half since they'd spoken, and Cody had more or less given up on him. Okay, definitely less. He'd very much not given up on Roman, and despite Roman's radio silence, Cody had planned on stalking the man at story time later today, if only to sit him down for 30 seconds to confirm dates for his 2 talks. Now that the situation had presented itself, Cody didn't know what to say. Roman was still wearing his scarf, though. That had to mean something. "How have you been?" Roman asked. "Good." Their footsteps crunched in the thin layer of permasnow covering the sidewalk. "Busy. You?" "Same." Had their conversations ever been this stilted? "Your team's got a good winning streak going," Cody said. He made a left at the end of the street, onto a semi-plowed gravel path. "Yeah." Roman's chuckle dug into Cody's heart. "Winning one made us want to win more, I guess. Our home games have been seeing higher attendance, so management is happy. And you? How's Don't Shut Down the Library, Assholes, a speaker series, coming along?" Cody chuckled, absurdly pleased that Roman remembered the too long name he'd given his project. "Good. I've got a bunch of speakers lined up. Eileen, for one. She's doing a session on library services. Someone from the Glen Hill College admissions office is going to give a talk to high school students about what colleges look for in applications. One of the fine arts professors at my college is doing a photography 101 workshop." He was rambling, but he couldn't seem to stop. "Oh, one of the ladies from the tourism office is doing a things to do in Glen Hill session to newcomers." "Glen Hill has a tourism office?" "Uh-huh. You drove right past it on your way into town." "Oh." A pause, then, "They need a bigger sign." The quip made Cody laugh. The gravel path led to a deserted playground, and without discussing it, they headed to the swings and each took one. Now would be the perfect time to ask Roman if he was still doing his own talks at the library, but Cody didn't raise the question, too afraid of the answer. Clearing his throat, hands gripping the metal chain at his hips, Roman dug his toes into the hard-packed snow under his swing. "You've still got my talk scheduled?" Well, if Roman was going to bring it up. "Yeah. If you're still interested, that is." "Yes, of course." Cody narrowed his eyes. "There's no 'of course' about it when you've been ignoring me for a week and a half." Roman winced. It didn't make Cody feel any better. "I owe you an explanation." "No," Cody countered. "You don't owe me anything you don't want to give." That stumped Roman. His mouth opened, closed. He blinked at Cody as if he was speaking a different language. "Okay, that's... Thank you." Cody shrugged. "I'd like to explain, though." Roman looked about as uncomfortable as he had at his first story time, but there was no way Cody wasn't going to listen to what he had to say. "Okay." "The guy you saw come out of the elevator when you were over that night?" Roman began after a short pause. He turned his swing to face Cody. "That's Kasper Kowalski, recent trade from Vancouver." "I know. I recognized him." After Cody had done some research, but still. Roman nodded, lips in a flat line. "Cass and I played on the same major junior team for 2 seasons. We were best friends once. And he outed me to the team." "What?" Cody's hands clenched on the chain of his swing. "At least, I thought he outed me to the team. Turns out he outed me to a small group of our close friends." Roman said close with heavy sarcasm. "And one of them outed me to the rest of the team. It was..." He shook his head, a muscle jumping in his cheek. "It was midway through our second season, and I had to suffer through teasing and bullying for a few months before I could get away." One of the other kids' dad even told me I didn't belong in hockey. Cody's knuckles were white, the chain digging into his palms. I sort of shut down after that. I told you once that my parents kicked me out. Well, this is why. They didn't want a gay son, which meant I couldn't go home when my host family ejected me. So at the end of the season, I left and tried out for the first ECHL team I heard of that was having tryouts. Worked my way up to the NHL from there. There was a lot missing from Roman's tale. If he couldn't go home and he hadn't had Kowalski, where had he gone? To another friend's? A family member's? There was an urgent need to ask unfolding in Cody, a need to know more about this man, the words right there in front of his eyes. But the fact that Roman had shared as much as he had said a lot. Cody wasn't asking questions Roman might not be ready to give the answers to. Roman continued. For a long time, actually, ever since then, I've found it difficult to trust people. So I don't even try. Didn't get close to anyone. Didn't want to know that someone might use my sexuality or something else against me. Something else? Until you. Cody's head whipped up, throat constricting and stomach jumping. Color stained Roman's cheeks. From the temperature or his emotions, it was hard to tell. His eyes were intense, and he looked like he wanted to jump out of his own skin, but his shoulders were slack and he held the chains loosely in his hands. Cody swallowed hard. You made me think that some people are worth trusting. And just as I was ready to dive into the deep end with you, Cass showed up and reminded you that people suck, Cody said hoarsely. Roman's lips twisted humorlessly. Yeah. God damn Kasper Kowalski. Cody hated the guy and they'd never even met. No wonder Roman had been avoiding him. Cass had thrust him back into people are not to be trusted land, and if he'd lived there since his late teens, it was hard to believe in the good in people when you had evidence to the contrary. Cody wanted to shout that he was good people, that he'd never betray anyone, that he could be trusted. But that wasn't what Roman had come here for. Okay, he said, stomach sinking, blinking hard. Thanks for explaining. Roman cocked his head. You don't want to hear the rest? Oh. Cody turned his own swing to face Roman. There's more? A small smile on his face that made Cody's heart do jumping jacks, Roman said, Yeah, there's more, and kicked out a leg to settle his foot against Cody's. Oh God, here we go. Please let this be going where Cody thought it was, where he desperately wanted it to. I missed you, Cody, Roman whispered, nearly stopping Cody's heart. More than I've missed anyone since Cass and I fell out. And it made me feel special in a way that you kept trying even though I was essentially ignoring you. Made me realize that I already did trust you. No, essentially about it, Cody mumbled. Roman pushed off the ground with a foot and swung toward Cody, inserting one knee between Cody's legs, the other trapping him on the right. Grabbing the chains of their swings in his hands, he held them close together. Cody, not knowing what to do with his hands, settled them on Roman's hips. I'm sorry, Roman rasped, his words ghosting over Cody's lips. That's what I came here to say. I'm sorry, and if you'll give me a second chance, I won't throw it away again. Cody's breathing hitched. Yes! Yes! Second chances schmances. Cody already knew Roman was worth many more, though he had a feeling Roman wouldn't need them. He reached to cup Roman's face, remembered they were in public, and put them back on his hips. Okay. Roman's tentative smile broke Cody's heart and put it back together at the same time. Yeah, okay, but, Roman repeated, He took a deep breath. I can handle a butt. Lay it on me.
Cody jerked a shoulder. If something like this happens again, where you get stuck in your own head, I need you to talk to me, even if it's just to tell me you need some space. Being ignored makes me feel like I don't matter.
Roman blew out the breath he'd just taken, face folding into one of pain. Cody, I'm sorry. He pressed their foreheads together. You matter. Of course you do. You matter the most. I'm the idiot who let myself get freaked out by the past.
I don't think you're an idiot. Cody rubbed a hand over Roman's upper thigh. I think you're brave for pushing past the fear. Roman looked at him then like he was something magical.
You make me want to be braver than I am.
The moment stretched and wavered. It was too long and not long enough. It was perfect in its tentativeness and imperfect in its uncertain future. It was at once scary and hopeful. Roman's gaze dipped to Cody's mouth and lingered. Cody groaned, resigning himself to being the cold water on their moment, and pushed against Roman, sending them swinging in opposite directions. We're in public.
Oh, right. The playground was still empty, but they were in full view of about a dozen backyards. Roman swatted his knee. Let's go to your place, then.
Oh, man,
Cody grumbled, tilting his head back to stare at a sky slowly changing from blue to the bubblegum pink of early sunset.
Stupid Mitch still has my keys.
Roman just laughed, and the sound was so carefree that Cody couldn't do anything but grin back at him. Roman was in the children's section of the Glen Hill Library when a commotion erupted near the checkout counter. Tucking the books he'd selected for tonight's story time under his arm, he headed in that direction. He and Cody had strolled back to Cody's place after leaving the playground, shoulders brushing, fingers latching, and then letting go as if they were too shy to hold on. Realistically, Roman wasn't out, a fact he'd told Cody, to which Cody had shrugged and said, I figured, before zipping up his coat against the wind that had picked up. Casual, as you please, like Roman's admission didn't bother him any. And maybe it didn't, but that was a question for later, seeing as once they'd arrived at Cody's townhouse, he'd complained about Mitch not being back yet and his shift at the library starting in 10 minutes. It was fortuitous that Roman was conducting story time tonight and could drive him, something Mitch must have known. Otherwise, he surely wouldn't have left his best friend stranded. Cody stood behind the checkout counter, arms crossed, slight smile on his face, appearing inordinately pleased with himself. On Roman's side of the counter, a small group, that was getting larger by the minute, stood peering at a bunch of sheets taped to the top of the counter. We haven't had this many guest speakers in a while, one man said. Cody smirked. I'm trying to prove to Mr. Wallace that the library is an important resource to the community. The man scoffed. Let me guess. He's at it again, suggesting we close the library? A boy of about 5 stood on his tippy toes to look at the sheets, then glanced up at his mom. Are they really closing the library? Where will we get our books? Close the library? Someone else who joined the group muttered. Yep, a woman in a long red wool coat said. Every 2 years, like clockwork. I swear he sets his watch by it. Roman closed the distance between himself and the group and peered down at the sheets. Looked like sign-up sheets for the speakers Cody had managed to organize. The community didn't know yet that the library might be in trouble? He quietly asked Cody. Some people did. One of the board members has been speaking with some of the influential people in town, and I'm sure word has gotten around. But not everyone knows. I figured it was time they did, so someone other than me can put up a stink. Hence my strategically placed sign-up sheets. Couldn't you just email everyone? Set up an online form? I did, but not everyone's on the email list. Cody nodded at Roman's bundle. Did you choose your books? Maybe. Roman held them out. What do you think of my selection?
Cody tapped on one with the end of a pen. You read this one already. Your first day.
I did? Roman flipped through it. I don't remember. I'm surprised you do.
Cody just shrugged. I see you, Roman. Something inside Roman flipped and settled at Cody's words. Don't look at me like that, Cody said with a scowl, gesturing at Roman's face with the pen. Roman cleared emotion out of his throat.
Like what?
Like you want to eat me alive?
But I kinda do.
Just... Cody waved the pen around. Go read to your children.
Feeling pretty good about himself, Roman followed orders and went back into the children's section, where the kids were getting settled onto the floor mats. He felt lighter for having talked to Cody and sorted things out between them. He also felt like an asshole for withholding the rest of it. But would Cody still want him when he learned that Roman had once been homeless? He'd never told a single soul about it. Did that part of his past even matter anymore? When story time was over and he was mentally patting himself on the back for remembering to do the voices, he went off in search of Cody, first stopping by the checkout counter to see how many people had signed up for his own sessions. 24 wanted to listen to him talk about hockey, topic TBD, according to the sheet, and 17 wanted to learn how to make apple turnovers. That was 24 and 17 more than he'd expected. Okay then. Meant he actually needed a plan now. Something to think about tomorrow on the flight to Ottawa. His team had a short road trip coming up, Ottawa, Toronto, New York, giving him some downtime to think about it. After a walk through the entire library, including the study and conference rooms on the second floor, it was clear that Cody was either not in the building or he was in the attic. Roman would bet his hockey jersey it was the latter. Not knowing where the entrance to the attic was located, he went back downstairs and hovered near the front door, pulling out his phone to send Cody a text. Story time's over. Where'd you go? Cody's answering message said, 2 minutes. So Roman went into the staff room where he'd hung his coat, and when he returned, Cody was standing there as if he'd appeared from thin air. The smile Cody gave him made his steps falter. Cody bounced on his toes. How did it go today? Good, Roman said, slipping on his coat. How much longer have you got here? Couple hours. Cool. I'm gonna head to that cafe you took me to a few weeks ago, grab a coffee, and read until you're done. You're not going home? Cody asked, going still. I will at some point, though I thought I could take you to dinner first, if you want. I want. I mean, he cleared his throat. I want. Okay. Chuckling, Roman glanced around, but there were far too many people in the library for him to comfortably kiss Cody goodbye, or hello, or at all. Kissing was something they'd yet to do, and why was that? Roman should have planted one on him in the car before they drove over earlier. The only explanation he could think of for why he hadn't was that Cody had fried his brain with that smile of his, and he was no longer thinking straight. He said, I'll come back in a couple of hours, and was treated to that brain cell killing smile again. I'm going on a date, I think. No, it's definitely a date. Cody sent the text off to Mitch in a flurry, then added one more. Keep the door unlocked so I can get in later. He was going on a date for the first time since... ever? No. He'd gone to the movies with a girl in freshman year for no other reason than he hadn't had the heart to decline to her hopeful face when she'd asked. Nothing since then, mostly because he was busy and partly because he couldn't be bothered. He had Mitch, he had school, he had books. What else did he need? Obviously, he'd been waiting for the right person to come along, and now he had an actual date with a guy who was causing him to grin at nothing as he sorted books in the attic. He was smitten. No, that was too historical romance. Not that he'd ever read a historical romance, but he imagined it'd have words like smitten. He was sunk in Roman's orbit, and Roman's eyes when they regarded him with earnestness or amusement or anything in between. Sunk in the quiet way he viewed the world.
and how he'd come out the other side of the freakout he'd had when his former best friend joined his team. Sunk. He was just gone over this man. Maybe he'd keep that to himself for now, huh? He didn't want Roman running hot and cold again. Hopefully, Roman was just as into him. In the meantime, Cody would play it cool, whatever that entailed. As promised, Roman was back 2 hours later. Cody met him by the front door and inhaled the scent of him, which right now consisted of coffee and, oddly, mint. Cody almost leaned in for a hello kiss before remembering that not only had they not kissed at all yet, that brush of lips at Roman's apartment before Kowalski appeared didn't count. But there were other people around. They hadn't talked about it, but Cody was certain Roman had no intention of publicly coming out anytime soon.
Ready to go?
Roman asked. Cody nodded. Ready. They stepped outside into an evening that had darkened to night while he'd been in the attic. The temperature had dropped, and a thin layer of snow covered the parking lot, the cars, the trees, lampposts, the roofs of buildings. It would have been pretty if Cody wasn't dead tired of winter. He tugged on his beanie and turned to Roman. Where are we going?
Well, this is your town, Roman said, his SUV giving a honk as he thumbed the key fob. You tell me.
Wasn't like they had a lot of options. The Green Onion's good, Cody said once they'd gotten into the car and were on their way. Or Mama Jean's. He squinted at Roman. Professional athlete. Definitely the Green Onion, then.
What's wrong with Mama Jean's?
It's just pizza. Won't be very filling for you.
Hey, I like pizza as much as the next guy.
They reached the tiny downtown Glen Hill Strip, and Roman parallel parked into a spot in front of the pizza place.
If it's pizza you want, then pizza you shall have.
His door wasn't open yet, and Cody could already smell it. I do really want pizza. Mama Jean's wasn't busy on a Tuesday evening. In the middle of the restaurant sat a group of 6 college students. In the far corner, near the restrooms, was a family of 4. A couple of guys sat in the opposite corner, on the same side of their booth, laptop on the table between them. None of the booths along the window were occupied, so Cody chose the one farthest away from the noisy table of 6. Once they'd sat, he extracted a couple of menus from between the salt and pepper shakers and handed one to Roman. Roman rubbed his jaw.
What did we have that time after Mitch's game?
I can't remember, but probably one of the ones with loads of meat. They decided on the deluxe meat lovers to share, and Roman went up to the counter to place their order. Cody watched him weave his way around and between tables, speak with the employee behind the counter, hand his credit card over, and then return with 2 drinks. He walked with confidence and surety, head held high and gait loose and relaxed. The smile he gave Cody, though, as he sat back down across from him, was adorably shy. Cody grinned back, warmth uncurling in his chest, and thanked him for the iced tea. They chatted while they waited for their pizza, the talk turning to Cody's speaker series as a server placed their pizza on the table, Roman wanting to know if it was helping him in his goal of proving that the library was a valuable community resource. I think so. Cody bit into his pizza, the taste of cheesy goodness and meat bursting over his tongue, and chewed thoughtfully. Lots of people have signed up for the talks, and the board member I mentioned who's speaking with the influential people in town, she's been asking them to donate or speak on the library's behalf.
Speak to who?
Town council, I think. And Eileen is revising the budget, which means cutting programs.
Roman paused at first. Programs like Storytime?
Probably not that one in particular, but other ones. Like, there's a monthly MMM event, Moms Meeting Moms. I think that one might be on the chopping block, which is too bad. Hence why that board member's talking to some of the wealthy in town.
What about holding a fundraiser?
Cody licked sauce off his thumb. A fundraiser, he mused. Tell me more.
Hold it at the library, say, Roman said, abandoning his crust and reaching for a second slice. Charge $75 a head, or whatever. Hire a catering company to pass around some hors d'oeuvres and wine, or hell, have a sit-down dinner. Locals can expound on what the library means to them, and Eileen can make an impassioned speech about all the good the library has done and what it has to offer, and then ask for donations. All proceeds benefit the library, and maybe you guys can hire an actual program coordinator. Expound. Now there was a word. I have 2 thoughts on this.
Shoot.
First, wouldn't the $75 a head just go toward paying for the food and drinks and, I don't know, decorations?
Maybe,
Roman allowed. You could try finding yourselves a sponsor or asking catering companies to reduce their prices in exchange for some advertising. Huh. Mama Jean's, as well as the Green Onion, had one of those shop local buy local stickers in their windows. Perhaps Roman was onto something. What kind of advertising can a library offer, though? Roman finished chewing and said, You could print up little programs for the evening and put their logo on there. Eileen would probably need to thank them publicly at some point during the event. I don't know. He shrugged. Maybe add their logo to event invitations? You'd have to work it out with them. What was your second thought? That a library fundraiser sounds utterly boring. Roman chuckled wryly. Yeah, fair point. If you wait until the summer, you could do some kind of fun fair. Have clowns and a bouncy castle and games and I don't know what else. I'm guessing by the look on your face that that's not an option. Cody was shaking his head. Eileen has to present the new budget in less than a month. It'd be great if we had the fundraiser before then to prove that people want the library. You can still hold a fundraiser after her meeting, but start planning now so she can at least mention it next month when she presents. I suppose. You could do an award ceremony? For what? Fuck, I don't know, Roman said with a laugh. I'm making shit up as I go. You could get a speaker to come in, or maybe someone local with influence. Someone local with influence, Cody repeated slowly, mind working. Like the Vermont Trailblazers? It was a long shot, a pipe dream, as if Vermont's first NHL team would concede to appearing at a fundraiser for a library that wasn't even in their home city. And it was too bad, really, because Cody could picture it. Their little library filled to capacity with Glen Hill citizens wanting to meet their very own celebrities, the Trailblazers mingling and signing autographs and taking selfies. For a chance to meet professional hockey players, they could charge way more than $75 per person. Roman, to Cody's utter shock, tilted his head, gaze going distant, and seemed to actually give the idea some thought. You know, that's not a bad idea. Wait, really? The idea he'd had of a panel Q&A with a handful of the Trailblazers morphed into a library benefit with all, or at least most, of the Trailblazers in attendance. They could probably still do a Q&A too. Maybe not in panel format, but it could be weaved into the evening somehow. Let me talk to management, Roman said, and the engagement people. See what they say. Thank you. Cody squeezed Roman's wrist, the heat of his skin seeping into his own through the thin material of Roman's long-sleeved t-shirt. Really? And even if it doesn't pan out, you've given me a lot of ideas. Now, question. Roman had a glint in his eyes. Cody leaned forward. How does one plan a fundraiser? On the other side of the table, Roman mimicked Cody's position. I have no earthly idea. Mock scowl in place, Cody said, Way to give me half an idea. Shoulders shaking with laughter that made Cody's inside squirm, Roman left a second crust on his plate and took a third slice of pizza. Why do you want to save the library so bad anyway? I'm not arguing against it, he added, raising a hand when Cody opened his mouth to argue. God knows we need more libraries, not fewer. I'm just curious what your motivation is. Is it what you told me once, about the library you used to frequent when you'd go to Mitch's games as a kid? Partly, yeah. Pleased that Roman understood, Cody added, For the most part, it was just me and my mom growing up.
My dad always lived out of state. We weren't poor by any means, but neither were we rich. While my friends went off on summer or spring break vacations, I never did. It's embarrassing now, but I used to get upset that we couldn't go fun places too. As a college student with little spending cash, he understood being frugal now, that was for sure. But at the time, he'd wanted the same experiences as his friends. My mom used to tell me I could travel through books and that my imagination could take me as far as I wanted it to. Feeling awkward for the first time all night, he jerked a shoulder and picked a piece of pepperoni off the pizza slice on his plate and popped it in his mouth. It was my way of seeing the world.
Do you still want to see it?
You know what? Ruefully, Cody shook his head. As I grew up, I realized I was more of a homebody. Not that I'm opposed to traveling, but I like being in my space.
I started reading for the same reason.
Roman sat back and wiped his hands on a napkin.
Not to travel, but for that sense of escapism, distraction. I didn't read much as a kid, but after everything went down with my parents and Cass, I started reading everything I could get my hands on.
Speaking of Cass, Cody said, how are things between you now?
Roman made a so-so gesture with one hand. We talked a few days ago, cleared the air. We're not overly friendly, but neither are things as strained as they were.
It's been... He trailed off and Cody could hear his tongue ring clicking against his teeth. It's been what?
Freeing,
Roman said. Pushing his plate out of the way, he leaned his forearms on the table. To let go of that anger. Cody thought of his own anger for his father. Sure, his dad's visit a few weeks ago had gone well, but it hadn't changed anything between them, hadn't erased the fact that he'd been purposefully absent from most of Cody's life. Holding on to that anger was exhausting. He could understand why Roman said it was freeing to let it go, but Cody didn't know how to do that. What was it that made you let the anger go? He asked. Learning the truth? Partly. Roman regarded Cody like he knew where the question was coming from, and partly it's from the regret Cass obviously feels. Mostly it was from realizing that I could have my best friend back if I wanted to, but only if I let go of almost a decade of bitterness. Besides, I didn't really like the person it had turned me into, and... A wry tilt of the lips.
You can't change the past. Just live with it. Learn from it. It didn't make sense to still be mad about something that happened when we were kids. So, yeah,
Cass and I were... He wagged his head side to side in a sort of gesture.
We're okay. Not great, but okay. It's my other teammates I need to worry about now.
Meaning? Roman played with a straw in his glass.
I sort of alienated them in the last week.
Why would you do that? Also, sidebar, are you going to eat your crusts?
Have at it.
He nudged his plate across the table.
I was in a dark place and being an asshole about it. Any ideas on how to win them back over?
Thinking it through, Cody bit into one of the crusts. It was stone cold by now, but pizza dough was pizza dough, and it was delicious either way. Make them apple turnovers? Roman's mouth opened, possibly to refute given the furrow between his eyes, but then he straightened with a, before reaching for a fourth slice. Half an hour later, Cody started to get nervous, great butterflies dancing in his belly. It wasn't because of the flakes the size of his fist that fell steadily and heavily from a gray-darkened sky as Roman drove them home. It had everything to do with the man sitting next to him, who was currently driving below the speed limit and eyeing the deserted roads with trepidation. Coming up was the part of the night where the first kiss typically happened. In general, Cody was more or less ambivalent about kissing. He wanted to kiss Roman rather desperately, but too much tongue made him want to throw up, and the nerves stemmed from not knowing what kind of kisser Roman was. And God, please don't let Roman be one of those ear biters and neck slobberers. How did anybody find it sexy to have their ear or neck sucked on? Cody's ears and neck were not erogenous zones. They were functional, He thought he should probably tell Roman that, but now, as Roman turned the corner onto Cody's street slowly and with exceptional precision, was not the right time. "I thought this wasn't supposed to start until overnight," Roman said, coming to a gentle stop at the curb in front of Cody's house. "Me too." Considering the earlier sunshine, the storm had been a shock when they'd come out of Mama Jean's. Cody opened his door and stepped out, his boots crunching in the snow. It was like a cannon blast in the otherwise silent night, the kind of night that made Cody think of Christmas and sitting quietly by the fire and hot chocolate. Already several inches of snow layered the roads, rooftops, the tops of lampposts and mailboxes and cars. It was windless, the temperature hovering in the mid to low 20s, not overly cold, yet cold enough to see his breath. Roman met him on the sidewalk. Without thinking, Cody reached for his hand and twined their cold fingers together. Something about the eerie silence of the night and the fresh snow that glittered in the lamplight called for hand-holding. On the front stoop, the porch light cast patterned shadows against the front door, on the brick house, on the angled planes of Roman's face. "Thanks for tonight," Cody said, keeping his voice soft, the hairs on his body standing up in anticipation. "I had a good time." "Yeah?" Roman squeezed Cody's fingers. "Me too." Then he looked around, toward the driveway, looking both ways down the street, behind him, even behind Cody where there was nothing except brick and the porch light over his head. "What?" Cody checked too, but nothing seemed amiss. "What's wrong? What are you looking for?" "Potential interruptions." It took him a second. Then he threw his head back and laughed, his breath pluming between them. "Ha!" He stepped into Roman's space, tilting his head up. "Not this time." "No," Roman agreed, eyes dark. "Not this time." His hand came up, the pads of his fingers running so gently over Cody's cheek they left tingles in their wake. Weak-kneed, Cody's breath caught, held. Stepping right into Roman's space, he twined his arms around Roman's waist, underneath his open coat, a chorus of yes, yes, yes on repeat in his head. Cold lips met, warming quickly. Cody's hands clenched on the back of Roman's t-shirt. Roman tasted faintly sweet from his iced tea. Their noses bumped, and their lips clung, and thank God Roman didn't feel the need to explore Cody's mouth with his tongue. Instead, brushing their tongues together once, twice, leisurely. The feel of Roman's tongue ring made Cody shiver. One hand on Cody's hips, Roman pulled back enough to run the back of the other over his cheek. "You're thinking too much." "You're right." Cody nudged a thigh between Roman's and caught Roman's hard swallow. "Make me stop." Roman's grin was delighted and slightly evil. "Challenge accepted." And then he kissed Cody, arms coming around him, one hand clamping onto a butt cheek and hauling, bringing their lower halves up close and personal. Cody shuddered, threaded his arms around Roman's neck, and kissed back just as hard, just as hungrily. His nails scraped the back of Roman's shaved head, making Roman moan into his mouth. Kissing Roman was like getting swept away on a tide. Nothing else existed except the two of them and the feel of Roman's mouth on his, insistent and hot and powerful. Their winter clothes-clad bodies pressed hard together heated him up from the inside out. Roman's lips left his, ostensibly to breathe given the lungful of oxygen he sucked in. But Cody wasn't having it. Palming the back of his head, he whispered a throaty,
come back, and Roman followed directions. There was really nothing quite like kissing a smoking hot guy in the middle of a snowstorm. The cold was juxtaposed against the fire heating his veins and the nerves that got shot straight to hell and back. Fuck, Roman could kiss. They separated, breaths choppy. Cody rested his forehead against Roman's temple, breathing in the scent of him, bringing one arm around to palm Roman's neck and feel his pounding pulse. It was every bit as fast as Cody's. Then, because he wanted to, he kissed Roman again. Soft, gentle, quiet. I should go, Roman murmured a minute later. Cody turned his head toward the street, where a couple more inches of snow had accumulated in the last few minutes alone. You could stay here, he blurted without thinking. Go back in the morning. I could, but I've got morning skate tomorrow before I need to get ready to fly out with the team. Roman squinted at the snow. And I'm guessing your little side street is one of the last to get plowed. Unfortunately, that's true, Cody said, disappointment and relief warring for dominance. Unless... Roman swung his head Cody's way. That was an invitation? No, yes. No. Stepping back, Cody rubbed his cheekbone where his glasses had apparently dug in while they'd kissed. Hadn't even felt it at the time. Just to sleep. Thank you, but... Roman ran a hand down Cody's arm and grasped his hand. I'm gonna head home on the off chance I don't make it back on time tomorrow morning. Okay. Text me when you get home so I know you made it? Sure. He tugged Cody closer. One more kiss before I go? Grinning, Cody said, Just one? Against Roman's lips. One turned into two, turned into three, and with a final peck, Roman headed down the driveway, hopped into his car, and drove away with a wave. Inside, Cody took everything off. Coat, scarf, boots, hoodie, even his socks, leaving him in jeans and a t-shirt. He was overheated, and it was fucking amazing. Touching a fingertip to his cheek, it came away hot. He was flushed from the neck up. Blowing out a breath on a small laugh, he headed up the stairs, a bounce in his step. At the top, he found Mitch leaning against the door jamb of his bedroom. With the grin, Mitch pointed at Cody. You, into the bedroom. In. Tell me everything. Laughing, lighter than air, he skipped up to Mitch, linked arms, and pulled him into the bedroom to tell him everything. 15. Making amends with his teammates was much more difficult than it had been with Cody. Roman didn't try in Montreal, too busy racking his brain for a topic for his hockey-themed library talk that was coming up more swiftly than he'd like. Besides, the guys tended to fall into loner patterns when they were on the road. Headphones on, book in hand, video calls to family, catching up on TV shows and movies. At least 4 of them that Roman knew of were taking college courses, and they always took the time to study while on the road. Plus, many of them had side projects, like Honeybun, for instance, who constantly had his nose in one herb and plant book or another. He failed, too, in New York because he kept scowling at everyone. It wasn't on purpose. He was still stuck without a speaking topic because Cody kept telling him his ideas sucked, just with much nicer language. Which meant he was trying to think of better topics, and since his thinking face equaled scowl, his team gave him a wide berth. By the time they got to Toronto with 2 wins behind them, he was back to being an ornery asshole, if only because he was annoyed with himself for failing to think of a single fucking idea that might interest someone, or a few someones, to listen to him. He didn't want to disappoint Cody, but he was stumped. Beyond his daily workout regime, caloric intake, and nutritional needs, or practice schedule, he had nothing. point number 2 for being an ornery bastard? He'd missed Cody more than he'd thought possible. You did say I could talk about anything related to hockey, he sent to Cody in a text message a few minutes before his team's pregame warm-up in Toronto on Sunday night. I should have specified interesting subject related to hockey, Cody sent back. Unless you're in a room full of gym rats, nobody's going to care about your workout routine. A minute later, I mean that in the nicest way possible. Snorting a laugh, Roman set his phone aside and finished tying his skates. What's so funny? Ritz asked. He sat on the bench that ran the length of the room, next to Roman, Honeybun on his other side. That Ritz would willingly make conversation with him must mean that Roman had been less scowly than usual today. He could thank Cody for that. Nothing, just... Roman regarded them both. Actually, if you had to give a talk about something relating to hockey, what would you talk about? Depends, Ritz said. Who are we talking to? Roman didn't miss his use of the word we when he referred to himself and Honeybun. Picture a general crowd of all ages who have some sort of interest in hockey. Honeybun pulled his helmet on. You could talk about the different positions and their purpose, not just for the players, but for coaches and management too. Or about what we do behind the scenes, Ritz suggested. It's not just the game, but the events, the organization sponsors, and the charity work. I know some of the people in upper management have interns learning the ropes, passing the mantle to the next generation, so to speak. There's a lot that happens that the general public doesn't get to see. Huh. Roman sent a text to Cody, and Cody responded with, Those ideas don't suck. We might have a winner. Thanks, man. Who are you speaking to? A small group at the Glen Hill Public Library. Some idiot senior citizen is trying to shut it down, and the folks at the library are trying to stop that from happening. Twin frowns from Ritz and Honeybun. Why would anybody want to shut down a library? Honeybun said. Books are important. Hell, Cotton's illustrating a children's book in his spare time. He is? The three of them turned to look at Cotton, sitting on the bench in front of his cubby, tapping into his phone. As if he felt eyes on him, he glanced up and found them staring. He looked to his left, right, behind him. The gesture reminded Roman of Cody, and he grinned. Yes, Cotton finally said. Honeybun leaned over and patted him on the knee. Keep up the good work, Cotton. The bewildered expression on Cotton's face was hysterical. Thanks? They turned back around, and Ritz said, How can we help? Taken aback by the offer, especially given Roman had been the definition of persona non grata lately, he blinked at them both. Thanks. I'll let you know. The potential fundraiser came to mind, potential being the operative word since he'd yet to hear back from the engagement staff. He'd emailed them the night he'd returned from his first date with Cody, right after sending Cody a got home safe text to which Cody had responded to with a series of the thumbs up emoji, followed by a selfie of himself and Mitch eating ice cream in bed. Because that was apparently a thing they did? Roman hadn't asked. The picture itself might have been damning to anyone else, but Roman couldn't bring himself to unbury an ounce of jealousy. Primarily because he trusted Cody, which was an oddity he refused to think about too deeply, but also because Mitch was so in love with Alex Dean it was mildly disgusting. Mitch would never encroach on Roman's territory. Not that Cody was his territory, God, and why was he even thinking in those terms? They'd had one date. Coach came in then to give his usual pregame pep talk, one that essentially could be summed up as, Don't ruin your winning streak, and then they were on the ice, warming up and shooting pucks at their goalie. Alex Dean met him at center ice wearing a grin and held out a gloved fist. Roman bumped it with his own. Ready for your winning streak to end? Dean asked. Bring it on, asshole. Dean skated away, his laughter trailing behind him. Bring it on, Toronto did. Ritz scored with an assist from Honeybun at the beginning of the first period. Toronto tied moments later. Zanetti scored in the middle of the second. Toronto tied against seconds before the end of that same period. Roman, determined to prove Dean wrong, scored with an assist from Kabakina 4 minutes into the third period. Alex Dean, because he was just as determined, tied the game minutes later. "I hate you," Roman growled at him as Dean skated past. Dean bumped their shoulders. "You need more shots on goal." Yes, Roman was aware. Coach Donovan had said something similar in the locker room during the last intermission. "It's amazing you've been able to keep up tonight with your paltry shots on goal." Roman still wasn't sure if that was a compliment or a passive-aggressive insult. His shift ended, and he was back on the bench. It was then that he noticed it. Ritz still hesitated before shooting to his right winger. Roman had meant to talk to him about that, but then Cass had arrived, and he'd gone into protective turtle mode. A few minutes later, he was back on the ice and stealing the puck from a Toronto forward. This was their third away game in a row. It was day 5 of being away from home, and there was no way he was letting this tied game go into overtime. As much as he loved the sport, he was tired and he wanted to go home, a sentiment he was sure many of his fellow teammates would corroborate. Not that overtime would delay them going home. Their flight was tomorrow morning. But still, after a grueling week, overtime was the last thing his team needed. He flew down the ice, a bead of sweat running down his temple, spun around a Toronto player, and passed to Zanetti, who got wedged between a Toronto defenseman and forward against the boards near Toronto's net. He passed blindly behind him, the puck getting picked up by one of Toronto's forwards. Oh, hell no! Roman intercepted him near the blue line, stealing the puck again to the sound of cursing behind him. Jacobo was right in front of the net, but between him and Roman stood Toronto's 2 defensemen. The roar of the crowd in his ears and in his head, Roman took a chance and shot as true as he could, sending the puck sailing between the legs of the defenseman on his right, towards Zanetti's speeding form as he came around the defenseman shouting, "To me!" He caught the puck, backhanded it to Jacoba. Perfectly placed, Jacoba snapped the puck into the net so hard it bounced back out. But that second where it had made it home was all that was needed. The goal horn sounded, and the Trailblazers fans cheered. Roman slapped Jacoba on the back, and Zanetti came at them from the other side. "Dude," he said to Roman, and there was a little bit of awe in his voice. "What the hell made you shoot between his legs?" Roman shrugged. "Took a chance." Later, in the locker room after a shower and change, he sat on the bench in front of his cubby, pulled out his phone, and found several messages from Cody. "Dude, you totally just let Toronto take the puck. I know you have a reputation for being good at stealing the puck, so go get it back. Ooh, nice pass to Zanetti there. Shots on goal, Roman. Shots on goal. It'll be a miracle if you win. Toronto has twice as many. That being said, it says a lot about your goalie. Smiley face emoji. He's improved a lot recently. Woohoo! Score! Go Roman! Go Roman! Go, go, go Roman! Dude, you just let Alex score on you. What even was that? You can't let the enemy win. Not that Alex is the enemy, mind, but you know what I mean. Don't let him score on my man. Not that you're my man. That's not what I meant. Unless you want to be? You know what? Ignore those last few texts. Score! The Trailblazers win! See what happens when you take shots on goal? Roman was laughing outright by the time he reached Cody's last text, and the desire to be there with him was so strong, he texted back without thinking about what he was saying. 1, thank you for the feedback, I think. 2, Dean totally is the enemy, the bastard. 3, you sound like Dean and my coach with your shots on goal business. 4, I would like to be your man, if you'll let me. Jesus. Now he was sweating from that last one. Him, who hadn't trusted a single person in years, wanted to be Cody's boyfriend? What was happening to him? Okay. Ritz sat next to him, showered and dressed, and pulled on a pair of socks with a purple and pink zigzag pattern. First you're laughing, and now you look like you're about to pass out. Your girlfriend break up with you with a bad joke or something? Huh? Girlfriend? Roman's armpits were soaked. Attention, everyone! Zanetti came back into the locker room from where he'd been talking to the press in another room. The enemy requests entrance to the sacred locker room. You're hilarious, Zanetti, came the sound of Dean's voice before the man himself walked in, clad in a black suit with a white shirt and forest green tie. Ha! Cody wasn't the only one thinking of Dean as the enemy. Roman made a mental note to tell him later. Dean caught sight of him and grinned wide. Hey, man. Roman rose, and they did that dude bro hand clasp, one-armed hug thing that was so popular among men his age. Dean gave him a once-over afterwards and said, Why do you look like you're going to throw up? What? No. Glad I'm not the only one who thinks so, Ritz muttered. Might it have something to do with the girlfriend? He reached for the phone Roman had left on the bench. Stop that! Roman snatched it out of Ritz's hand. There's no girlfriend, he said before he could think better of it. It would have made a good enough excuse, but he didn't think he could pretend like that with Cody at the forefront of his thoughts. On Ritz's other side, Honeybun finished getting dressed and pulled on a wool coat. Boyfriend, then? Panic engulfed Roman's chest, squeezing it tight, his palms tingling, even as he remembered Ritz freaking out over a Honeybun with pneumonia, and Honeybun placing his hand in the back pocket of Ritz's jeans, and Ritz's use of the universal we. Hey! In his ever-narrowing peripheral, he saw Dean hold out a hand. Alex, Dean, we've played against each other, but I don't think we've ever met. Pulse pounding in his ears, Roman put on his shoes, slipped into his coat. Going through the motions was automatic, the voices of Dean, Ritz, and Honeybun wavering in and out like a badly tuned radio. Eventually, what seemed like minutes later, but was likely only 30 seconds, Dean said goodbye to the guys and turned to him. I was going to invite you over for a drink, but I'm thinking we need a bar and about a dozen drinks. Roman rubbed his temples. I don't really drink, unless it's coffee. I could use coffee. Got some of that? Dean did indeed have some of that, Roman learned 20 minutes later. He sat on a bar stool at the island in Dean's apartment in Liberty Village while Dean got the coffee going. The apartment itself was interior designer bland, white with dark brown accents, stainless steel appliances, floors done in white and gray tile, generic art on the walls, leather furniture. You're not living here permanently, are you? God, no, Dean said, glancing around the apartment with a curled lip. This place is sterile. It's just until Mitch and I find a house we like. No luck yet. Mitch? But didn't he get drafted by Boston? Yeah, and he'll live there during the season, or on Rhode Island if he gets sent to their AHL team. Which I doubt, he added under his breath. But he'll be here as much as he can, as well as for most of the summer, and I want it to feel like home for him. Now, tell me. He put the coffee beans away in a cupboard and took the stool next to Roman. What's got you freaking out, aside from outing yourself to your team? On autopilot, Roman went to object the claim, but stopped when he remembered who he was talking to. I guess you know about me and Cody. Mm-hmm. Mitch mentioned it. Neither of us are ones to gossip, though, so it's not like we've been talking about you guys behind your backs. He just mentioned that you guys went on a date. Yeah, it's... Blowing out a breath, Roman ran a hand over his head. When you fell for Mitch, did it scare you to death? No. The small smile on Dean's face. Roman wanted someone to smile about him that way, all gooey and soft. When I fell for Mitch, everything clicked into place. It's what comes after that's made me nervous. How so? The sound of the coffee brewing played in the background as Dean said, The distance.
We've been in a long-distance relationship almost since we met. I don't worry about out of sight, out of mind, but I do worry that it'll get to be too much for him one day.
Roman's eyebrows flew up. Dean, the man thinks the sun rises and falls at your feet. He's gone over you. I barely know the guy, and I can see it. You have to know that. The big man blushed, and those twin spots of color on his cheeks made Roman forget about his own troubles for a second, because Alex Dean blushing was just not normal.
Yeah,
Dean said, suddenly finding the top of the island super interesting.
I do know that, but it's something I worry about anyway. What is it you're worrying about? You worried you're falling for Cody? And they were back to him. Sighing at how cleverly Dean had managed to bring the conversation back around, he leaned an elbow on the island and propped his head in his hand. Oh, it's too late for that. I've already fallen for him. And I find that I trust him, which is even scarier for me than falling for him. It's been a long time since I trusted anyone.
Dean pursed his lips.
I don't know what it was that made it difficult for you to trust, but it's like I said during tonight's game. If you want to win, you need more shots on goal. Life is the same. If you want a chance with Cody, you have to be willing to take that shot, even though it's scary. But you're the only one who gets to decide if that's a shot you're willing to take. And I'm guessing you are, since you took him on a date.
Yeah, I am.
Roman could admit that to Dean because it was something that he'd admitted to himself already. But it's like you said. I worry anyway, because any second things could change.
True.
The coffee ready, Dean rose to pour them each a cup. Black? When Roman nodded, he passed the mug over. But what's the alternative? He said, resuming their conversation. Live life in a safe little bubble at the cost of potential lifetime happiness? Roman took a sip as Dean retook his seat, burning his tongue in the process, and regarded Dean over the top of his mug. I never took you for a risk-taker. I'd risk anything for him, as he would for me, Dean said bluntly. It's what makes the fear worth it. I know you and Cody are just at the beginning of your relationship, but at some point, you'll have to decide if you'd be willing to risk everything for him. Gnashing his teeth together, Roman closed his eyes and pressed his fingers into his eye sockets. Fuck you, Dean. I should have gone back to the hotel. You've given me way too much to think about. Sorry? Dean's grin belied his apology. If it helps, I think you're a risk-taker, too. Doesn't help. Roman gulped coffee, scalding his throat. Would it help if I told you Cody was worth it? Staring into his coffee, Roman thought about the innocent kiss on the cheek when Cody had gifted him his scarf, and his heart turned to mush. I already know that. 16. Roman walked into the Glen Hill Public Library 2 days after his team's game in Toronto, stealthily, a small stack of books tucked under one armpit. Pausing in the doorway, he looked left, right. No Cody. Double-timing it, he marched up to the checkout counter, recognizing the orange-haired lady behind it as one of the library's circulation staff, smiled his sunniest smile, which must have looked deranged judging by the lady's scrunched eyebrows, and dropped the books on the counter. I'm returning these, he announced, glancing wildly around him. She checked in the first one, eyebrows scrunching further at something on her screen. These are 2 weeks overdue. Yeah. He leaned across the counter and lowered his voice. I'm hoping we can keep the fact that I messed up Cody's library reputation between us. Look. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a few bills and some coins. I brought my late fees and exec change. What do you say? There was a tiny smile on her lips as she checked in his books and took his money. She gave a jerk of her head. He's upstairs. Thanks. Relieved Cody would never know that he'd abused his library card privileges, Roman climbed the stairs to the second floor. Whereas there always seemed to be a lot of activity on the first floor,
The second floor was quiet and dusty. It ran the perimeter of the old house, with the middle open to the first floor. Downstairs were kids' books and fiction and computers for the public's use. Upstairs were atlases and dictionaries and encyclopedias tucked into bookshelves along the wall, some of them so old their leather spines were cracked. On one side of the second floor, by the biographies, a series of single-person study carousels currently sat empty. In the back corners were small conference rooms. In one of those rooms was where he found Cody, counting small plastic cups filled with water that sat on a tray on the table. Next to the tray was another one holding a bunch of danishes that had been cut into quarters. Other than that, the conference room was a generic conference room, except for the stack of folding chairs propped up next to the door. Once Cody was finished counting, Roman knocked on the door jamb. "Hey!" Cody's entire face lit up. "Hey." Coming up next to him, Roman checked that nobody hovered at the door and threaded an arm around his waist. "What are you doing?" "Setting up for tonight's talk." Cody gulped. "It's the first one." "But it's story time tonight." He waved a hand. "It's done by 5:30. The talk starts at 6. I've got everything ready to bring downstairs as soon as the kids and their parents are gone." He turned worried eyes on Roman. "What if no one comes?" "Didn't people sign up?" 34 people signed up, but it's a free event. They could decide they don't feel like coming." He pulled at his hair. "I'm a failure already, and the first one hasn't even started yet. Event planning is the worst." Completely charmed by him, Roman cupped his face and kissed him. Cody melted into him, lips softening, body going lax. The trust inherent in the gesture had Roman's head swimming like he'd gotten up too fast. Giving one last love bite to Cody's lower lip, he pulled back, keeping his hands on Cody's face. "Oh," Cody said on a sigh. "That was nice." His smile was dopey. "Hi." "Hi, Cody." Eyes flicking over Roman's shoulder toward the door, Cody stepped back out of Roman's grasp. Roman looked over too, but there was no one there. Just being cautious, then. Roman squeezed his hand. "How was your week?" "Good." Cody's shoulders slumped a little. "Busy." Scratching his temple, weary eyes met Roman's. "I'm tired." "Yeah." Roman ran a thumb along the top of Cody's cheekbone, underneath his glasses, just below the bags that hadn't been there last week. "You keeping up with your classes okay? You've got a lot on your plate." Cody grunted and leaned into Roman's touch. "School's easy compared to this." As someone who hadn't graduated high school and had only received his GED in his early 20s, Roman would have to take his word for it. "Can I help?" he asked. "Nah, you go do story time. I got this." "All right." Running a hand down his back, Roman cuddled him close for a second. "I'll stick around after to help you set up." "Yeah?" A quick smile from Cody. "Thanks. Are you staying for the talk?" "What's it about?" "Someone from the admissions office at GH is coming in to talk to high school juniors about what schools look for in an application." GH. What Cody had once told him the locals called Glen Hill College. Cody frowned at his pastries. "Do you think high school kids like danishes?" "They're teenagers. They'll eat anything," Roman said, digging deep to swallow a laugh at his poor Cody. So worried about everything being perfect. He was adorable in this flustered state. "And yes, I'll stay for the talk. Could come in useful if he ever decided to go to college. After that, I have to go home and make apple turnovers for my teammates." "You're taking my idea." "Yeah." Roman rubbed his jaw. "Not sure how well it'll go over, though. Ritz and Honeybun may have been speaking to him again, but not so the rest of the team, except for when they were on the ice." Squinting at nothing while he thought, hands on his hips, Cody made another thinking sound. "You could invite them over to your place to watch the game. Any game, whatever's on. Ply them with food and beer, and they'll forget they were ever mad at you. Ooh, make it a potluck." "A potluck?" "Sure. Everyone loves potlucks." "Did they, though?"
Not that the idea of a game in food and beer didn't have merit. Men were simple creatures. Sports, food, and booze could solve any problem. You might be onto something.
Of course I am.
Cody turned him around, pointed him at the door, and gave him a gentle tap on the butt.
Now go read to your children.
The talk went off without a hitch. As it turned out, Cody ended up with more than 34 people. Some of the teenagers brought their parents, others brought friends. Cody panicked that he didn't have enough chairs, but everyone assured him they were fine and found spots on the carpet or on pillows filched from the children's section that they set up along the outside of the room. Like he'd said, Roman stuck around to help him set up. And because Mitch was the bestest best friend ever, he showed up at 5:30 like he'd promised he would when he'd dropped Cody off earlier. And between the three of them, they had the chairs set up downstairs in the main part of the library and the water and danishes on the checkout counter well before 6 o'clock.
I don't have enough danishes to feed everyone,
Cody said when he saw the crowd. Mitch told him to get over it. Nobody had come for the free pastries. Roman and Mitch both sat in the audience during the talk, and during the Q&A session at the end, Mitch asked more questions than the high schoolers combined, which was typical of Mitch. His best friend liked knowing things even if the knowledge had no relevance. Once the talk was over, most of the audience trickled out while some stayed to browse the library. A handful of others hovered around Lydia Hamilton from the admissions office to ask more questions. In the meantime, Cody, Roman, and Mitch folded up chairs and lugged them back upstairs to the conference room. That done, he took the empty trays into the kitchen, gave them both a wash, and put them away. Not a single Danish left, so that was an affirmative on teenagers being a fan then. Leaving the kitchen after drying his hands on a dish towel, he found Roman and Mitch in conversation near the front door. Roman saw him coming and gave him a smile that was brighter than the shiny trays he'd just washed. Conscious that they were in public, Cody turned his back to the main room, obscuring the lingering patron's view of Roman's torso, and ran a hand down Roman's arm.
Thanks for staying. You didn't have to.
Happy to, Roman said in a throaty voice. His hand was warm in Cody's. I'm gonna head out. I've got apple turnovers to make. Can I see you Friday? I'd like to show you something. Cody brought up his schedule in his head, but with the way Roman was staring at him, all soft and inviting, he could barely remember what day it was. He turned to Mitch, who leaned back against the hip-high shelf, arms crossed, a smug smile on his face.
I don't have a game Friday, Mitch said.
To Roman, Cody said,
He doesn't have a game on Friday.
Roman's small smile was endearingly shy. So, that's a yes?
Yes. I have class until 3, though.
That's fine. Come for dinner. I'll feed you. Cody sighed in appreciation.
You do know the right thing to say.
Back to Mitch.
Okay if I borrow the car?
Mitch waved a hand in answer.
I'll see you Friday then,
Cody confirmed with a nod. Disentangling their fingers, Roman edged toward the door. Come hungry, he muttered with a wolfish smile, and then he was gone.
Wait, was that a double entendre? Stomach somersaulting at the thought, he opened his mouth to ask Mitch, but Mitch had a contemplative expression on his face. Cody fully expected him to utter some sassy comment about him and Roman, especially since Cody had teased him mercilessly when he'd first fallen for Alex. But all Mitch said was, It just occurred to me that our boyfriends are technically rivals. Think that'll make us rivals too? Cody was stuck on one thing. He's not my boyfriend. Is he? I mean, we've only been on one date. We haven't talked about the boyfriend thing or being exclusive or... This is why I don't bother dating. It's too complicated. Not really. It just requires a conversation. You make that sound so easy. You and I talk about everything, Mitch pointed out with narrowed eyes. Yeah, but I know you're not going to leave me. Oh, he hadn't meant to say that. Hadn't known the thought was in his head until the words were out there, tumbling between them. Arms falling to his sides, Mitch straightened. Cody, I didn't mean that. Mitch placed his hands on Cody's shoulders. I have 2 things to say to that, he said, ignoring Cody completely. First, Roman Kinsey is not your father. That's not... Except, of course, that was where that fear stemmed from. Second, if Roman leaves you for starting a conversation about where you stand, then he's not worth your time. Cody blew out a long breath. I don't think he will. No, I don't think he will either. Thanks, Cody said with a pat to Mitch's hard stomach. After a final squeeze of the shoulders, Mitch released him. You done here? Yeah, just needed to thank Miss Hamilton. Cool. Pizza? Cody's stomach whined. God, yes. I'll go warm up the car. Picking up the coat draped over the shelf he'd been leaning on, Mitch shrugged into it and pulled a beanie out of one of the pockets. Thanks, Cody said, walking backward toward where he'd last seen Lydia Hamilton. I'll only be a few minutes. And hey, Mitch's eyes caught his. We're never going to be rivals. Mitch's toothy grin was devilish and confident. Damn straight. 17. The apple turnovers were a hit. Ritz and Honeybun grabbed 2 each, and a few of the other guys, including Cass, Cotton, and Zanetti, happily and enthusiastically dug into their own share. As expected, some of the other guys, although they took an offered turnover, did so with looks that said they weren't fooled by Roman's sudden turnaround. Roman did the only thing he could, and he started with Ritz and Honeybun. Closing the lid to his Tupperware, in which only crumbs and a lone chunk of apple remained, he tucked the container under his arm and approached them, steps heavy. Ritz wore jeans and a t-shirt, but Honeybun still stood in his towel, hair wet, water droplets clinging to his shoulders from his after-practice shower, abandoned jar of candy cane-scented lotion open on the shelf in his locker as he gobbled his apple turnovers like he knew it was going to be his last meal. He caught Roman slinking up to them and said, Got any more? No, sorry. Roman moved the container to his other arm. I'm having a little get-together this weekend to watch the game, he said, as if he already had RSVPs. If you're interested. Cool, Ritz said, sitting on the bench and pulling on a pair of thick boots. Who's playing Saturday? Fuck. Why hadn't he looked that up before embarking on this foolish quest to make friends? Buffalo versus Washington, Honeybun said. He'd stepped into his briefs and was now tugging on a pair of loose sweatpants. Roman nodded. Yes, that game. Cool, Ritz repeated. What time? 6:30. Oh, and it's a potluck. Why beat in time with his pulse? But Ritz's face lit up and Honeybun rubbed his palms together. I'll bring chips. He scowled at Honeybun. No. As much as the idea of a potluck hadn't intrigued him at first, if he was going to do it, he was going to do it right. Bring real food. Honeybun tapped his lip. I'll put some thought into it. In short order, Roman had invited the entire team. He received a few distrusting expressions. Everyone else seemed oddly enthusiastic about a potluck. He'd have to remember to tell Cody that he was onto something. Not everyone could make it, of course. Most of the married guys had prior commitments, and a couple of the ones in college had an assignment to finish for Monday. That was fine with Roman. No way would his apartment fit the entire team. The only guy who didn't get invited was Cass, and that was only because Cass received a phone call shortly after he'd gotten dressed and had left the locker room to take it. He hadn't returned. When Roman arrived home, he left his winter gear in his apartment, then headed next door to knock on Cass's door. Cass answered within a few seconds, as if he'd been standing right on the other side of the door, which he probably was. He was dressed to impress in a navy blue suit and white shirt topped with a long peacoat and finished with shiny leather gloves. Where are you off to so fancy on a Wednesday morning? Roman's gaze landed on Cass's feet. Those loafers won't keep your toes warm. Cass stepped out and locked the door. Says the guy who spent his first 2 weeks here in a windbreaker. Roman's eyes narrowed. How do you know that? People talk.
Cass said with a secretive smile. And to answer your question, my agent's in town with a potential sponsor. Got a lunch meeting. They came to some rando town in Vermont to meet you instead of flying you somewhere with high rises and plush offices? I know, right? It's got to be a good sign. Bypassing the elevator, good man, Cass moved to the staircase and paused at the top. What's up? Roman leaned on the banister. I'm having a get-together at my place this Saturday to watch the game. Was it still called a get-together if there were 12 people? A bunch of the guys from the team are coming. 6:30, if you'd like to come. They'd cleared the air between them, and yet, despite living next door, they hadn't had much interaction outside of that initial conversation except at practices. The part of Roman that desperately missed his best friend wanted to change that. And he had a feeling Cass did, too. Sounds fun, Cass said. Wouldn't miss it. It's, potluck. Ooh. Cass's smile widened. I love potlucks. I'll bring chips and salsa. What? No, Cass. Why did everyone get so excited about the idea of a potluck, but then get lazy when it came to what to bring? Actual food. Chips are food. Your mom used to make those amazing sweet and sour meatballs in the pineapple sauce. Bring that. I don't know. Cass started down the stairs slowly. They take forever to make, especially for a large group. I'll be rolling fucking meatballs for hours. Enlist help from one of the other guys. Enlist. A gleam entered Cass's eyes, and his smile went secretive. Good idea. Meatballs it is. Later, man. Wait, Roman said, but Cass just waved over his shoulder. What was that smile about? Who was Cass enlisting? Back inside his apartment, he was making a list of things he'd need for Saturday when his cell beeped. A message from Samantha, the engagement coordinator he'd emailed about Cody's library fundraiser. He read it over, forwarded it to Cody, and then sent him a text. Just forwarded you the email from my club's engagement coordinator, your fundraiser. Cody's response only took a minute to arrive. Damn, can't check it yet. Class is about to start. Can you summarize? Roman. They're on board as long as they can invite reporters to document. Cody. Are you kidding? Bring all the reporters. I get that your club wants them there for the good press, but it'll put the library front and center too. And that's not a bad thing. Anything else? Roman. The earliest date that might work is 3 weekends from now. It's not a lot of time to plan. It'll be a shotgun fundraiser. Cody. Damn. That's after Eileen presents to town council. Okay, we'll make it work. Thanks for this, Roman. I'll forward the email to Kate when I get out of class. Roman. Kate? Cody. The library's admin assistant. She'll be the one coordinating with your engagement people. I don't have the time. Also, I'm not an event planner. Smiley face emoji. If organizing these talks has taught me anything, it's that I'm damn glad I didn't go into event planning. Roman. Were you going to at one point? Cody. Nope. Smiley face emoji. But it's nice to have validation. Gotta go. Class is starting. Can I call you later? Roman. Yes, please. 18. The only reason Cody wasn't dragging his ass by the end of the week was because the thought of seeing Roman on Friday night gave him a spark of energy he usually got from yoga. Yet even yoga was kicking his ass, as evidenced by this morning's downward dog turned fallen bug, which was the name he'd given the new pose he'd made up that involved falling over onto his side from downward dog because he couldn't keep his eyes open. He grinned on his way up the stairs to the 7th floor of Roman's building, exhaustion on the back burner for now. Seconds away from seeing Roman, nothing but pills or a blow to the back of the head would put him to sleep. On top of this week's classes, readings, his shifts at the library, and assignments, he'd spent every night writing and editing and rewriting a brief for Eileen that outlined the speaker series he'd put together. Aside from the dates, times, and speakers' names and qualifications, the brief also discussed the costs associated. Minimal. Water came from the taps, and the danishes had been the day-old 50% off ones from the cafe down the street. The number of attendees, Over 24 people were signed up for each of the 6 events he'd put together, which wasn't great but didn't suck. No, he didn't write that in the brief. Attendee feedback. There'd only been 3 events so far. Lydia Hamilton's talk to high schoolers on Tuesday, Eileen's session on library services on Wednesday, and a photography 101 workshop on Thursday. All had been well received. And anticipated benefits. That last one had been difficult to put into words. He'd struggled with it until Mitch had caught him banging his head against the desk in his bedroom yesterday morning. The number of attendees proves that there's a need for these kinds of events as well as for a social space in which to have them. Don't do that. Mitch had wrestled Cody's glasses out of his hand from where he'd been drumming them against the desktop. You'll break them. Other than that, he continued, why don't you lean on what you know? Cody had rubbed his eyes. Meaning? Tapping a finger on one of Cody's textbooks, Mitch said, there's got to be psychological and health benefits to social interaction, right? Right about that. It had been so obvious, Cody couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it himself. Regardless, the brief had been written and emailed to Eileen, who wanted to look it over before she presented it, as well as the revised budget, to the town in 2 weeks, or the town board, or whoever made the decisions on these sorts of things. Cody had no idea. The only thing he knew was that he wanted to give Eileen all of the tools she'd need to make the best case possible for getting the new budget approved, thus allowing the library to remain open. He wasn't the only one working to save the library. One of the board members had been schmoozing the wealthy and/or influential citizens of Glen Hill for weeks. Another had gathered names for a petition. And one of the moms who brought her kids to storytime every week had taken it upon herself to craft a letter and email template for those who wanted to express their concerns to the town. She was even talking about organizing a protest at town hall if the budget didn't get approved. It was pretty cool the way everyone had come together to help save a small town library. Anything and everything having to do with the library, however, fled his mind when he knocked on Roman's door. Hey, you. Roman snagged his wrist and pulled him inside. Hey! Dropping his backpack by the door, Cody snuggled into him, sticking his face in Roman's neck and inhaling. Coffee and mint. Although they were more or less the same height, Roman was broader and more muscled. Being in his arms was like being encased in bubble wrap. Safe and warm and protected. Roman kissed his temple, his cheek, finally finding his mouth. Cody shivered into the hello kiss, bones turning liquid, Roman's lips warm and clinging, strong yet gentle. Pulling back an inch, Cody grinned against his mouth. Hi. Hi. With one last quick kiss, Roman let him go. Come in. I hope you came hungry. Oh, I definitely did. Leaving his boots by the door and his coat in the minuscule hall closet, Cody followed Roman into the kitchen, where, to his utter delight, the counter dividing the kitchen from the living room held an assortment of dishes. Steamed asparagus topped with Parmesan cheese, carrots sprinkled with parsley, baked potatoes wrapped in foil with assorted toppings in bowls next to it, and thick slabs of steak that made Cody's mouth water. Oh, man, he said, salivating. You weren't kidding when you said you were going to feed me. I don't joke about food. Here. Cody blindly reached for the plate Roman held out, gaze still on the food, making Roman laugh. Man, you must love cooking, Cody said once they'd served themselves and were seated on bar stools at the counter. The cozy little apartment didn't have space for a table. You sure seem to do a lot of it. Roman swallowed his bite before replying. I do like it, but more than that, I like food itself. There was a time when, gaze going distant, he trailed off, took a swallow from his water glass. There was a time when I couldn't afford much, including food. When I finally could, I taught myself to make stuff I'd enjoy. Not a lie, just not the whole truth either. Like when Roman had explained about his past with Kasper Kowalski, Cody suspected there was more to the story. And he wanted to know it. It was part of Roman, and Cody wanted to know all of him, past, present, and future.
Should he push for answers? Did it mean that Roman didn't trust him if he wasn't volunteering the information himself? Or was he ashamed about something? Or maybe he was simply trying to let the past go and move on. Was he waiting for Cody to show interest by asking? God, navigating a new relationship was hard. They chatted through dinner, Cody making orgasmic noises as he ate that he hoped to replicate later when they hit the sheets, assuming they'd do so. He'd brought his toothbrush and spare clothes for tomorrow in case he spent the night. He really wanted to spend the night, had been anticipating it for days. What would his first time with Roman, hell, his first time period, be like? Lazy sensualness? A passionate whirlwind? Awkward fumbling? Whatever it turned out to be, the fact that it was Roman who would be his first made him sigh dreamily into his steak.
How did your other speaker events go this week? Roman asked an hour later while they cleaned up together in the small kitchen.
Cody made it a point to brush up against him every chance he got, which was often. Good. Cody rinsed the dish free of soap and set it in the drying rack next to the sink. Okay. Maybe? I don't know, to be honest. His shoulders fell. People are coming to them, and they ask lots of questions, and the speakers have been great, but I guess part of me expected attendance to be better. I just don't know if it's making a difference.
I'm sure every little bit helps.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of the library, I have some bad news. Next to him, Roman went still, dish towel in one hand, dripping serving dish in the other.
The new budget didn't get approved?
Huh? Oh, no. Eileen's presenting it at the town meeting the first Tuesday in March. I appreciate how concerned you are, though.
Leaning into Roman's space, Cody kissed his jaw. What is it, then?
I had to cancel your apple turnover demonstration.
Oh?
Yeah, we couldn't find the kitchen space. The kitchen at the library isn't big enough, not to mention that it doesn't have an oven, and none of the restaurants in town could accommodate us on such short notice.
Oh.
The feigned disappointment made Cody laugh so hard he had to prop himself up against the counter. That was the most insincere-sounding aw I've ever heard.
A pause. Then, aw?
Yeah. Still chuckling, Cody nudged Roman in the ribs. I can tell you're all cut up about it. Roman grabbed another dish from the drying rack.
Can't deny that I don't hate not having to do that one. But I am sorry you've got a slot to fill now.
Meh. Cody scrubbed something sticky off a plate. I don't think I'll bother. I've already got 3 sessions next week. If those plus the ones from this week don't help convince the town to keep the library open, I don't think one more will. Dishes clacked behind him as Roman returned them to the cupboard.
I have a suggestion, but I don't think you're going to like it.
What's that?
You could ask your dad.
Sure he'd misunderstood. Cody placed the final dish in the drying rack, grabbed a spare towel hanging off the fridge door handle, and dried his hands. What?
Your dad, Roman said.
He leaned against the counter behind him.
He's been in the army for more than half his life, right? He's got to have something to talk about.
His dad? There was no way Cody could ask him to do something so last minute. Hell, Cody wouldn't have asked him months ahead of time. He already knew what the answer would be, the same one he'd been hearing since he was little. Sorry, kid, can't get the time away.
Your hands are dry, babe.
Roman tugged the towel out of Cody's restless hands. Setting it aside, he pulled Cody into him.
Talk to me. What's going through your head?
Cody got comfortable against Roman's strong body. You called me babe?
Don't change the subject,
Roman said, but Cody could feel his satisfied grunt through his chest.
I know you guys don't have the best relationship, but it can't hurt to ask.
Sighing, Cody stepped away and leaned back against the counter across from Roman. I stopped asking my dad for things a long time ago. The answer's always the same, and I got tired of hearing no.
Ah.
Roman's eyebrows lowered.
Don't bite my head off for this,
he said, extending a socked foot to nudge Cody's.
But rejection is a part of life.
I get that, I do. Cody gripped the edge of the counter behind him. But with my dad, it's always felt less like rejection and more like disinterest. I can tell you just from the little I saw of you two together that your dad isn't disinterested in you. Blowing out a breath and a groan, Cody stared at the ceiling. You probably think I'm an ungrateful asshole. Why? Cody waved at him, unable to form the words. Nudging him again, Roman said, Didn't I tell you once that my problems don't invalidate yours? The kind of relationship you have with your dad is up to you, but I can tell you that he loves you, just like I know you love him. Doesn't mean I want to put myself out there with them to hear no again. You put yourself out there with me. Stumped. Cody could only stare at him. It was less risk with you. Because you knew I felt the same, even though I was fighting it? Cody crossed his arms. Who's the psych major here? All I'm saying, Roman began, coming nearer. He cupped Cody's face and kissed his nose. Cody's stomach flipped. Is that if you don't take the chance, you'll never get the answer you want. A kiss on the lips this time, fast and light. Now, what are your thoughts on dessert? Dessert? Sometimes Roman had trouble believing that Cody was a real person. He didn't let anything bring him down for long. He took risks. His smile was unfiltered and carefree. He cared deeply. And now, as he happily devoured chocolate chip cookies that Roman had made this morning, he made sounds deep in his throat that made Roman's blood sing and his entire body clench. Something about cooking for Cody and then having Cody so obviously enjoy it made warmth bloom in his chest. He hadn't lied when he told Cody that he once hadn't had enough money for food. He just hadn't told him everything. How would he even start that conversation? Hey, let me tell you about the time I was homeless. Cody was from the Hamptons. What would he think about Roman living out of his car for months? Nothing. Well, no, not nothing. He'd be saddened and sympathetic, and knowing Cody, he'd try and cheer Roman up by pointing out how far he'd come. Never mind that Roman didn't need cheering up. Yet Roman still couldn't find the words to tell someone what he'd never uttered aloud before. It was like by giving the words voice, he'd be giving them power. Power to manifest and change his world again by repeating the past. You ready to go? Go? Cody asked. Am I being kicked out? No, Roman said on a laugh. I have something to show you, remember? Oh, it's not here? We have to go outside to see it. It could actually be seen from Roman's tiny balcony, but it wasn't the same. But it's cold out. You can bring the cookies. With a grin, Cody was up and off the bar stool, and within a couple of minutes, they were ready to go. Cody snagged 2 cookies for the road and handed one to Roman once they reached the street. A sweet gesture made his steps falter, his heart skip. It's not as cold now, Cody said, stuffing his beanie back into his pocket. Yeah, the wind's died down. They crossed the street in front of Roman's building and followed the path to the Church Street marketplace. There weren't many people out in the dark of winter, and with most of the shops closed, but there was the occasional pedestrian, a couple of dog walkers, and a handful of couples. Roman didn't reach for Cody's hand like he wanted to, and that tore something inside of him, a need he didn't know he'd had until Cody had come into his life. What did you want to show? Oh, wow. Cody drew the last word out to about 6 syllables. He reached up, standing on his toes to tap a colorful sphere lit up in hundreds of purple lights that hung from a tree. I forgot the marketplace does a light festival in the winter. You've seen it before? Once, Cody said as they walked on, slowly, because he couldn't stop looking at everything. In freshman year. He stood under a light canopy that spanned the entire width of the marketplace's pedestrian walkway, the thousands of white lights adding a shimmer to his already glowing features and brightening his pale blue eyes, making them shine aqua. On first glance, and second and third and 100th, he looked like an angel lost on earth. Roman's throat closed,
chest squeezing. Cody was magic. Everything about him was sparkly and unique and perfect, and Roman had been gone over him ever since Cody had given him his scarf. He hadn't stood a chance, not against Cody's fierce vitality. Cody turned to him, his smile wide. "What do you think?" "Huh?" Roman said, his voice gravel. "Sorry, I missed what you said." "I was saying we should grab a coffee at one of the coffee shops if we can find one that's still open." "I'll make us hot chocolate when we get back." "Yeah? Even better." They walked in silence, Cody reaching to tap all of the spheres he could reach. Some were purple, others turquoise, the few pink ones in the mix. Each one made Cody grin, and every time he turned that grin on Roman's entire body threatened to turn to mush. This was why he'd brought Cody here, because he'd wanted to give Cody something that would make him happy. "This reminds me of home," Roman said a few minutes later. "The town would light up downtown North Bay like this for Christmas." "You don't talk about home much." Cody walked so close their arms brushed. "What's it like?" "It's a city about the size of Burlington that sits on a lake, much like Lake Champlain. Actually, it's nestled between two lakes. Now that I'm thinking about it, Burlington and North Bay are pretty similar. Small cities that feel like towns, a lake, outdoorsy culture, trees everywhere, lots of nature." "You sound like you miss it." Did he? "I miss certain aspects of it. I miss walking to school with my friends. I miss going to the beach with them and boating with my parents." Cody bit his lip. With caution, he said, "You don't talk about your parents much either." "There's not much to tell." Roman shrugged, his skin feeling too tight. "They never expected to have kids, so it was a surprise when my mom got pregnant. They were older when they had me, so they liked things a certain way. Not that they were overly strict, but they liked order and rules. They're also extremely conservative. I knew if I ever came out to them, I wouldn't have a home with them anymore." "I'm sorry, Roman." "It is what it is. How about you?" They passed under a red sphere that was a little too high for Cody to reach. It cast tiny red dots across his face. "Your parents don't mind that you're gay?" "Oh, I'm not gay," Cody said. "I'm demi." Demi. Cody was demisexual, meaning he didn't feel sexual attraction to anyone he didn't have a deep emotional connection with. Roman's heart jumped before he crushed down the hope. Cody was clearly romantically attracted to him. Roman had no question about it, just like he was romantically attracted to Cody. But for someone like Cody, sex was entirely different. So, okay. Roman had had high hopes for tonight's activities, all of which had included lube and condoms and several orgasms. Cody's demisexuality changed things, though, because he wouldn't jump into bed with just anybody. Not that Roman wanted to be just anybody, and God. How had he gone from talking about his parents to thinking about sex? One did not go with the other, although one was infinitely more fun. Shaking his head, he refocused on the conversation. "Demi," Cody repeated with a side-eyed glance at Roman when Roman stayed silent too long. "Demisexual? It means—" "I'm familiar with it." Roman put his fantasies for tonight on the back burner. There'd be no sexual activities until Cody was damn good and ready, and Roman wasn't going to pressure him. He was a grown-ass man. He could relieve himself. Well, himself. "Ah, cool. Most people aren't." At the top of Church Street, they turned and headed back the way they'd come. "Anyway, my mom knows I'm demi and that I could one day bring a guy home. She doesn't care. She's always been on my side, no matter what. I told Dad when he visited last month." Cody's voice dipped. "I think he was okay with it." Roman squeezed his shoulder. "Unless he said otherwise, I'm sure he was." Relationships were, sometimes, clearer from an outside perspective. He understood where Cody's caution stemmed from with his father, But from Roman's very little time with them both, it was painfully obvious that Peter Evans was dying to know his son. They were mostly silent on the walk back, taking in the lovely atmosphere and the quiet of the cloudless night. Once back at the apartment, Roman took out everything he'd need for hot chocolate and got to work.
Wait,
Cody opened the tin of chocolate.
you use actual chocolate pieces, not the powdered stuff?
Roman frowned. Powder? Hell no. If you're going to have hot chocolate, might as well do it right.
Marry me.
It was said with such hopeful seriousness, Roman threw his head back and laughed.
You know,
Cody said when the hot chocolates were poured into mugs and they were sitting on the couch,
the offer to move in still stands.
I'll keep that in mind, Roman said. He ran a hand over Cody's back when Cody leaned forward to place his mug on the coffee table. If I ever decide to move out of this place.
Do you think you will?
Cody leaned back, and when he did, he snuggled into Roman's side like he belonged there. There Roman went again, turning into mush. Not until the NHL makes a decision on whether or not they're going to move the team to a more populated city.
They're still talking about doing that? Even after that awesome winning streak?
Yeah. I doubt they'll base their decision on a few won games. Besides, our winning streak got shot to hell last night. Badly. They'd become overconfident.
Yeah, but that was going to happen eventually,
Cody said.
I keep telling you, shots on goal.
Ugh. Roman rested his head against the back of the couch and blinked at the ceiling. You're hurting my head with all your shots on goal business.
You're hurting my soul, Cody volleyed back. This is professional hockey, not some piddly game of golf.
Piddly? I like golf.
Cody patted his chest.
You would. What's that supposed to mean?
It's a loner sport.
Cody sat up and tugged aside the collar of Roman's shirt.
Not that you're a loner. You just pretend that you are.
Wait, what? Also, what are you doing? Now he was pulling up the right sleeve of Roman's long-sleeved t-shirt.
I want to see your tattoos.
What?
You're always covered up, neck to fucking wrist.
Cody kept tugging.
Can I see just one?
Just one, huh? Placing his mug on the table, Roman leaned far enough away so that he didn't smack Cody in the face, grabbed the back of his shirt with two hands, and pulled. Cody sucked in a breath. Trailing his fingertips softly over Roman's right arm, he traced over the series of interconnected tattoos. Roman sucked in his own breath, heart rate spiking. Where previously he'd been mush, now every part of him was alert. This may have been a bad idea.
They're so beautiful,
Cody whispered.
What do they mean?
Roman cleared desire from his throat. They don't really mean anything. Flowers, soaring birds, mythological symbols, curlicues, books, important dates, like his first professional hockey game. I got this one done over a couple of years when I was in the ECHL, during a time when I needed something hopeful.
So you got something pretty to remind you life doesn't always suck.
Cody's touch left goosebumps in its wake. Yeah. Rising onto his knees, Cody pressed on the back of Roman's shoulder, silently urging him to turn. Roman did so and swallowed a moan when Cody's tortuous fingers traced the tattoo on his back. His body erupted in chills. Hanging his head, he concentrated on breathing through the pleasure Cody didn't appear to realize he was causing. His touch was like being tickled with a feather, if that feather was attached to a 5'10" blonde hottie who was too good to be true.
A sword, Cody murmured.
Of course. Not just any sword. A giant fucking thing like in the fantasy novels he read. The kind that slayed dragons and demons and rescued the people and saved the day. The point was at his lower back, and the blade rose up his spine. The guard covered his shoulders, the handle rose up his neck, and the pommel was nestled at the base of his skull. Roman locked his muscles to suppress a shiver as Cody's fingers trailed up his spine.
To remind you that you can take on the world, Cody said, and win.
Goddamn psychology majors. Cody's laugh was light and airy. His arms came around Roman's shoulders, and he pecked a series of small kisses along his shoulders. Out of nowhere, Cody said, I brought towels. You... Turning around to face him, all Roman could come up with was... What? Towels. Are we going swimming? Another laugh from Cody. No, for the sex. Every thought fled Roman's brain. Because sex is messy? His blood pulsed in his ears. Are we having sex? Aren't we? Bummer. Can we do it next time, then? Roman started to laugh. God! He scrubbed his face. How are you a real person? Head tilting, Cody's face scrunched in thought. I don't understand the question. Can I have more cookies if we're not having sex? Get over here. Roman hauled Cody to him. Their smiling lips met, and Cody chuckled into his mouth when he fell back onto the couch, taking Cody with him. Roman tasted chocolate on Cody's tongue. Chocolate and eagerness. Cupping his face, Roman pulled back slightly. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. Cody's brow furrowed. Do you not want to? Oh, I want to. Hips lifting, Roman rubbed the evidence of how much he wanted to against Cody. Cody groaned and tucked his head in Roman's neck. I just don't want you to feel pressured. Pretty sure I'm the one doing the pressuring. Cody rolled his hips. Jesus. Roman's eyes rolled back at the contact. I want you to be sure. Roman. Head lifting on a sigh, Cody stared at him. Why are you acting like I don't know what I want? Besides, I brought the towels, didn't I? Roman kissed him quick. You know I have towels, right? Seemed polite to bring my own, Cody said with perhaps the first blush Roman had ever seen on him. Avoiding Roman's eyes, he ran a finger along Roman's shoulder. Fuck, he was cute. Roman gave him a little pat on the butt. Okay, up. I'm not having sex on a couch my ass will stick to. Cody rose with a little hop, and Roman followed suit. Oh, look. Cody's warm hands landed on Roman's chest. One of us is already half naked. How fortuitous. Laughing, Roman towed Cody into the bedroom. The last time he'd laughed this much with someone before a sexual encounter was never. He did sex, not emotional attachment. Except this time, because Cody was worth being vulnerable for. Still want those cookies? Roman asked, walking backward into the bedroom. Walking right into him, Cody said, Maybe not right this second, and kissed him stupid. And stupid was exactly what he became as they undressed, as they made out on top of the covers, as Cody removed his glasses and set them on the night table with the muttered, I'm so hot they're fogging up, making Roman downright fucking giggle around Cody's nipple. And stupid was what he called himself when they were both sweating and panting and swearing, and he realized he'd forgotten lube and a condom. Don't go anywhere. As if I could. Cody was sprawled on the bed, erection in one fist, jerking himself off slowly. I'll just blink unseeing at the ceiling. Can you not see it? Roman dug in his bathroom drawers, his own erection bobbing in front of him. I can see it. It's just really blurry. You're blurry. Cody waved a hand at him when he stepped out of the bathroom. You don't have any features. You could be looking past me at the window and I wouldn't know it. Really? So you can't see me do this? Standing at the foot of the bed, lube and condom in one hand, Roman dragged the other over his own hip, his stomach, lower to the dark patch of hair. Cody squinted so hard his eyes went to slits, and then they popped wide and he beckoned with one finger. Bring that over here. He looked so debauched, Roman couldn't reconcile this Cody with the energetic one who found so much joy in the little things. Placing the lube and condom on the bed, Roman crawled up his body, leaving tiny kisses in his wake. Hip bone, stomach, chest. "Want your mouth," Cody said, hoarse, writhing beneath him. Palming the back of Roman's head, he brought him up with a yank. And Roman went, because whatever Cody wanted, he could have. When he was inside Cody, when Cody was around him, Roman just barely managed to keep his heart from tumbling into love as he came to. It wasn't until later, when they were cooling off side by side, and Cody said, "Damn it, forgot the towels in my backpack," that Roman, stretched out on his stomach, laughed into his pillow and let his heart fall. Cody was inevitable. 19. Cody awoke the next morning and stretched, enjoying the feel of the covers on his naked skin. That was a new experience, sleeping naked. It was the second of last night's new experiences. With a satisfied grunt at the ache in his backside, he rolled onto his side to find Roman with his eyes open and on him. "Oh, hi." "Hi." Roman's voice was thick with sleep, his eyes heavy-lidded. Cody scooted forward and tucked himself into him, sighing when Roman's warm and muscled arm came around him. "Sleep okay?"
"Mm-hmm."
He kissed Roman's chest.
"You?"
Roman simply grunted. Cody grinned and took it as a yes. They dozed off and on for the next half hour or so, cuddled together under the covers. When he got too hot, he rolled onto his back and stretched again, smiling at nothing. God, last night. If he'd known sex was that good, he would have been doing it a long time ago. Okay, no, that wasn't true. He didn't have interest in sex unless it was with Roman. And Roman had been selfless and giving and hot. Jesus fuck, the guy should be iced, he was so fucking hot. Chuckling at his own bad joke, he turned his head to look at Roman, lying there next to him with his eyes closed. He looked less like a badass in repose and without the eyebrow and nose rings, which Cody hadn't realized until right now Roman hadn't been wearing yesterday. There was probably some psychological meaning behind that, but Cody's brain was too jumbled to think about it. In the dim morning sunshine filtering in through the blinds, he looked around Roman's bedroom. The walls were a pale yellow and a dresser in stark white sat across from the bed. It matched the night table next to Cody and the cabinets in the ensuite bathroom he'd used last night before bed. Next to the window to Cody's right was a striped yellow and orange armchair. Cody couldn't see much without his glasses, but he still noticed the little things that spoke to a person living here. A stack of clean laundry on the dresser next to a wallet and a pile of coins, what appeared to be a small pile of dirty laundry next to the dresser, and on the night table was a well-loved paperback. Cody squinted at it, trying to make out the title. The Eye of the World by Robert Jordan. "Roman?" Cody put his glasses on and looked around again. The only thing he'd noticed that he'd missed on first inspection was a binder on the armchair with the Trailblazers' logo on the spine. Roman grunted. "Where's all your stuff?" "Storage." "That sucks. You should take some of it out. Might help you feel more at home." "I don't not feel at home," Roman protested weakly. "Well, that's not the same thing." Roman grunted again. "Hungry?" "I could eat." Neither of them moved. Cody rolled into him, pulling the blanket over them, and they snuggled into their blanket fort. Roman kissed his nose, and Cody's entire body lit up. "You know," Cody said, "you're the first person I've done that with." "Sleep in the same bed?" "Have sex." Roman's eyes popped open. "What?" Cody scratched an itch on his chest. "That's slightly intimidating." "Hence why I didn't mention it before." Roman's frown was concern mixed with mild displeasure. "I feel like that's something I should have known first." "To be honest," Cody said, "I didn't think about it. Last night,
I was just thinking about you and me. Nothing else existed. Roman's frown still hadn't disappeared, but he ran a gentle thumb over Cody's cheekbone.
Weren't you nervous?
You don't make me nervous. I mean, you do, Cody amended. In a good way. The best way. But I wasn't nervous about being with you. Concern and mild displeasure turned to concern only.
Was it okay?
Are you kidding? Cody said with a smile, his stomach clenching as he remembered last night. You do remember me coming all over you?
Mildly.
Cody mock gasped. Mildly? Making a sound low in his throat, Roman pushed him onto his back and settled on top of him.
Maybe I need a repeat to jog my memory?
Cody smiled against Roman's lips. That can be arranged. An hour later, showered, dressed, and fed, Roman had made him bacon and pancakes. Cody was elbow deep in sudsy water washing a pan when he almost did it. Almost brought up the boyfriend exclusivity conversation, but his throat closed off. Roman was slowly learning to trust after being so hurt as a teenager. What if that conversation made him panic or think they were moving too fast? Cody had meant what he'd said to Mitch. He didn't think Roman would bail. That, however, was the problem. He didn't think Roman would bail. He didn't know for sure. Did he? Last night might have been evidence of a deepening relationship to some people, and to Cody for sure. To others, sex was just sex. Where did Roman fit? Given he hadn't been close to anyone in a long time, Cody was inclined to believe the latter. But with him? Cody eyed him from his peripheral. There was no way Roman thought last night was just sex. Cody would bet his meager savings on it, which was ultimately what unstuck his throat. He blurted, "Are we exclusive?" Roman put a plate in the cupboard.
You think I've been seeing someone else?
No, that's not what I mean. I was just curious.
As if I have time for 2 boyfriends, Roman muttered while he dried the pan Cody handed him.
Cody's shoulders loosened. In Roman speak, that meant, yes, we're exclusive. I'm going to take that as a yes, he happily declared. Roman kissed his temple from behind, his scruffy jaw scritching against Cody's cheek.
As you should. What are your plans for today?
Just Mitch's game later tonight. Nothing until then. You?
As per your suggestion, I'm hosting a potluck.
Ha! You love my suggestions!
They do have merit.
With a wet hand, Cody pretended to flick his hair. Why, thank you.
I've got to go to the store and pick up some chips because, God forbid, I don't have chips.
Roman sounded so put out that Cody snorted a laugh as he drained the water in the sink and dried his hands.
Everything else I already have, Roman continued. Just need to prep it. Put the prime rib on the barbecue.
Prime rib? This was a fancy potluck. Wait, barbecue? Cody looked over his shoulders at the sliding glass doors that led onto Roman's tiny balcony where, sure enough, sat a small barbecue. Roman, it's the middle of winter.
Yeah, I know, but I barbecued everything when I was living in Florida. Got used to the taste of it.
Can I come to the store with you? Help you prep later?
You want to?
Roman put the final pan away and turned to him.
It won't be too boring for you?
I don't think time spent with you could ever be boring. Cody kissed Roman's reddening cheek, then headed to the front and pulled his boots on. Come on, let's go shopping. I don't think time spent with you could ever be boring.
Roman kept Cody's words close as he finished getting things ready for the potluck. His teammates were due any minute. The prime rib was off the barbecue and sliced on a serving platter. He had bowls of chips strategically placed around the living room for the neophyte potluckers, and he'd tossed a simple salad with chopped veggies because he wasn't convinced his guys would bring a single vegetable among them. Speaking of his living room, the hell had he been thinking hosting a potluck? He barely had enough room for 6 people to hang out comfortably, never mind the dozen he was expecting. There was nothing to be done for it.
Shoving the furniture to the edges of the room left more floor space for people to sit. It wasn't perfect, but it'd have to do. Spending the day with Cody had put him, oddly, in the mood for more socialization. Once they'd returned from the store, where Cody had also bought a few groceries for himself and Mitch, they'd come back and had a lazy couple of hours watching one of the Fast and Furious movies on TV. Midway through, Roman had made a rub for the prime rib, and to Cody's eternal amusement, placed his hunk of meat on the barbecue. He'd so badly wanted to ask Cody to stay, for dinner, to meet the guys. But not only did Cody already have plans, what would Roman introduce him as? His friend? Not good enough. And although the thought of coming out to his teammates made him want to shit bricks, something about Cody made him want to be brave. He didn't have much time to think about it, though, because once Cody left, he went into party mode, setting out plates and cutlery and filling a couple of coolers with beer. Then everyone started arriving, bringing with them meatballs and some kind of pastry filled with cheese and pasta salad and biscuits and a homemade 7-layer dip, among others. It was an impressive spread. "Hey, Kinsey!" Zanetti said from his spot on the floor next to the balcony doors. "What do you put on this meat, man? It's amazing." "It's just a rub I made before barbecuing it." "Barbecue," Kabakina said from the floor in front of the TV. "In this weather? Dude, that's hardcore." He held his hand out for a fist bump. Conversation continued and beers were opened as the game started. And it was a good thing there was a lot of food, because these guys ate as if it was their last meal. During the first intermission, Roman had to open his balcony doors a few inches to let some air in. So many bodies packed in such a small space equaled too much body heat. While Washington was winning 2-0 during the second period, Voss, sitting on the couch with his long legs out in front of him, shoved his phone in Cotton's face. "Look at that. She just friended me on Facebook." "Okay." Cotton took a quick look, then grabbed the last cheese ball from the plate on the coffee table. "Just look! That rack, man!" Roman tried not to roll his eyes. "Yeah," Cotton said, pushing the phone away. "Boobs aren't really my thing." "Right. Forgot you're a dick man. We're dropping like flies, you know." "Lay off him, Voss," Roman growled from the armchair. Then he went still, Voss's words sinking in. Wait. A dick man? "Don't tell me you're gay too, Kinsey." With a playful grumble, Voss picked his plate up off the floor and stood, heading for the counter that divided the kitchen from the living room, where most of the food was laid out. He pointed a finger at Roman. "We're gonna have words if I see you checking me out in the locker room." Roman did roll his eyes then, because Voss was obviously joking around. "Please, if I was going to look at anyone, it'd be Cotton. He's cute as a button." Cotton blushed scarlet, but no one was more surprised by Roman's words than himself. Why hadn't his first instinct been to deny it? "Hey!" Cass pointed at him with his fork. "Hands off!" "What? Yo, Ritz Cracker!" Voss interrupted from the counter. "What's this?" "Olive tapenade." Ritz stood from one of the bar stools Cass had brought over from next door. He brushed a hand over the back of Honeybun's neck as he passed him on the way to the counter. "Okay, hold up. What was happening right now?" Since Ritz was busy, Roman caught Honeybun's eye and waved a hand between him and Ritz. Honeybun raised an eyebrow. "We came out as a couple to the team a while ago." "What? When?" "When you were being mopey," Honeybun said bluntly. "How did I miss that?" "It's not like we stood in the locker room and announced it," Ritz said, retaking his seat. "We quietly told a few people, and word eventually got around." Roman slouched further in his chair. "Not to me." "Mopey," Honeybun repeated. "Nobody wanted to brave your wrath by talking to you." "I wasn't that bad." Honeybun shrugged, unconcerned. "We figured you were dealing with something and would pull your head out of your ass at some point. Obviously, we were right." Roman's thoughts were going in too many directions. How long since I shit on his couch in high school, Honeybun said, shamelessly thrilled about it. Kabakina, who Roman had thought was too invested in the game to follow their conversation, turned and made a face at Honeybun.
Dude, are you being serious, or is that a metaphor for something?
I thought it was a fart.
What did you do?
I think I swore. Definitely ran to the bathroom.
You did swear,
Ritz contributed helpfully.
You said, "Oh shit." And what did you do?
Kabakina asked Ritz. Ritz shrugged and lifted his fork to his mouth.
I cleaned it up.
Kabakina's face scrunched.
Why? What? I was supposed to leave it there? Most people would have. Made Honeybun clean it up when he got back.
Ritz's turn to make a face.
It smelled.
Cass leaned toward Cotton, who sat in a recliner perpendicular to the couch. This is the weirdest conversation ever, he whisper-shouted. Cotton kicked him in the leg. Clearly you didn't grow up with 4 brothers. Nope. Cass sank back into his seat. Sisters. I know way too much about bras, hair in weird places, and periods. Kabakina was still squinting at Ritz.
And you dated the guy after that?
Honeybun smirked. I kissed him that night, he said, chest puffing out. True love is someone who will clean up your poop.
I mean, I was already in love with him,
Ritz said.
What's a little poop?
Roman poked Cass in the shoulder.
I'm with you. Weirdest conversation ever.
My brothers and I once had an hour-long debate about whether or not anime girls are hot, Cotton said, eyes on the TV.
I don't know.
Voss spread homemade hummus on a slice of bread. The other day, Kowalski and Zanetti were debating if a black bra under a white shirt is sexy. It's not. Cass sat up on the couch, gesturing with his hands. Who told women to wear black under white? How does that make sense?
It's sexy,
Zanetti argued. It makes them look like they got dressed in the dark, Cass rebutted. Roman settled deeper into the couch cushions, letting the conversation flow around him, his friends' voices rising and falling, at times frenetic, other times mocking, all of it in fun and friendship. Being surrounded by friends reminded him of the photo in his wallet, and his gaze swung to Cass, who had his hand on Cotton's arm, his thumb rubbing back and forth. When had that become a thing? Roman nudged him with his elbow, nodding at Cotton when Cass turned to look at him. We didn't really come out, Cass said with a smile in Cotton's direction. We just didn't hide that we were dating. How had Roman missed that too?
You've barely been here 5 minutes. How do you have a boyfriend already?
Cass's grin was huge. I'm charming. He is, Cotton agreed with a sigh. It's unfair. Voss pointed at Roman, plate piled high with a second helping of everything.
See what I mean? Dropping like flies.
Jesus. Roman had once told Ritz and Cotton that people were self-absorbed assholes only out for themselves, and it was beyond clear that he wasn't the exception to the rule if he'd missed this. Not that he'd thought he was, but... Holy fuck. Now would certainly be a good time to come out to his teammates, but his mind was going in 18 different directions and he couldn't think straight.
You look like your mind's been blown,
Zanetti piped in. Blown? Yes. Brains everywhere. Things have been changing in the league since Ashton Yeager came out, Cass said with a pointed look in Roman's direction.
Yes, they were.
Roman's opening was here, right here. Empty space waiting for him to fill it with words. I'm gay too. Yet. There was too much fear alive under his skin, taking up too much space in his head. 8 years of hiding who he was, of staying on the fringe of every team he'd been on, of anticipating the worst, knowing that outing himself meant losing everything. It clogged his throat, made ants crawl over the base of his neck. And then the moment passed, the topic shifting to tonight's game, and Roman let the weight of decision-making seep off his shoulders. An opportunity wasted, no doubt. But was it really an opportunity if he wasn't ready? 20. Cody hung out in the library's lunchroom during Tuesday's story time and brought up his text messaging app, clicked on his dad's name, way down the list, and stared at it. There was no way his dad would be available to fly in for Saturday morning to replace Roman's Apple turnover talk, right? His retirement ceremony was a week and a half away, and he was probably being kept busy trying to finish up stuff. This week was it, the final 3 speaker events. Roman was on tonight, talking about what went on behind the scenes of a hockey team. Tomorrow, Marjorie at the tourism office was going to give a presentation on things to do in Glen Hill. And then Thursday, Alex was flying in to do a book signing and Q&A session. He'd done his part. It was in Eileen's hands after that. Sucking it up, he exited out of the app and called his dad directly, knowing exactly what to expect. Voicemail. Which was why he stuttered inanely when his dad actually answered. "Oh, hi, Dad. You okay, kid?"
Yeah.
Leaning against the counter, he rubbed his brow. "Just that I expected to get your voicemail."
"You've got good timing. I'm just heading home. What's up?"
A whump, like a car door slamming, hit Cody's ears as he stared at the floor, bouncing one foot against the tile.
I was wondering, see, I work at the local library, and I've been setting up some speaker sessions, and, well, it's to prove to the town that the library has community values, since there's one citizen who thinks it should be shut down. Anyway, that doesn't matter. I was wondering if, maybe if you had time, you'd be willing to give a talk about some of the cultures you've encountered during your deployments?
"Oh, hey, that'd be fun,"
his dad said, and Cody couldn't decide if he should whoop for joy or cringe. He hadn't told him the caveat yet.
"How about sometime mid-March? I'll be officially retired by then and have loads of free time."
Cody cleared his throat, foot double timing against the floor.
The town meeting is the first Tuesday in March, so next Tuesday. That's when there'll be a verdict on whether or not to shut us down, so, I kind of need this to happen before then? Like, in the next week?
"Ah, kid." A gusty sigh filled the line with static.
"I wish I could, but in that time frame, it's not going to happen."
Right, yeah, of course.
His body weighed with leaden disappointment. Cody sank onto the floor.
"I'm really sorry, kid."
Sure.
"Is there anything else I can do to help? Can I donate on the website?"
Well, that'd be good. Thanks, Dad.
He was preparing to hang up when his dad said, "Hey, Cody, I'm glad you asked." They said their goodbyes. Collapsing against the cabinet behind him, Cody yanked at his hair. He'd known what to expect, so why was he still so sad? Voices reached him before the lunchroom door opened, and a couple of the part-time librarians entered. Desperate to be left alone, he made his escape and headed to the attic to sort a couple boxes of books while he waited for Roman to finish story time. He'd set up for Roman's talk afterward. Nervous tension kept his hands and mind busy, so that by the time Roman found him 30 minutes later, he no longer felt unsettled and edgy.
"Hey."
Devoid of facial piercings, as he always was for story time, Roman strode in wearing black jeans and a denim blue, long-sleeved t-shirt. Kissing the crown of Cody's head, he sat on the floor opposite him, his legs bracketing Cody's hips.
"What are you reading?"
Cody held the book up. "Ghost Towns of Vermont. I thought there'd be actual ghosts in it." Setting the book down, he reached behind him to grab a different one. "I have something for you. Check this out." Roman whistled as he gently flipped over the cover of The Eye of the World.
First edition?"
"Flip the next page," Cody said, sitting on his hands to prevent himself from doing exactly that and spoiling the surprise. Roman flipped and, "Holy shit!" He stared at Cody, his olive green eyes wide. Back to the book. "Cody, the book."
"A signed first edition? What idiot would give this away? What box did this come from?"
grinning at Roman's childlike awe, the tight strain in his shoulders unraveling. Cody waved at a cardboard box a few feet away that had seen better days. It looked like a dog had chewed on one bottom corner and an entire side had water damage. The books, miraculously, appeared undamaged. Roman practically tore the box apart looking for more hidden gems, and when he found 13 more hardcovers in the series, all signed, Cody would have sworn he was about to cry. Stacking them in a pile in front of him, Roman counted them as if to make sure they were all there. "Do you have any idea what these would go for right now?"
No.
$4,000, $5,000. Cody's jaw dropped. "What? Who donated these? You should contact them and tell them to come pick them back up. They could sell them to a specialty bookstore that would know what to do with them."
"There's no record," Cody said. "Not for any of these. People drop them off, never wanting to see them again, so..." He waved a hand. "Eileen said you can have them if you want."
Roman scooted closer to the stack. "Oh, I definitely want." He pushed the books in Cody's direction. "But I think you should keep them for the fundraiser. Auction them off."
"Oh, that's a good idea."
"I do have them from time to time."
"It's really nice of you to give them up."
"Well," Roman leaned forward, gave Cody a soft peck on the mouth. "You never know who might buy them. Now, do you want to tell me what's wrong, or do I need to pry it out of you?"
Just like that, the smile fell off Cody's lips. He glanced away and picked at the frayed edge of his jeans. "Talked to my dad earlier. Asked him to do a talk. He said no." Unable to stand the sympathy on Roman's face, he added, "He retires soon, so he's got a lot on his plate." Roman ran his hands over Cody's thighs.
"I'm sorry."
"It's fine," Cody said, jerking one shoulder in a half shrug. "It's what I expected. He did say he was glad I asked, though."
"Wouldn't you be glad if he asked you to come help him organize his home library, even though you couldn't make it?"
At Cody's incredulous look, he poked him in the shoulder.
"Don't deny it."
"Ugh."
Canting forward, Cody fell into Roman.
"Why do you have to go and make sense? Can't you let me stew?"
"Stewing is unproductive."
With a kiss to Cody's temple, Roman stood and held out a hand to help Cody up.
"Let's go do something useful and set up downstairs."
Appreciating the distraction, Cody let Roman lead him to the staircase. Roman glanced over his shoulder as they reached the door, brow pulled low.
"Shouldn't you put those books somewhere safe?"
"Don't worry." Cody patted his shoulder. "They'll still be there later."
"If you're sure."
"Trust me. Nobody comes up here but me." Roman started down the stairs ahead of him.
"I don't see why not. How can that giant spider in the corner not be a selling point?"
"It's been there for months," Cody said, running a hand over the back of Roman's neck, over his tattoo, before they emerged onto the first floor. "I think it's dead."
"Still gross,"
Roman muttered.
"I'll grab the chairs from upstairs."
"I'm on water and Danish duty." Roman crossed the main floor to the stairs on the other side, then headed to the second floor. Cody had always thought it weird that the attic stairs were on the first floor, but whatever. Old houses. In the kitchen, he filled little plastic cups with water, then took the day-old, but still delicious, Danishes out of paper bags and cut them into quarters. Once he was done, he brought them out to the front and placed them in one out-of-the-way corner of the checkout counter. Roman must have been extra speedy with the chairs because they were all set out in neat rows. The ones in front were currently occupied by a group of tall, fit guys wearing Trailblazers branded ball caps. Wait, were those?
"There he is!"
One of the guys stood and looked at Cody? Cody checked behind him, as one was wont to do when a random stranger acted like they knew you, and found Roman coming out of the bathroom.
"Was?"
Teammates, as Cody had suspected. And he didn't have anything for them to autograph. Damn it.
"What are you guys doing here?" Roman asked, sliding up next to Cody. Voss clapped Roman on the shoulder. We're here to support you. Why? They all stared at each other for a second, as if they didn't understand the question. Mirth tickled Cody's chest, and he pressed his lips together to keep from laughing. I don't suppose one of you wants to give the talk for me, Roman said, hopefully. Cody's head whipped toward him. Hey! Kidding? Mostly. Nah, said another of Roman's teammates, this one tall with a sandy blonde beard. We'll just sit inconspicuously in the back row. Inconspicuous, Roman repeated, eyeing their ball caps. Right. Cody snorted a laugh, and it seemed to shock Roman out of his, shock, and he said, Cody, these are my teammates. This asshole is Voss. Voss grinned. The tall, bearded one is Ritz, and the one next to him is Honeybun. Cass you've sort of met, and the little one is Cotton. Cotton's expression went from pleasant to the sour-faced look of confusion. Little, in this case, was entirely relative. He was Cody's height, but more obviously muscled, and yet he was shorter and leaner than the rest of his teammates. Guys, this is Cody, my, Hi. Saving Roman from himself, Cody thrust out a hand. It's so good to meet you all. You the one who suckered Kinsey into this? Honeybun said with a wide smile. Yep. Roman's face twisted. Suckered? Cass's eyes kept going to Cody, to Roman, to Cody, and back again, a dawning realization hiking his eyebrows up. He saw too much, that one. To distract him, Cody said, Why don't you guys have a seat? People were starting to trickle in. The talk's going to start in a few minutes. Cool. Cass gently punched Roman's upper arm. We'll make sure to post on social media. Roman froze. Say what? Yeah, Cotton said, brandishing his phone like a weapon. It'll help bring awareness to the library, right? Ritz mentioned there's a possibility it might close, and you're trying to stop that? Cody turned to Roman with pleading eyes. Roman sighed. Fine. The talk went off about as well as Cody expected, which was to say, it went amazingly. Despite Roman's previous assertion that he didn't enjoy public speaking, as soon as he stood in front of the crowd, he portrayed confidence and ease, and instead of taking questions at the end like most people, he started his talk by telling his crowd of 68 to interrupt with questions any time. The result was more of a conversation than a presentation, and Roman thrived on it. Cody wasn't surprised. Everything Roman had told him that he missed from home, walking to school or the beach with his friends, told Cody that Roman missed people, missed social interaction, missed being part of a group of friends. He missed feeling like he belonged. And turning his talk into a conversation, granted, one with a lot of people, made him feel like he was part of something. Cody was so in love with him it made his limbs heavy and his knees weak. And the way Roman commanded the crowd turned him on so much it made something else ache. Fuck, Roman was sexy as hell, all confidence and power. He tried to focus on Mitch because, although he could acknowledge that Mitch was good-looking, there wasn't a single part of Cody that was turned on by him. Mitch was currently sitting in the last row with the Trailblazers, who he'd made friends with almost instantly because Mitch could make friends with a wall if he wanted to, and he was asking Roman a question that Cody wasn't following. Not because he couldn't hear or didn't understand it, but because Roman was fucking shining, and Cody was in awe of him. He wanted to take Roman home and love on him so hard. A moment later, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Mitch, if you don't stop staring at Kinsey like that, the whole room's gonna know how you feel about him. Cody, I'm being subtle. Mitch, sure. Subtle as a pride parade. Cody turned a laugh into a cough. Somewhere around the half-hour mark, Having moved on from a friendly debate about the merit of shootouts, someone asked about Roman's thoughts on a perceived bad call in one of last week's games. "Why didn't I have Billy Honeybun answer that one for you?" Roman said, since he was the one involved. "Hey, Honeybun." Cracking his knuckles, Honeybun rose from his slouch in the back row and sauntered up to the front with a grin Cody would call feverish. The crowd gasped and murmured as they realized they had a second hockey player in their midst. Phones came out, and all Cody could think was, "Yes, post to social media, get more people in here." He sent a silent mental apology Roman's way. Honeybun, standing next to Roman at the front of the room, hands on his hips, said, "So here's what happened." Before too long, he'd called up Ritz, Cotton, Cass, Voss, and even Mitch, and all of a sudden there was a live-action replay in the center of the Glen Hill Public Library. The audience, eager and excitable, had stood to gather around for a closer look, the littlest ones standing on chairs or the checkout counter or perched on their dad's shoulders. Once the events ended, Roman and his teammates were predictably waylaid for selfies and autographs. The crowd had grown. Cody had watched from the sidelines as social media did its job and the door had opened, and then again, and again, admitting new people in packs of 2s or 3s. Teenagers, families, kids in Trailblazers branded hats and jerseys. There had to be at least 100 people in here now. It was an impromptu party, and Cody definitely didn't have enough Danishes. He stayed out of the way by the checkout counter, taking his own photos with his phone that he planned to post to social media later. Was it too late to get these photos into next month's issue of the Glen Hill College newspaper? At the very least, they could go up on the town's website. He sought Roman out and found him signing the bill of a kid's baseball cap. "I'm serious." Mitch parked his butt against the counter next to Cody and nudged him. "You look like you're ready to fall at the guy's feet." "It's not his feet I want to fall on." Mitch choked on nothing. Mentally patting himself on the back, Cody stood tall. Catching Mitch off guard wasn't easy. "Jesus!" Mitch pretended to fan himself. Cody shoved him with a laugh. "Fuck off." Leaning his butt back against the counter, Mitch crossed his arms. "Listen, about spring break." "What about it?" Spring break was still 3 weeks away. "I've got a few days with no games and no practices." The Glen Hill College Mountaineers had clinched a spot in the Hockey East quarterfinals, which were taking place the weekend after spring break, and their coach had given them a few days' grace before he started them on intensive practice. "Would you be okay if I went to Toronto to be with Alex? It's just, you and I usually spend spring break eating junk food and catching up on movies." "Mitch," Cody interrupted, bumping their shoulders, "of course I don't mind." "Yeah? Why do you look both happy and disappointed?" Mitch shrugged, lips twisted. "It's the first spring break we'll spend apart." "Only for a few days, but still." Cody understood what he was saying. "What do you think it means? That we're growing up?" Cody leaned against him. "But never apart." "No, never that." Mitch's shoulder warm against his, Cody stayed where he was, even though he should have been cleaning the platters or putting the folding chairs away. His best friend was next to him, his boyfriend a few feet away, commanding a crowd like he was born to it. Cody didn't want to be anywhere else. He refused to look at his and Mitch's growing up, but never apart, as anything but a good thing. Cody had spent his entire life following Mitch around, all the way into college, and possibly beyond if he was accepted into grad school. And not because he didn't have other friends or his own life. He and Mitch just clicked. Always had. They might someday live apart, but they'd always be there for each other. Them spending part of spring break away from each other was a natural progression of getting older and leading separate lives. Later, once the audience had left and things quieted in the library, and Mitch and the Trailblazers helped bring the chairs back upstairs before they too headed home, Cody waited on bouncing feet while Eileen thanked Roman and handed him a small gift bag Cody knew held a Glen Hill Public Library branded t-shirt as a thank you. "What are the chances of me getting my own library card now?" Roman said a few minutes later when Eileen retreated and Cody ambled up to him. You still don't have a Glen Hill address. You can keep using mine, as long as you bring the books back on time next time.
Know about that, do you?
Mm-hmm. There's an automated email reminder that goes out to the cardholder when the books are overdue.
Damn.
Roman's eyes laughed at him.
There, I thought I covered all my bases.
Speaking of bases, can I borrow you for a second? Roman glanced around them as if they weren't already standing alone near the library's large picture windows.
Sure.
Cody led the way through the empty admin office area, poked his head into the lunchroom. Empty. Good. Beckoning Roman inside, he shut the door behind them, backed Roman up against it, and kissed the crap out of him. He'd shocked Roman. He could tell by the way Roman mumbled something that was muffled against his mouth, and by the tight grip that landed on his hips before they relaxed. That grip turned caressing, exploratory. Roman kissed him back like he couldn't breathe without him. It was exactly what Cody had needed all evening. Their bodies were straining toward each other when Roman pulled back, his small smile a mix of befuddled and happy.
What was that for?
Mostly a thank you for tonight. Also, I just wanted to. Needed to. Cody kissed him again, light and fast, and said, I need a lift home.
That's so?
Cody hummed. And I think you should stick around for a while. The night, maybe?
I can make that happen.
Roman's voice was sun-kissed gravel.
But first, some more of this.
He kissed Cody again, harder, more desperate. By the time they were ready to leave, flushed and overexcited, they had to hold their coats in front of themselves to hide just how overexcited they were. 21. March 2011. The first Tuesday in March, Town Meeting Day, was a public holiday in Vermont. It was a day off for many people since schools and most businesses were closed. This year the library, simply by virtue of trying to prove that it had value, remained open. Since all of the full-time employees were at the town meeting, as they should be to hear firsthand the verdict on whether or not they'd be shut down, Cody and the 2 part-time circulation desk workers were left to staff it. Hovering near the bay windows overlooking the parking lot, searching for any sign of Eileen and the other librarians, he pulled his phone out and texted Kate, the library's admin assistant. Anything? When there was still no answer several minutes later, he paced through the library to keep himself busy, chatting with students using the public computers, recommending books to one of the older book club ladies, tracking down a wayward history volume for a high schooler. Dodging children, stomach cramping the longer the day went on, he shelved returned books, checked out customers, nudged books so the spines lined up with the others on the shelf, reshelved a couple into the correct alphanumeric order, tugged out a few well-loved ones with broken spines just to see what they were. This was a good space. Lively, bright, welcoming. What would become of it if the budget didn't get approved? Where would all those books go? It made him sad to know that they might not be enjoyed ever again, that their covers might remain unopened, their contents undiscovered. Had he done enough to help save the library? What if the town council saw his efforts as a big old farce, as desperation with no real result? If he was honest with himself, his events had been poorly planned and executed. Not having any event planning experience, and this being his senior year of college, he'd had a lot on his plate. He'd done his best, and he'd learned a lot, but it hadn't been until Roman's talk that he'd felt like he'd really accomplished something that could make all the difference in today's meeting. One of the other part-timers was manning the floor, so he headed into the admin offices to reread Kate's notes for the fundraiser. The black tie gala was tentatively scheduled for 3 Mondays from now. Cody wasn't convinced that a gala was the right approach for their little community, or that 3 weeks was enough time to get a decent attendance list. But Kate was convinced people would come for a chance to meet their state hockey team. Half of the Trailblazers were attending along with coaches and some of their management. Kate had a hold on chair and table rentals, food and decorations, and a cleanup crew. It all hinged on today's decision. Bored, he dug into his backpack and pulled out the mail he'd stopped to pick up on his way into the library earlier. An official-looking envelope for Mitch with the logo of the Boston NHL team and a letter from their college reminding them to register for graduation were the only pieces of official mail among the handful of flyers and junk. Nothing from his potential future grad school. 6 to 8 weeks, the confirmation letter had said, and he was sitting at 8 exactly. Any day now he'd know if he was about to break Mitch's heart, or Roman's. When he thought about it that way, he wanted to sink into the floor. Worse, he hadn't even told Roman yet that he'd applied to grad school in Boston. It was like Mitch had said. He couldn't let a maybe keep him from living his life. So he'd buried grad school into a deep, dark corner of his brain until he had an official response. But now it felt like he was lying to Roman by omission. Would Roman even want a long-distance relationship? Would he? Tabling it for the moment, he dragged out a cart of returned books, and that was when he saw her. A tiny, white-haired bundle of determination. She crossed the parking lot as if she had orders to do so, loose slacks flowing around sensible yet classy short-heeled boots, and a knee-length wool coat billowing behind her. Cody couldn't see her face. She held the popped collar of her coat up to shield it from the chill wind. Behind her marched 2 of the full-time librarians, expressionless, both of them. Swallowing hard, he tucked himself up beside the window, out of the entrance's direct line of sight, suddenly not wanting to confront a truth he might not like. The hiding, however, was so unlike him that he got antsy and began to fidget, tapping the toe of his boot against the floor before they'd made it halfway to the admin office area. Hustling, he caught up just as they entered the office. Eileen shed her coat, flinging it onto the nearest desk, her scarf following shortly after. Stoic-faced, the other 2 librarians hung their coats in the staff closet. Cody tapped the toes of one foot against the floor as they took their sweet-ass time getting settled. Finally, nerves launching him across the room, he got in Eileen's face. "Well?" She jolted, big eyes blinking rapidly. "Oh, everything's fine. I'm sorry. I thought Kate told you." Cody fumbled his phone out of his pocket as she continued. "The budget was approved. Many citizens spoke on our behalf." "Loudly," Helga, one of the other librarians, interjected. "Yes," Eileen confirmed with a chuckle. "Quite loudly. And your speaker series was a huge selling point. Especially your Mr. Kinsey's. People are still talking about it." Your Mr. Kinsey's. Well, didn't that just give him the warm fuzzies? "They are? I did good?" "You did great, Cody." She patted his shoulder. "And if the fundraiser raises as much as Kate anticipates, we'll be able to hire a full-time program coordinator to help us keep it up." The world rosy and bright again, Cody threw both arms up and whooped, just like he had last night, jumping off the couch when Roman had scored against Colorado. He'd sent Roman a series of texts with numerous exclamation points, followed by one telling him that the Trailblazers needed more shots on goal. That was what this moment felt like, a series of exclamation points. Ignoring Kate's unread message, he texted everyone he could think of that would care about the results of the town meeting. Really, it was only 4 people: Roman, Mitch, Alex, and his mom. His mom's reply came in first. "Woohoo! Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji. Nice job, Cody. Proud of you. XOXOXO. Next came the ever-practical Alex's.
"Of course they approved it. You did a great job proving that it's a needed place. Plus the select board has to think about re-election, right? Imagine the angry citizens had it been shut down."
And then Mitch. "Fuck yeah!" Finally, Roman.
"Knew you'd succeed. Congrats, babe. Celebrate tonight?"
Oh, hell yes, with a cherry on top.
22. There was something to be said for having Cody spend 5 days with him during his spring break. When Roman went to practice or team meetings, Cody found something to occupy his time, and he inevitably returned to Roman's apartment with something useful for him. Fresh produce, a sample bag of coffee, a butter dish, and once, a box of microwavable popcorn he'd picked up when Roman had mentioned wanting a relaxing evening at home, watching a movie and eating popcorn. If that relaxing evening morphed into something more toe-curling, Roman wasn't going to complain about it. It didn't hurt that Cody was still riding the high from the Glen Hill town meeting 2 weeks ago. He was full of energy that he expended on Roman, grocery shopping for him, making the occasional meal, foot rubs, sex. Honeybun had accused him of having a rosy glow at this morning's practice. Let's just say I'm reaping some benefits. Very, very good benefits. For those few days Cody spent with him, Roman had someone to come home to, share meals with, and have sex with on the regular. Cody did yoga in the mornings, they shopped for groceries together, took walks through the Church Street marketplace to enjoy the light festival, sat on the balcony cozied under a warm blanket with hot chocolates, admiring the lights from afar, relaxed on the couch with a book, and went on a day trip to Stowe, hitting up the Ben & Jerry's factory on the way. Oddly, or maybe not so oddly, sharing an apartment was almost instinctive. Everything from lounging around to cooking dinner to showering and shaving together, and Roman slathering on Honeybun's candy cane-scented lotion to Cody's muttered, "That's why you always smell like mint." It was perfect. Perfect, except for the fact that Roman was keeping an essential part of himself from Cody, and he didn't like that he was still keeping that secret. Where once he never would have contemplated divulging that part of himself, now he felt like a liar, just that it took a lot of trust to tell someone you'd once been homeless. As far as Roman could tell, Cody was a metaphorical open book. No topic was off limits to him. In equal measure, he talked about the last 2 library speaker events, how surprisingly interesting he was finding his psychology of health and wellness class, how nervous he was for the Hockey East quarterfinals next weekend, and about his doubts on his and his dad's relationship improving despite his dad's pending retirement. Cody, being Cody, didn't push Roman for answers on his past, even though Roman knew he had them in spades. Roman also knew that it wasn't from lack of interest. It was Cody giving Roman space. For the first time in his entire life, Roman thought he'd had enough space and was ready to talk. If that wasn't proof he trusted Cody with his heart, his soul, his very self, then he didn't know what was. He was debating how to start that conversation while he cooked them dinner on Cody's last night. Cody was heading back to Glen Hill in the morning to spend tomorrow and Friday with Mitch before flying to Texas for his dad's retirement ceremony on Saturday. "Are you sure I can't help?" Cody asked from his lounge on the couch. "I'm good." Cody's version of helping involved taste testing and nothing else. The potatoes were already in the oven. All that was left was barbecuing the hamburger patties. Pulling on his boots and winter gear, he grabbed the plate with the patties, gave Cody a kiss on the head as he passed, and headed outside. Cody joined him a minute later, in boots, loose jeans that looked like he'd had them forever, and one of Roman's Trailblazer hoodies that swamped his leaner frame. He handed Roman a steaming mug of coffee. "You left this inside. Thought you might want it." "Thanks." Roman took a small sip. Setting the mug aside freed up his arm, and Cody tucked himself into his side. "It's not as cold out as I thought." "It helps standing next to a steaming hot barbecue." "And you." Cody kissed his jaw. "The burgers smell amazing. Can't believe you made them from scratch. I've only ever made the frozen box stuff." "Well, hell, if there wasn't a better opening." "I learned to appreciate good food after being homeless for a few months." The next few seconds of silence were worse than when Coach Moore and Cass had walked in on him kissing a figure skater. "What?" Cody stepped away far enough to look him in the eye, but his arms stayed around Roman's waist. In the dark, under the balcony's yellow light, Cody's face was drawn.
It was during the major junior season where I was outed. It was easier to flip the burgers than to look Cody in the eye. You already know that my parents kicked me out, my host family too. Cass wouldn't let me stay with him. Because he was angry, not because he cared one whit about Roman's sexual orientation, he reminded himself. I lived out of my car until the end of the season, sneaking into our arena at night to sleep in the locker room if it was too cold outside. Once the season was over, I went south for warmer weather and hit up the first ECHL tryout I could find. Still had to live in my car until I had enough saved for first and last month's rent. But before I could do that, the team's defensive coach somehow figured out what I was doing and convinced management to give me an advance. He even set up an apartment for me, too. It had been a relief to know that not every coach was like his major junior head coach, the fucker who'd outed him to his parents and host family. In hindsight, it should have shed light on other things, too, but he'd been too blind to see them.
Roman,
Cody's whispered words wavered and trailed off. Roman mustered a tired smile. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner.
What? No,
I was worried you'd want to come out as a couple, and... Where was he going with this train of thought? Backing away, needing the space to think, he leaned his butt against the balcony railing, smoke from the barbecue ghosting between them.
And you thought if we did, you'd end up homeless again,
Cody said. Not homeless, necessarily, Roman said to his boyfriend, who sometimes saw too much. When I was outed, I lost everything except hockey. So hockey's the only thing I've focused on since then. He looked away, out into the marketplace. Felt like it was the only thing I could rely on. The one thing I could actively try to be better at and succeed. And if I played a shit game, it'd be blamed on my skills, not on my sexuality. There are no homos in hockey. Do you know how many times I've heard that? Cody cupped his cheek, and Roman turned his head to kiss his wrist. I was afraid that you'd want to come out, to the team or the public. Both, maybe. I was afraid that I'd lose everything again, including you. Panic, distress, something uncommonly bleak flashed across Cody's face. A furrow marked his brow, his thumb sweeping across Roman's cheekbone. I'd never pressure you to do something you weren't ready for. I know that. Roman brought Cody's cold hand from his face to his lap and held it in both of his. Didn't take me long to figure that out about you. Cody's head tilted, the furrow deepening. You were afraid? He said, noting Roman's verb choice as Roman had known he would. Hi, I'm Roman. I'm capable of emotional growth. The furrow finally disappeared when Cody threw his head back for a belly laugh. Stepping in between Roman's spread thighs, he hugged Roman's head to his chest. Roman slipped his arms around Cody's waist, Cody's chest shaking with laughter against him. Cody kissed the top of his forehead. Does that mean you want to come out to your team? That familiar spike of hot fear speared his heart. You know what? Never mind. Cody stepped back, waving his hands like he was trying to erase his question from existence. Forget I asked. You don't have to decide that right this minute, or even 5 months from now, or ever. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. We're on your timeline. Standing, Roman pressed a quick kiss to Cody's chapped and cold lips. Why are you so understanding? I grew up with Mitch. I know what it's like for gay athletes. You'll notice he and Alex haven't come out to hardly anyone except those closest to them, right? And they've been together a lot longer than you and me. I think. Taking a deep breath, he blew it out through his nose. I'd like to come out to the team. Not the public. I don't think I'm ready for that yet. But the team? Nobody thought any differently of Ritz and Honeybun, or Cass and Cotton. It stood to reason that he wouldn't lose everything this time. I want to tell them soon. I want them to know that I'm with you. Between one blink and the next, Cody was standing toe-to-toe with him, hands cupping his neck. In the light of the sconce above the balcony door, His eyes were determined and steady. "And I'm with you." "Yeah," Roman whispered before Cody's mouth crashed onto his. It was messy and wet, and they held on tightly, breathing roughly, until the scent of burned meat reached them at the same time. Cody pulled back, gaze cutting to the barbecue. "You might want to get that." "Right." Smoke billowed and swirled around them as Roman transferred the slightly charred patties onto a plate. Once that was done, he covered them with the bowl to keep them warm. "Roman?" He turned to Cody, standing behind him, huddling in his hoodie for warmth. "Thank you for telling me. And I'm so sorry that happened to you." "I'm not." Putting the tongs down, he reeled Cody closer. "It brought me here." "Yeah, it did. Roman?" He grunted. "I have something I need to tell you." Cody stepped back, eyes pinched, lips in a thin line. "What's wrong?" "A few weeks ago," he said, playing with the tab of Roman's zipper, "before we met, I applied for grad school, for library and information science." "Why doesn't that surprise me?" Roman took in his downturned expression. "You didn't get in?" "I haven't heard yet, actually. The thing is," squaring his shoulders, Cody blurted, "it's in Boston," and shattered something fragile in Roman's heart. Boston, where Mitch would be playing next season. "I go where Mitch goes," Cody had once said. Of course. Why hadn't Roman put that together sooner? It was going to be cast aside again, through no fault of his own this time, but the result was the same. He'd be all alone. He'd known, hadn't he, that talking about the few months he'd been homeless, giving voice to them, would give them the power to change things. All it had taken was a few minutes for him to lose everything again. Slumping back against the railing, he tried to imagine a world where he wasn't greeted by Cody's sunny smile. A world where Cody didn't leave his mystery novels on top of Roman's fantasies on the night table. Where Cody didn't sweep into his apartment after a long day and make everything brighter. His emotions were seesawing between the relief of finally having told Cody everything about his past and the agony that grasped his heart in a fist at the thought of Cody leaving him. Until Cody said, "Except now I'm half hoping I don't get accepted." "You... what?" "I don't want to leave you." Cody's whisper was wretched and agonized. His eyes glistened. "But I don't want to leave Mitch either, and I don't know what to do." His arms flailed, voice rising. "God." He dug his fingers into his eyes beneath his glasses, his voice thick with tears. "I should have told you this weeks ago. I don't even know if you'd be interested in a long-distance relationship. I was trying not to put my life on hold while I waited to find out. But what if all I did was break both our hearts?" Long distance. Relationship. Cody wasn't leaving. Well, he was. He might. But he wasn't leaving him. "Yes," Roman said with a grateful laugh. Dropping his hands, Cody frowned at him. "Huh?" "Yes, to the long-distance relationship." The shoulders that had climbed up to Cody's ears dropped. "Really?" "Cody." Roman took his cold hand, pulled him closer, secretly thrilled when Cody grasped his hand in both of his and tucked it against his chest. "Grad school is a big fucking deal. If you get in, you go." His stomach shriveled at the words. Cody could never know how much it cost him to say that. "You and I, we'll figure it out. We both know long-distance relationships can work. And besides, Boston's not that far. We'll figure it out," he repeated for good measure. "Okay?" Cody was nodding wildly as he fell onto Roman, slumping against him. Roman held him tight, tighter, unwilling to let him go for even a second, never mind for however long his program lasted. But he wasn't going to be the one who kept him back from his dreams. The light festival was still happening in the marketplace across the street. Light canopies lit in white, colored spheres hanging from trees, white lights creeping up lampposts. The lights against the night-darkened sky, the scent of dinner, the snow-covered rooftops and awnings, the sounds of conversation and laughter drifting up from the street below, the warmth of Cody's body tucked into his, Cody's hair tickling his neck and jaw. It was a sweetly imperfect moment out of time. Roman wrapped it in a ball and committed it to memory, like placing a pin in a map to mark that he'd been there. Cody? Cody hummed, face in Roman's neck. Roman ran a hand through his hair and kissed his temple. I love you. Grad school wouldn't change that. It was true now, and it'd be true if Cody left. In his arms, Cody's entire body stilled. Before Roman could panic, Cody lifted his head, his eyes dark and wet behind his glasses. A thumb ran over Roman's cheekbone, so casually intimate that Roman's breathing stuttered, waiting, hopeful. His heartbeat was loud in his ears. There was awe in Cody's expression as his lips turned up. I love you too. Roman sagged, in relief, in joyousness, in surrender. If there was a small part of him that was worried Cody would follow Mitch to Boston even if he wasn't accepted to grad school, well, he tucked that fear into a dusty pocket of his thoughts. 23. Cody drove back to Glen Hill from Roman's late Thursday morning, alternatively smiling like a goon and gripping the steering wheel in panic. Smiling because Roman loved him. Panicking because Roman loved him. Never in a million years would he have thought that being in love would scare the shit out of him. But there it was. He had the possibility of grad school to thank for the nervous fear. I haven't said I love you in a really long time, Roman had whispered last night when they'd gone to bed, cuddled into each other. It feels good to say it to you. Now, the mountains blurred in front of him as he replayed Roman's words. He pressed a hand to his chest, where his heart was thumping madly, and spent the better part of the drive psychoanalyzing himself. Roman loved him. Loved him. And he'd said it first, even knowing Cody might be going away in the fall, blowing Cody's mind skyward into the stratosphere. After everything he'd gone through, Roman had had the guts to open up about his parents, about Cass, about being homeless, which, God, 12+ hours later, Cody still hurt for him, as if someone had shoved a spike through his chest. Cody was freaking out about being in love, and Roman had once been homeless. Okay, maybe comparing love and homelessness was like comparing tree bark and a spaceship. But Cody was so amazed at how completely Roman seemed to have his shit together that he couldn't think of anything better. Of course, Roman didn't have his shit together, not entirely. But he was trying, was working through his past to be better. Outside of Cody's mom, who'd essentially raised him as a single parent and given him the best life possible, Roman was the strongest person Cody knew. To experience what he'd gone through and have the guts to take a chance on Cody, and then tell him that? Cody wanted to wrap him in bubble wrap and sit him in a corner far away from sharp objects. He had a mental image of a bubble-wrapped Roman sitting on the recliner in his apartment, only his face visible, empty space around him, Cody feeding him his meals, and snorted a wet laugh. He pulled into the Glen Hill Public Library parking lot an hour after leaving Roman's. He owed Eileen a shift sorting books. He'd come for story time on Tuesday with Roman, but hadn't stayed for his usual shift, wanting nothing more than to spend every spare second with Roman that he could. 2 hours later, after powering through 4 boxes and cataloging them into the library system, he headed out. It wasn't until he arrived home after a pit stop at the mailbox that he realized the universe was an ornery bitch. Tucked between the flyers and junk mail was an envelope for a college in Boston, one he'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. He placed it on the kitchen island and stared at it. Had he gotten in? He couldn't tell based on the size of the envelope. When he'd been accepted to Glen Hill College, his acceptance letter and a bunch of papers, scholarship stuff, meal plans, residence applications, had arrived in a large envelope, a dead giveaway that he'd gotten in. Some of his high school friends, however, had received a simple acceptance letter in a regular-sized envelope, the rest of their papers arriving later. So this regular-sized letter from Boston could be either good or bad. Which way did he want it to go? Move to Boston with Mitch, away from Roman? Stay here with Roman, away from Mitch? Both options sucked. Just do it, you dumb shit. Unable to take the suspense, he ripped into the envelope and pulled out the single sheet of paper. Dear Mr. Evans, congratulations! We are pleased to offer you acceptance into our Masters in Library and Information Science program starting this September. His arms fell to his sides. His fingers slackened, the letter falling to the floor. In. He was in. Gripping the edge of the island's counter, he took a step back and hung his head between his arms. He was in, and he couldn't think clear enough to figure out what that meant. For him and Mitch, for him and Roman, who loved him and was willing to continue their relationship long distance. Cody hadn't meant to tell him about grad school last night. There was no sense worrying him about it when he didn't have a response to his application yet. But then Roman had told him the full truth about his past, and I was afraid that I'd lose everything again, including you. Cody couldn't do it. Couldn't leave him in the dark anymore, not after such a statement. He deserved to know that he might lose Cody, even if just temporarily. The front door flew open. Hey! Mitch called. Sniffling, Cody shoved the letter back into the envelope, not ready yet for Mitch to know. Hey! He took a deep breath, composing himself, the sound of Mitch getting rid of his winter gear loud in the otherwise silent house. Cody had offered to pick him up at the airport, but one of Mitch's teammates had been in Burlington today and had given him a ride home. Did you put an offer on that house you told me about? Yep. Mitch stepped into the kitchen. And he cut himself off, stopping on the other side of the island, and blinked at Cody. Why do you look unhinged? What? I don't. What's going on? Nothing. Just going through the mail. See? Cody waved at the flyers scattered on the island. What's that one in your hand? Huh? Crap. He hid his hand behind his back, the paper crinkling. Nothing. Nothing has the logo of a Boston university? Damn it. How did he see that from over there? It's nothing. Oh. Mitch seemed to come to some sort of conclusion. His brows lowered and his teasing smile disappeared. You didn't get in? I'm sorry, Codes. No, yes. He set the wrinkled envelope on the island. Resigned, he said, I did get in. Okay, Mitch said slowly. He crept around the island and leaned against the kitchen counter to Cody's left. Why don't you look happy about it? Cody blew out a long breath, closed his eyes, opened them again. I'm in love with Roman. Yeah. Mitch's smile was so gentle it made Cody's heart hurt. I kind of figured, but I got into grad school in Boston. Ah, I see. Of course he did. They knew each other too well for Mitch not to understand. How long is the program? 2 years. Maybe I can bring it down to a year and a half if I take classes in the summer. You don't think you can do a long-distance relationship for 2 years? But I don't want to. I don't... Pulse thrumming in his ears, Cody paced into the tiny living room that adjoined the kitchen. He'd been so relieved, so grateful, when Roman had agreed to a long-distance relationship, but now, with reality in the form of an acceptance letter staring him in the face, I don't want to be that guy pining for his boyfriend, waiting for that phone call or email. He was breathing too fast, but he couldn't get rid of the anvil on his chest. Cody.
That guy who sits by the window waiting for someone to show up. The one who cries into his bad cafeteria dinner after his boyfriend calls to break up with him. The one who can't concentrate on school because all he can think about is how sad he is.
Is that what you think I do? Brought out of his thoughts, he stopped next to the coffee table.
Huh?
All of that, Mitch said. Is that what you think I do? He didn't look offended, only mildly curious.
No.
No. Even when Mitch and Alex had first started seeing each other, Mitch had only ever been the determined person he was. He kept himself busy, with school, with work, with friends, with hockey, with damn piano lessons. No. Mitch sighed and leaned his head back against the cupboard. I miss Alex every second of every day. I just spent the past 5 days with him, the longest stretch we've spent together since last summer, and I miss him already. But have you ever seen me sitting around moping about it? No, not once. Alex and I have our own lives, Mitch said as Cody made his way back into the kitchen. One day they'll intersect, but for now we've got our own thing to do. But we're not letting that stop us from being together. Maybe you and Kinsey are in a similar place right now.
Maybe,
Cody conceded.
But I can't stop.
Mitch's head tilted. Stop what? Aligning his thoughts took more effort than Cody cared to admit. What's the real reason a long-distance relationship freaks you out? Because all of that other stuff? The pining and the waiting for phone calls and crying over bad cafeteria food? It's all surface stuff you and I both know you can handle. What's really bothering you? Cody blew out a shaky breath and stared at his hands instead of at his best friend who knew him far, far too well. Long-distance relationships can work, I know that. You and Alex are a shining example. My parents, too. But I can't stop hearing all those times my dad told me no. No, I can't come home for Christmas. No, I won't be there for your birthday. No, I can't talk to your class for career day. No, I can't take you to school for take your dad to school day. No, I can't help you save the damn library. Nose burning, he ran a hand over his chest. It's like he never wanted a kid and was just going through the motions, and now he doesn't know how to tell me to stop calling. What if the same thing happens with Roman? I've told you before, Codes. Roman Kinsey isn't your father. He hated himself right now. Sinking onto one of the bar stools, he hid his face in his hands. Crinkling paper was loud in the kitchen. Then silence reigned as Mitch no doubt read Cody's acceptance letter. This says you have until June 1st to accept or decline, Mitch said. That's 2.5 months to make a decision. Use that time. Figure out what you want. Hell, if it's not too late, apply to grad schools nearby. But then Cody cut himself off, afraid of sounding like an idiot. I'll what? You'll be all alone in Boston, Cody mumbled into his hands. Arms came around him, a kiss to the top of his head. I love you, you know that. I'll be on a hockey team. I won't be alone. Dropping his hands, Cody leaned into Mitch. You'll replace me within a week, won't you? You're an idiot, said with so much affection, Cody blinked back tears. I don't want to live away from you, Cody admitted. But do you want to live away from Kinsey? Every part of him rebelled against the idea. A lone tear tracked down his cheek, silent and sad. Take the next couple of months, Mitch repeated. Think about it. If it's easier, take Kinsey and me out of the equation. What would you do if we weren't in the picture? Cody chuckled wetly. Well, that's easy. I wouldn't be in this situation. I would have gone to NYU since they offered me a full ride, unlike cheap-ass Glen Hill College, which only offered me a partial scholarship. I would have fallen in love with a poetic drama major who lives and breathes Broadway, and we would have lived happily ever after in a tiny Manhattan apartment. Mitch laughed, his shoulders shaking against Cody. Cody laughed with him. It was that, or sob into his acceptance letter. Kissing the crown of his head again, Mitch let him go and opened the fridge. Want to hear about the house? God, yes. Anything to distract him. Folding the letter, he put it into his back pocket, temporarily out of sight and out of mind, which was exactly what he was afraid would happen with Roman if he moved away. 24. Something was up with Cody, but Roman couldn't put his finger on what. Just that, in the past couple of days, Cody took longer than usual to respond to Roman's texts, and when he did, they weren't as enthusiastic. Fewer all caps, fewer exclamation points, less familiarity. Was it possible that the honeymoon stage of their relationship had come to an end so soon? Roman didn't think so, but he didn't like the other alternative, that Cody was distancing himself for a reason, and that he was doing so only days after using the big scary L word was slightly disconcerting. Good thing Roman didn't have a lot of time to dwell on it. His team flew out Friday morning, landing in Nashville in time to head straight to an afternoon practice, with another practice early Saturday morning, hours before their game. That the Vermont Trailblazers no longer sucked was obvious in the number of green jerseys with white and red accents that made up a crowd during home games. Compared to when Roman had joined the team just over 2 months ago, the difference was like comparing a puddle and an ocean. He'd heard through the grapevine that they were selling more tickets, and the debate in the organization about moving the Trailblazers to a different city had been tabled for now, pending stats and ticket sales in the first half of next season. Tabled, however, wasn't permanent enough for Roman to start house hunting, so he was now indefinitely renting his little apartment across from the Church Street marketplace. The cherry on top was the crowd. Scratch that. The horde of fans waiting outside the doors of Nashville's practice facility on Saturday morning, decked out in Trailblazers jerseys, sweatshirts, ball caps, t-shirts, and socks. "Whoa," whispered Honeybun as the bus pulled into the parking lot. He leaned over the back of Roman's seat and peered out the window, so close to Roman that he could smell one of Honeybun's products on him. Across the aisle, Voss stood and removed his earbuds. "Are they here for us?" "They're wearing our colors," Ritz pointed out. "Dude," Voss said reverently, slapping Roman in the arm with the back of his hand like an excitable child. "We have fans!" Roman shoved his hand away. "We knew that already. We have fans outside of our own city!" Bounding down the aisle, Voss waited for the bus to make its way across the parking lot. From his vantage point, Roman saw Coach Donovan give Voss the stink eye. "Sit, Voss." "But, Coach, sit." Grumbling, Voss did so, right there on the top step next to the driver. Once the bus was parked, he was the first one off the bus. "Someone's excited," Roman muttered to no one in particular, and caught Honeybun's feverish grin as he stood. "Not you, too." "Come on." Honeybun turned Roman around and marched him off the bus, out into the pre-sunrise dark and spring-like weather. "Don't tell me you're not excited." Roman fought a smile. "Yeah, it was pretty cool. Signing autographs and taking selfies with Trailblazers fans who lived in Tennessee, and ones who, Roman learned, had traveled here from elsewhere, including one couple from Oregon, was so far the highlight of his Vermont hockey career. Practice itself was about as interesting as practices got, which was to say that Coach Donovan rode them hard and his teammates talked shit to each other and about each other because they were all gossipy school kids deep down inside. Then Coach switched up the lines, putting Roman on the same line as Ritz and Honeybun. To his eternal frustration, Ritz was still hesitating before he passed right. In the locker room an hour later, stripped to his base layers, sweat cooling on his skin, he checked his phone and found a text from Cody, time-stamped 6 a.m., about the time Roman had hit the ice. "Flight's about to take off.
Can you believe it takes almost 11 hours and 2 layovers to get to Texas from Burlington? Wish me luck. I'll text you when I land.
The message niggled at Roman. It was too bland. A week ago, Cody would have described in full detail the person he was sitting next to on the plane, down to whether that person had nose hairs, listed as snacks, made some remark about having to pay for in-flight Wi-Fi, and probably sent Roman a photo of whatever books he'd brought for the flight. Now he got, "Wish me luck," and "I'll text you when I land." But could he do anything about it right now? With him in Nashville and Cody in the air over wherever? Nope. And it was eating him alive. He didn't know what to text back to Cody, so he put his phone away with a sigh. But that felt wrong on so many levels, making his insides swirl uncomfortably. Cody's simple ask for Roman not to ignore him writing itself across his eyelids. Pulling his phone back out, he sent him a series of the little heart emoji, just so Cody would know he was thinking about him. "Boy troubles?" Ritz murmured next to him. Roman narrowed his eyes on him and swiftly changed the subject. "Speaking of troubles, I've been meaning to ask, why do you hesitate when you shoot right?" In his own base layers, Ritz paused in the process of pulling a towel out of his bag to stare at him. "Huh? I do?" "Yeah. It's slight, sometimes barely a second, but it's there." "Well, that makes sense," came Honeybun's voice. Roman leaned to the side and spotted his leaner frame around Ritz's huge bulk. "How so?" "Did you know that Ritz and I have been playing together since we were kids?" Startled, Roman frowned at him. "No." "Yeah." Stripped down to his briefs, sweat dripping down the small of his back, Honeybun squatted to root through his bag. "Elementary school, high school, even in the major juniors. I played right winger to his center. But then we got separated, drafted into separate NHL teams, and I ended up playing left winger for reasons I won't bother getting into." He straightened, power bar in hand. "And now you're playing together again," Roman mused. "But on Ritz's other side." Ritz was looking back and forth between the two of them. "You're saying I'm used to having him on my right, but now he's on my left, and my head doesn't know what it's doing?" Roman shrugged. "Maybe. It's as good a theory as any. You want to shoot right because you expect Honeybun to be there, but he's on your left, so you shoot there instead. But since you're a left-handed shooter, it goes against instinct." "Okay." Ritz ran a hand through his sweaty hair, sending it straight up. "What do you recommend?" "You need to get out of your own head," Honeybun said around a mouthful of granola. Roman nodded. "Exactly." He clapped Ritz on the back. "Don't go anywhere. You either," he added to Honeybun. "In fact, suit up." He ignored their confused sputters and, on socked feet, headed out of the locker room, making a left, and then another left into the arena, which was where he suspected he'd find his coaches. They sat midway up the bleachers on his right, conversing over something on an iPad. They didn't notice him until he stepped on a wet patch and swore as his foot came away wet and cold. "Kinsey," called Coach Donovan. "Need something?" Roman jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "How long have we got the rink for?" Coach consulted his watch. "Another hour. Why?" "Ritz, Honeybun, and me are going to get some extra practice in." An eyebrow went up. "Okay." Back in the locker room, he found Ritz and Honeybun lacing their skates, a recently showered Cotton, towel slung around his waist, hovering behind them. "What are you guys doing?" "I'm taking them back out," Roman said, fitting his gross, sweaty, and seriously ripe practice jersey over his head. "Gonna keep at it until Ritz can shoot without thinking about it." "But what if my right winger is blocked?" Ritz said. "And I need to shoot left." "Then shoot left." Ritz was unimpressed. "You need someone to play defense then," Cotton said, "so he knows which way to shoot the puck. I'll do it." They stared at him as he returned to his locker, unashamedly shucked his towel, stepped into briefs, and started pulling on his sweat-soaked base layers. No offense, Cotton," Ritz said gently,
But you? Defense? I could step on you.
Cotton just grinned. You'll see. To their surprise, Cotton proved to be adept at playing defense. His tactics seemed to be to get underfoot as much as possible, forcing Ritz to react without thinking, shooting right to Roman or left to Honeybun. An hour of this wouldn't fix everything. Probably wouldn't make a difference in tonight's game. But with enough practice, Ritz would eventually stop thinking so much and trust his instincts on the ice. 15 minutes before their hour was up, Ritz called a halt, making the universal sign for timeout with his gloved hands, hockey stick tucked into the crook of his elbow.
Jesus, Cotton,
he said, breathing hard.
Hell, they were all breathing hard. Where'd you learn to get in the way like that?
Cotton's grin was wide as he led the way off the ice and back to the locker room. I'm the youngest of 5 boys. It was my job to get underfoot. Here I thought you were an innocent little goody two-shoes, Honeybun said.
Hey, Coach,
Ritz said when they entered the locker room. Gentlemen? Coach Donovan sat on a bench on the far side of the room, one ankle over the other knee, clipboard in hand. He looked perfectly at ease as he sent a small nod Roman's way. Roman could have fooled himself into believing that he didn't need the silent praise, but the acknowledgement that he'd done something right made his chest swell. He hadn't done it for Coach, or for himself, or because he wanted to be team captain. He'd done it for the team, and Coach clearly knew that. Operation Team Spirit was finally a go. The guys were ready to go half an hour ago, Coach said, standing. So I sent them on the bus back to the hotel. It should be back in a few minutes to pick you up. Thanks, Coach. And hey, Ritz poked Roman in the shoulder with his hockey stick. Thanks, man. Really. You too, Cotton. Happy to help. Roman gestured at Cotton. What he said. Plus, it physically hurts me to see you hesitate to shoot the puck. Fuck you, Ritz said with a laugh. 20 minutes later, showered and dressed, they trekked out of the building to bright sunshine and found the bus waiting for them. Ritz and Honeybun sat together, Cotton in front of them, and Roman across the aisle from him. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, he opened his text messaging app. There were 2 texts from Cody. Landed in Charlotte, got less than an hour layover before my flight to Dallas. Gotta pee, replenish my snack inventory, and then find my gate. Then, about to take off. See you in Dallas. Roman checked the time on the second text. Only 10 minutes ago. Damn it, he'd missed him. Not wanting Cody to think he was being ignored, Roman sent him a message back and then put his phone away to catch a quick nap on the way to the hotel. Love you. Fly safe. Cody was never flying to Texas from Vermont ever again. 11 hours. He was done with this day by noon, but at noon he still had almost 4 hours of his trip to go. Contrary to what his mom had said last month, they weren't able to get flights together. His mom went from New York to Houston to Corpus Christi, whereas Cody went from Burlington to Charlotte to Dallas, and then to fucking Corpus Christi. He'd popped his ears so many times that his jaw hurt from fake yawning. And good news, tomorrow he got to do the same thing, but in reverse. Oh, joy. In his almost 22 years of life, his dad had only managed to make it home for Christmas once, when Cody was 3. He didn't remember it. And he'd just flown 11 hours across the country to spend a piddly 14 hours in another state to attend a retirement ceremony that lasted all of 5 minutes. Okay, maybe longer. He had no idea. God, he hated himself when he turned into a stereotypical child with daddy issues. By some miracle, his and his mom's flights were scheduled to arrive in Corpus Christi within 10 minutes of each other. His mom found him in baggage claim, and before he could so much as say hi, her arms were wrapped around him. She squeezed him tight and rocked him side to side. Oh, my baby, I missed you. Missed you too, Mom. She smelled familiar. Not like anything specific, like flowers or citrus. Like Mom. She smiled like Mom, and home, and summer days at the beach, and evenings reading in the living room, and quiet talks on their patio. Like strength and bad jokes and good humor. Cody closed his eyes and held on just as tight. With a kiss to his cheek, she stepped back to look at him, big smile dipping when she got a look at his face. Her head tilted. Were your flights okay? Yeah. He forced his lips upward. It's just been a long day. I'm beat. Tag a couple of sleepless nights onto an early morning and 3 different flights just to get here, and he was done. His mom rubbed his arm. Let's find our bags and head to your dad's. We should have enough time to shower and change before we need to leave for the ceremony. It was odd to see people in shorts and t-shirts and sandals. It had been a frigid morning in Burlington, and airports were always cold. Cody hadn't removed his coat since putting it on 11 hours ago, but he did so when he stepped out into the Texas heat, the warm air so thick he could taste it. From what he could see on the drive from the airport, Corpus Christi appeared to be a nice city. Any other time he would have liked to stay longer and explore, make the 11-hour and $700 flight worth it. But as it was, he had classes and a fundraiser to attend on Monday, and he wasn't missing that fundraiser for anything. Before his mom could start in on the catching up with my son talk, he sent Roman a text to let him know he'd landed as his mom gave instructions to their cab driver, smiling a little at Roman's last text. Love you. So? His mom beamed and squeezed his arm, huge sunglasses covering half her face. She hadn't changed since Cody had last seen her at Christmas. Skin a natural bronze, dark brown hair streaked with gray curling down to her shoulders, lines bracketing her eyes and mouth. Tell me what's going on. How's it going with your Save the Library campaign? They chatted on the way to his dad's, about the library, about school, about his mom's work as the manager of a spa resort on Long Island. It wasn't until he took a second too long to laugh at one of her bad jokes that she took his hand into hers. Honey, tell me what's wrong. Slumping in his seat, he blew out a breath. I got into grad school. The one in Boston? Yeah. Okay. Why does that make you sad? I met someone, he whispered. His mom's smile was small, but it was light and wonderful. And they're a game changer. God, yes, Cody said with a choked laugh. So much, yes. She kissed the back of his hand. I'm so happy for you. The anvil was back on his chest. Thanks, but grad school is in Boston. Your person is in Glen Hill? He's in Burlington. She scratched her chin. But it's only a 3 or 4 hour drive from Boston to Burlington, isn't it? Yeah, but he's... Eyeing the cab driver, who may or may not be eavesdropping, Cody lowered his voice. He's an NHL player. He plays for Burlington's new team, but he won't always be there during the season. He's she whispered, NHL player? Then she laughed, the music of it filling the car. Oh my God! Why doesn't that surprise me? That's so perfect. What is it you're worrying about then? I don't want a long-distance relationship. Ugh, he sounded like a child. I don't want crust on my sandwich. Fuck. Uh-huh, she said with the keen eye of a mother knowing when her child was bullshitting her. Cody avoided her gaze, picked at the pilling in his ancient t-shirt. Is it possible this has less to do with a long-distance relationship and more with being left behind? Ice spread through his veins. His heart lodged somewhere between his chest and his throat. He picked ferociously at his t-shirt. His mom's hand landed on his, stilling his movements. Sometimes I wonder if your dad and I made the right choice when we decided to give you a steady home life instead of living with him. He blinked at her. What? Truth is, she went on without seeming to have heard him, either way, we probably would have messed you up. Parents always mess up their kids. I'm not messed up, he said with a scowl. Honey, she squeezed his hand. We're all messed up to some degree, and living apart from your dad, knowing you couldn't rely on him as much as he and I would have liked, not being part of each other's lives. I'm sure it sometimes made you feel like he didn't want you. The ice spread outwards, freezing his limbs. It's probably what made you cling so hard to Mitch. Cling? Was that what he was doing? Clinging to Mitch? And was he doing the same thing to Roman, latching on to them both for fear they'd leave him? He wanted to joke that he was the psychology major, but in the face of his mom's words, they wouldn't come. He'd thought he could divert her with the long-distance excuse, but she knew him as well as Mitch did. There was no getting around her all-seeing mom intuition. Move to Boston with Mitch. Stay in Vermont with Roman. Either way, he was leaving someone behind. At the end of the day, his mom said while Cody held his breath, the lump in his throat growing bigger and bigger as he tried not to cry, the pain of an unmade future decision already breaking him. You have to trust that you mean too much to your guys for them to leave you over a little bit of distance, like your dad and I had to trust each other. She kissed the back of his hand again, then let it go with a pat as the cab turned into a quiet neighborhood. Whatever you decide to do about grad school, make sure it's the best decision for yourself and your guy. Talk to him. Take the time to think about it. And if you do decide to go, and if this guy is as important as you say he is, then I know you can make it work. It won't be easy, but I promise it's worth it. And if you don't decide to go, there are other grad schools. Cody blew out a breath and looked out the window at the pretty bungalows with well-tended gardens. They must have been close to their destination. His mom picked up her purse from between her feet and removed her wallet. Cody ignored his jangling nerves and said, If I don't go to Boston, Mitch will be there all alone. Her snorted laugh turned into the kind of full-belly guffaw that included tears and the clutching of one's stomach. Oh, honey, she said through her laughter. Mitch wouldn't be alone, even if he was on a deserted island. Well, that makes no sense, he muttered as the cab driver pulled up to the curb in front of a neat little bungalow with off-white siding, a red roof, white front door, and blue trim. 2 large trees Cody would have loved to climb as a kid dominated the yard, and a small garden along the front of the house was made up of low-maintenance bushes. His jangling nerves kicking up a notch, he got out of the car, his sneakers sinking into the plush grass. His mom stepped out on the other side, and the cab driver came around to open the trunk and removed their suitcases. As the front door opened, his dad appearing in the doorway, his mom's words came back to him. It won't be easy, but I promise it's worth it. And he realized, as his mom dropped her purse at his feet, as she bolted across the yard and up the 3 steps to the house, laughing and crying in equal measure, and threw herself at his dad, her husband, that he already knew that. It didn't make his upcoming decision any easier. 25. Cody was pretzeled into Marichiyasana 1 pose the next morning, breathing steadily, his spine and shoulders stretching. Morning, however, was perhaps a misnomer. 3 a.m. wouldn't ever be anything but the dark of night. The position he was in, seated on a couple of spread towels he was using as a makeshift yoga mat on the floor of his dad's living room, gave him a decent view of the bookshelf against the wall. There were a lot of classics and a lot of biographies, but the tome that kept grabbing Cody's attention was a tall one with a wide purple plastic spine he suspected was a photo album. He was insanely curious about what was in there. Photos of his parents while they'd been dating, his dad as a kid. Breathing out, he repeated the pose on the other side. Last night's retirement ceremony had not, in fact, lasted 5 minutes. It was closer to an hour between arriving at his dad's army depot, being led to a little informal room with sluggish air conditioning and folding chairs set in neat rows, the ceremony itself, and the mini social afterward. And the ceremony itself, he'd discovered, wasn't just for his dad, but also for 3 other retiring officers. There were speeches, flowers, plaques, photos. Honestly, it had all been rather informal. Or at least not as strictly rigid as he'd expected. Afterward, his mom had treated them to a fancy dinner, where Cody had spent 2 hours feeling like the third wheel on a teenage couple's first date. He didn't begrudge them their happiness, was actually glad that they'd been so engrossed in each other because Cody had felt off all evening. Still felt off. You have to trust that you mean too much to your guys for them to leave you over a little bit of distance, like your dad and I had to trust each other. His mom's words wouldn't settle in his head. She'd called it clinging to Mitch. Cody saw it more as loyalty, friendship. He and Mitch had been there for each other since they were kids, through everything from first pimples to first days of school, to driving lessons, to figuring out their individual sexual identities. Cody had followed him to Glen Hill because they were best friends, not because he thought Mitch would replace him if they didn't occupy the same space. He trusted Mitch implicitly. And the more he thought about it, he realized he'd been wrong when he talked to Mitch. He didn't think distance would make Roman forget about him. He trusted Roman too, despite only having known each other for a couple of months. The problem, the reason his mom's words didn't ring quite true, was that he wasn't afraid of being left behind. Or rather, he was, but on a level he understood as afraid of getting hurt, which was a normal human reaction. But he was tough. He could take it. He wouldn't let it keep him down for long. And since he trusted both Mitch and Roman, it was a sort of fear that simmered on the back burner, taking up about as much space as the decision on whether or not to get up to pee or wait until the show went to commercial. The real fear that sat behind his breastbone, that had made it difficult to sleep since he'd received his acceptance letter, was a fear of leaving others behind, of disappointing others like his dad had disappointed him. Whichever way he went with grad school, he'd be letting someone down. When he'd first applied, the decision had been easy. Follow Mitch to Boston. No hesitation, no question. Now there was Roman. Chest squeezing painfully tight, he maneuvered out of his pose, shook his legs out in front of him, and folded his upper body over his thighs. Doing yoga in the middle of the night in his dad's barely lit living room was a hell of a time for introspection. He straightened, inhaled a deep breath through his nose, brought his arms out to his sides and up, clasping them as if in prayer, and then brought them down to rest against his sternum. Exhaling, he lowered himself onto his back, flung an arm over his eyes, and groaned up at the ceiling. Middle of the night self-psychoanalysis should be outlawed. Footsteps sounded down the hall. He sat up just as his dad poked his head into the room, looking much too alert given the time. "Morning." Cody regarded him. "What are you doing?" "I'm your ride to the airport." His dad scratched his chest through his t-shirt. "Figured I'd let your mom sleep in." "Right. She was staying the week." "Okay. But we don't have to leave for like an hour." His dad grunted. "I'll make us breakfast." His footsteps retreated into the kitchen. The fridge opened and fell closed. Plates clinked. Pans banged against cupboard doors. Cody fell back onto his pretend yoga mat and blew out a breath. Then he tilted his head back and, upside down, regarded the purple photo album on the bottom shelf. Reaching over his head, he pulled it out. The angle was awkward, and the album slipped out, the edge catching on the wood floor. He lost his grip on it, and it hit him in the temple before falling to the ground, open to a page about a third of the way in. "Ow," he grumbled. Flipping onto his stomach, he pulled the album closer, and found himself
On the left page was a photo of him blowing out 7 birthday candles. Opposite were 3 more photos of the same day, candid shots of his birthday party. The next page had photos of his next birthday. Flipping forward several pages, he found photos from birthdays, Christmases, graduations, photocopies of certificates and ribbons, like his spelling bee certificate from 2nd grade and the first place ribbon from 8th grade track and field. Candid shots he didn't recognize. Hanging out at the beach, him and Mitch working on some kind of school project, him asleep on his biology textbook during a high school all-nighter before an exam, his 4-person high school relay team. The images were more frequent at the beginning and tapered off as it continued, as he got older. Digital cameras. Heart kicking into his throat, he jumped and looked behind him. The ones your mom sent me from the past few years are all on my computer, his dad said, leaning against the door jamb. Gaze on the album once more. Cody ran a finger over his 8th grade graduation photo. I thought you didn't want me. Padding into the room on silent feet, his dad sat next to him.
Why would you think that?
You don't know me. I don't know you. You hardly ever came home. But most importantly, you sent me away. Inaccurate, maybe, but deep down, it was how he'd always felt. Oh, kid. His dad's sigh was gusty. Is that what you think? He turned the pages of the album, going back to the beginning, to a photo Cody recognized because his mom had it framed on their wall at home. Himself, newly born, swaddled in a blanket in his dad's arms. When your mom got pregnant, we had a decision to make. Either you'd follow me around from one state to another, or you'd have a permanent home base. Depending on how you look at it, it was lose-lose, or win-win. Lose-lose, grow up without your dad, or be dragged from one place to another, never having roots, always being the new kid in school, and having to make new friends. Win-win, grow up with both parents, or have those roots, the friends, the permanent home base. His words grabbed at Cody's chest, made it hard to breathe. There were pros and cons to both choices, his dad continued, his shoulder warm against Cody's. In the end, we decided we wanted you to have roots, a home, a circle of close friends. That never seemed fair to me. Mom had to raise me by herself, and you had to live without your wife and son. Yeah, but when you become a parent, you start thinking of what's best for your kid, not what's best for you. And we did what we thought was best for our kid. What do you think? Did we make the right decision? Cody opened his mouth to answer, closed it again. Try to imagine a life with no Mitch, and thus no hockey, no Glen Hill College, and ultimately, no Roman. Try to imagine being the new kid in school all the time, having to make friends only to leave them behind, but growing up with both his parents, knowing they loved each other and him. He looked at his dad, who shrugged a shoulder with a soft smile. There's no easy answer, is there? No, Cody agreed. There isn't. His dad squeezed his neck. The eggs are probably cold by now, but you want them anyway? They ate cold eggs and toast with peanut butter and bananas. Cody drank so much coffee it reminded him of Roman, which was how he found himself telling his dad about him and about the great grad school dilemma, as he was coming to call it. Put yourself in their shoes, his dad said. Pretend you're Roman. Your boyfriend just got into grad school out of state. How do you feel? Sad, Cody said, unable to be anything but honest. Roman had told him to go, but Cody hadn't missed the flash of pain on his face. It had to have been so hard for him to tell Cody that he should go if he was accepted. A little anxious, but also really happy for him. Grad school acceptance is nothing to sneeze at. His dad munched a bite of toast with a pointed look in his direction. The problem is that I don't want to live without either one, but either way I will. How do I choose between them? You're looking at it all wrong, his dad said.
Grad school isn't about Roman, and it's not about Mitch. It's about you. He poked Cody in the chest. And what you want, poke, to be fulfilled and happy. Cody sighed into his coffee. Maybe I should just delay grad school for a bit and get a job in Burlington. Okay, say you do that. Next to him, his dad sat back in his chair and brushed his hands together, crumbs falling onto his plate. And then Roman gets traded to, I don't know, Arizona. What then? Your boyfriend and your best friend have careers where things could change at any moment, kind of like mine, his dad added with a grimace. There are a lot of NHL teams. What are the chances of them ending up on the same one? Cody closed his eyes. A lot less likely than he'd like to think, no doubt. Which meant with or without grad school, he'd be leaving someone behind. Pretty unlikely, huh? His dad said, driving the point home. He toasted Cody with his coffee before taking a sip. Moving his plate aside, Cody buried his face in his arms. God, I'm so sick of thinking about this. Cody. His dad squeezed his shoulder. If you want to go to Boston, go to Boston. Just know that if you do, it doesn't mean a death sentence for your relationship with Roman. Your mom and I are proof of that. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Lifting his head, Cody kicked his foot up onto the chair across from him. You chose to let me have roots and I go and fall in love with a guy who could be traded at any second. Irony, his dad scoffed. Or a giant fuck you from the universe. They giggled a laugh of the up too early on not enough sleep, snorted snickers muffled behind their hands. Whatever you decide, he said with a pat on Cody's arm, make sure you look at all your options. Maybe there's a solution you're not thinking of. Checking the time on the microwave, his dad stood and stacked their plates. Why don't you grab your stuff? We'll leave in a few minutes. Sure. Cody stood too. Hey, Dad. His dad hummed from the sink, his hands sudsy, the dishes clinking as he washed them. Thanks for inviting me to your retirement ceremony, and for paying for me to come. I'm glad you came. He smiled at Cody over his shoulder. Do you think, maybe... Straightening his spine, Cody clenched a fist and blurted it in one breath. Will you come to my graduation ceremony? I'll be there with bells on. We've missed a lot of each other's lives, but not anymore. No, not anymore. Roman dragged himself through the front door of his building late Sunday evening, trailing behind Cass and Cotton, duffel bags slung over one shoulder. One delay after another meant he was arriving home hours later than he was supposed to. How was it possible that traveling, literally doing nothing other than waiting around in airports and on planes, could cause so much exhaustion? Cass and Cotton chatted quietly ahead of him, their boots thumping against the wooden stairs. Roman climbed the stairs after them, wanting nothing but Cody, a shower, food, then bed. Too bad he wouldn't be getting one of those things, not until tomorrow's library fundraiser. Hey, Kinsey! Cotton turned halfway to look at him. Do you have a chicken pot pie recipe I can have? Chicken... Right. That had been Cotton's order when Roman had been taking them from the team. Then Cass had arrived, and he'd forgotten all about it. The potluck meant he didn't still owe them food, right? Yeah, probably. I'll see what I can find and email it to you. Thanks. Cotton smiled huge, making him appear 12 years old instead of 19. We're going to order a pizza, Cass said, stepping onto the landing on the 7th floor. Want in? Sure, I could. Eat, he meant to say, but a man sitting cross-legged next to his front door, blonde head bent over a paperback, duffel bag, and an empty industrial-sized water bottle they sold at airports beside him, stole all of his words. Cody? That blonde head snapped up, pulling the earbuds out of his ears. Cody scrambled up, smile falling off his face when he spotted Cass and Cotton. Hi. He winced. Sorry, I should have texted, let you know I was here. Roman's own smile formed without conscious thought. He held an arm out. Get over here. Cody came, burying his head in Roman's neck, arms coming around his back. Roman held him close, arms banding around him, breathing him in. Everything inside of him settled into place. I told you they were seeing each other, he heard Cass whisper shout to Cotton. You owe me a blowjob. The door closed on Cotton's delighted laugh. Roman kissed Cody's neck, his jaw, his temple, grumbling happily when Cody burrowed closer. I really should have texted, Cody said, straightening to press their foreheads together. Roman cupped his face, his cheeks prickly against his hands. You never needed invitation to come by. Come on. A quick kiss to Cody's mouth. Let's get you inside. You look more tired than I feel. How long have you been waiting? A few hours. Roman frowned at him as he unlocked his door. I thought Mitch was supposed to pick you up at the airport. They dropped their bags in the front entrance, hung up coats and unlaced boots. Their items, nestled together as if they both lived here, unspooled warmth in Roman's belly. I told him not to come because I wanted to see you. With those encouraging words, he disappeared into the bathroom, leaving Roman sputtering after him. Sorry, gotta pee before I die, Cody shouted from behind the door. Chuckling, Roman tossed the 2-liter water bottle into the recycling bin underneath the sink. Oh my God, Cody said when he emerged a minute later, water droplets clinging to his hands. It was getting dire for the last hour there. Thought I was going to have to go use the bathroom at one of the coffee shops in the marketplace. Weren't you supposed to be back earlier? Yeah, flight delays. Roman pulled him into his arms again, which I could have let you know about had I known you were coming. Wanted it to be a surprise, Cody mumbled to Roman's collarbone. Is that lame? Nothing that involves you is ever lame. Cody's smile was sweet. I do need a ride back to Glen Hill tomorrow. Oh, I can take you, but it won't be until the fundraiser. I've got practice mid-morning and then a team meeting. You'll miss your classes. Oh, that's okay. I don't have any tests or assignments to hand in, and I can get the notes from one of my classmates. Okay. Roman leaned back against the counter, pulled Cody between his spread legs. How was your weekend with your parents? Good. Eye-opening. What had made him look like he could fall asleep standing up then? Want to tell me about it? Yeah, but there's something else I need to tell you first. His downturned eyes gave Roman pause. Does it have something to do with why you've been weird the past few days? Yeah, Cody's hands tightened on Roman's waist. I got into grad school. Cody! Roman's heart gave a painful lurch, happiness and despair vying for dominance. That's amazing. Cody wasn't smiling. The last few days I've been trying to figure out what to do about it. I didn't want to go because that'd mean leaving you behind. But staying here means Mitch would go without me, and I kind of freaked out for a bit trying to figure out what to do. I didn't want to disappoint either of you. Oh, wow. Heart slowing from its painful gallop, Roman sucked in a breath. Cody. He leaned their foreheads together. I could never be disappointed about you going to grad school. I'll miss the hell out of you, but we'll still see each other on long weekends and holidays. I know, but now you won't have to miss me so much, because I think I came up with a solution. Okay. Roman ran his hands down Cody's arms. Let's hear it. The college I'm going to, Cody said, and Roman didn't miss his use of the present tense. They offer the program entirely online, too, so my solution is a blended approach. Half in-person classes and half online ones. That way I'm not in class 5 days a week, leaving an extra few days each week for me to come back here to see you, or you to see me, whatever. Not that I don't love that idea, but, Cody, that's a lot of back and forth for you on top of school. You'll be exhausted. I'd rather be exhausted than not see you. And I know it won't work every week,
that sometimes you'll be away for games, or I'll need to stay in Boston to study for tests or finish assignments. Maybe once we both have our schedules, we can compare them and see what weeks work." Roman kissed him once, twice, a third time, making Cody chuckle into his mouth. "I love that you're planning that far ahead for us." Grinning, Cody snuggled into him and patted his chest. "Oh, except you'll have to pay for most of my gas or flights or whatever because I'll still be a broke college student."
Roman couldn't do anything but laugh as Cody's personality finally emerged after too many days in a shell. "And I love that you said that without thinking twice about it.
I'm just keeping it real." Taking a step back, Cody cupped Roman's neck. "I'm sorry I was weird and distant the past few days. I had a lot in my head to figure out."
"I wish you'd talk to me."
"Me too, but I had to overthink things first." Roman's chuckle almost masked the sound of Cody's whining stomach.
"Hungry?"
"God, yes. Feed me."
"I don't have much for once." Opening the fridge door, he showed Cody its meager contents. "I have frozen chicken fingers I can throw in the oven, maybe with some roasted veggies."
"Sounds perfect." Cody kissed his cheek. "Thank you." Roman nudged him toward the living room.
"Go sit. You look exhausted."
"Haven't slept well the past few days." Cody sat on the couch, bracing his chin on his folded arms on the back of it to look at him.
"Too busy overthinking."
Cody's answer was a soft hum. As the oven preheated, Roman snapped asparagus and chopped half a pepper, poured a little bit of olive oil over them, and then sprinkled salt and pepper. Removing a baking sheet from the cupboard, he dumped the veggies on one half and placed a handful of frozen chicken fingers on the other. He set the sheet aside, waiting for the oven to finish preheating, and turned to Cody.
"Do you want something to drink? Why are you looking at me like that?"
The expression on Cody's face, soft smile, eyes tilted downward with weariness, yet lit with brightness. It was yearning and adoration and awe, almost like he couldn't believe his luck. Roman knew the feeling. How had someone so lively and loving like Cody come into the life of someone so broken like him? It was probably best not to question it. Cody's smile grew. "I just love you." Pulled in by his magnetism, Roman rounded the counter. Cody lifted himself onto his knees on the couch, tilting his head back to look up at him, hands grabbing a fistful of Roman's t-shirt. Roman kissed him, unable to do anything else. Kissed him until they were both breathing hard, until Cody scrambled up to sit on the back of the couch, until Roman was nestled between his spread thighs, until not even the beeping of the oven could intrude on their moment. 26. The library fundraiser was a madhouse, in the best way possible. Cody hadn't really believed Kate when she'd said people would come, especially with less than 3 weeks to sell tickets. But they came, and it felt like they kept coming until the main floor of the library was bursting with ginormous hockey players, couples in their finest evening wear, children in frilly dresses and shiny shoes, and wide-eyed teenagers clutching cell phones and taking selfies. The library itself had been transformed into a beautiful hall. Black lengths of cloths were draped 2 feet apart over the shoulder, and hip-high bookshelves, with strings of fairy lights hanging over them. Fairy lights were strung along the ceiling, and tables of 8 were interspersed around the ground floor, decorated in shades of green and cream. Small stacks of books wrapped in cream lace and topped with a flower arrangement formed table centerpieces. On the checkout counter were Trailblazers items up for auction, signed hockey pucks, a jersey signed by the entire team, signed hats and hockey sticks, a framed photograph of the team. Then there were miscellaneous items donated by members of the team, a set of Nature's Honey beauty products, gift cards for spas and resorts and skiing, an exclusive opportunity to spend an entire day with the team, from morning skate to team meetings all the way to locker room access during the game.
Also up for auction was the collection of signed first edition The Wheel of Time novels by Robert Jordan that had gone to Roman for more money than Cody had ever seen in one place outside of his tuition fees. To his surprise, word had gotten around to a couple other NHL teams. Cody suspected he had Alex and Ashton Yeager to thank for that. Also up for auction were signed Tampa Bay and Toronto jerseys. Alex and Ash were in attendance too, which was pretty cool. The best part, though? The best part had been getting ready for tonight. Him and Roman showering together. No funny business. They hadn't had time once Roman returned from his team meeting. Shaving side by side at the bathroom mirror, tying each other's ties. Cody could picture it. Them getting ready for other events together. Occupying the same space and helping each other choose what to wear. He was feeling good about his decision to attend grad school. Nervous, too. New city, new home, new friends, new school. He'd lucked out with the online courses, something he'd discovered by accident while browsing the program website on his phone at the airport while he'd waited for his flight home yesterday morning. He'd spent half the week in Boston with Mitch and the rest in Burlington with Roman. Win-win. Cody sought Roman out in the crowd, searching for his shaved head and dark blue suit among all the other men in dark suits. There'd been a catered dinner of soup, veggies, and roasted chicken stuffed with feta cheese and asparagus, and an ice cream-filled crepe drizzled with maple syrup for dessert. A surprisingly enthusiastic auction had occurred during the main course, raising more money than Cody thought the small town of Glen Hill was capable of. Afterward, the Trailblazers' general manager announced the organization's partnership with the Glen Hill Public Library as part of a statewide literacy project, and then the evening had turned into a social gathering, invitees mingling with hockey players. Cody found his own hockey player signing a Trailblazers t-shirt for a kid who barely came up to his hips. Roman caught his eye and winked at him, and Cody almost melted into the floor. Later, once the night was over, the attendees and caterers gone, and after the cleanup crew had done its job and left, the only people lingering were a few of the Trailblazers, the library staff, Ash and Dan, and Mitch and Alex. "Guys," Mitch called, his voice cutting through the din of a bunch of guys shooting the shit as they polished off the remaining cheese balls and mini quiches. "Get together." He pulled his phone out of his pocket. Everybody moved in, huddled in front of the checkout counter. Zanetti, Voz, Cotton and Cass, Kabakina, Ritz and Honeybun, Cody and Roman, Alex and Ash, and Dan. There was good-natured shoving and teasing, and someone pinched someone's side, and someone else was jokingly shoved. Roman's arm came around him, pulling him back against his strength. Surprised, Cody looked at him over his shoulder, a question no doubt written on his face. Sure, they'd talked about Roman coming out to his team, but soon wasn't exactly a target date. "This okay?" Roman asked. Cody leaned his weight on him in answer, and Roman's smile was pure gold as he subtly came out to his team. It was so like Roman in its understatedness that Cody grinned back at him. He wanted to kiss him so bad, but that was probably too much too soon. Or not. Because Roman's smile turned soft right before he kissed him. On the nose, but still, in front of all his friends? It counted. So maybe not so subtly after all. "Everyone ready?" Mitch said. "Why don't I take that?" Kate slipped in next to Mitch. "You should be in the picture." Handing his phone off, Mitch sidled up next to Alex. He met Cody's eyes, and they grinned like dummies. Yeah, getting everything you wanted was all kinds of awesome. Roman kissed the back of his head as Kate held up the phone and said, "Everybody say, hockey players love libraries! Hockey players love libraries!" Epilogue. August 2012, a year and a half later. Their housewarming party was starting to wind down as the sun was setting behind the mountains on the other side of Lake Champlain, turning the sky a burnt orange. The still lake reflected the cloud-streaked sky, proving to Roman, yet again, that the sunsets were his property's best asset. His and Cody's property. The house, an unassuming two-story rectangle with red siding, large windows, white trim, and black shutters, sat atop a small hill. His and Cody's friends sat on the patio out back, enjoying the last of the sun. He and Cody had moved in at the start of the summer, and now that they were unpacked, they had plans to expand the minuscule patio and add steps leading down to the lake. Roman sat with Cody on a thin slice of outdoor wicker sofa. The remainder was taken up by Voss, Zanetti, and Yeager and Dan, who were visiting for the week along with Mitch and Dean. Leaning forward onto his elbows, Cody laughed at something Mitch said. Roman kicked his feet up onto a low table and ran a hand over Cody's lower back, contentment sending a little jolt through his veins. Cody turned to grin at him, sharing in whatever joke Roman had missed, kissed his jaw, and stood to join Mitch at the edge of the lake. Despite being bummed that his parents couldn't attend their housewarming party, they'd had a vacation scheduled already, Cody nevertheless vibrated with happiness. It was the first summer he'd ever spent away from Mitch, interning in the digital archives of the Glen Hill Public Library. Mitch, on the other hand, had spent most of the summer with Alex Dean in Toronto, after a successful season on Boston's NHL team. There'd been many trips between Burlington and Toronto, and vice versa, over the last few months, and Cody had racked up so many long-distance minutes that Roman had bought him an unlimited worldwide calling plan. Gathering empty plates, Roman made his way into the house, where he left his stack from today's potluck in the sink to wash later. Somehow, in the past 18 months, he'd become the guy who hosted potlucks. Those 18 months, however, had been some of the best of his life, even with Cody in Boston for part of it. It had been hard, as they'd expected, especially the first couple of months when they'd kept missing each other's phone calls as they'd learned to navigate their new, and often conflicting, schedules. But they'd made it work, and it turned out that driving was actually faster than flying. So they'd spent a lot of time driving back and forth during the course of Cody's first year. They'd do the same for Cody's second year once he returned in Boston in 2 weeks. Worth it, though, even if once Roman had only been able to stay in Boston for 5 hours. Retracing his steps through the house, photographs on the wall caught his attention. The first, a photo of Cody and his parents from his college graduation ceremony, where his dad had shown up wearing a necklace made of literal bells. The second, a night a year and a half ago that always brought the same memories to mind. Signing a little boy's Trailblazers ball cap, raising money for Cody's beloved library, watching Cody from across the room, just to reassure himself that he was there. Hockey players love libraries. These same guys were in his backyard right now, eating the last of his chips, because he still couldn't host a potluck without chips. The photo reminded him of another one. Of him and Cass and the guys he'd once called his friends in the major juniors. When was the last time he'd looked at it? Was it that winter day before he and Cody started dating? When he'd pulled it out while sitting in his car in the parking lot of the Glen Hill College student athletic facility? When he'd contemplated if he was ready to be punched in the face by life again? Possibly. Piece of paper folded in half, tucked behind a seldom-used rewards card in his wallet. An image he only brought out when he thought about his past, which lately wasn't often. His wallet sat on a small table tucked next to the patio doors, nestled in a corner between 2 large picture windows. Opening it, he pulled out the photo, only to find a mini replica of the one on the wall instead. On the back, in Cody's messy scrawl, Roman's new family. His old photo was nowhere to be found. Roman's new family. As he gazed out the window at his teammates sprawled on the sofa and in lawn and Adirondack chairs, at Dean and Yeager and Dan mingling among them, at Cody and Mitch in the distance, sitting shoulder to shoulder in the grass where it dipped down to the lake, Roman had to admit that, yes, this was his new family. A made one. Made by accident, but made nevertheless. From his vantage point, he saw Cody look around, frown when he evidently couldn't find what he was searching for. Standing, he said something to Mitch while gesturing at the house, then hopped onto the patio and strode across it. Roman tucked the photo back into his wallet and dropped it on the table just as the patio doors opened and Cody bounced inside. "Hey, Captain! I was wondering where you disappeared to." Roman snorted at the nickname Cody pulled out from time to time, ever since Roman had been made captain of the Trailblazers last season, a season where they'd made the playoffs. They'd been eliminated in Game 7 of the first round, but the fact that they'd made it there was proof that they finally had their shit together as a team. Ultimately, it, and the increased ticket sales, was what convinced the NHL to keep the Trailblazers in Burlington. That, in turn, started Roman and Cody house hunting. "What are you doing?" Cody asked. "Nothing." Roman threaded their fingers together and tugged him outside. "I was just coming back out." Alex Dean caught his eye as he walked past, and without a break in conversation, gave Roman a discreet thumbs up. All ready for later, then. Later, it turned out, was close to midnight by the time everyone went home, and Roman and Cody finished cleaning. But as the water lapped softly at the shore, and the back house lights lit a forgotten fork under a lawn chair, and the fresh evening air filled his lungs, Roman led Cody to the side of the house. A 7-foot hedge separated them from their neighbors, and along the side of the house grew pine trees 20 feet tall. It wasn't the same, but it would do. "What are we doing out here?" Cody said, rubbing a hand over the opposite arm. "It's creepy." "I want to show you something." "Is it the machete you once asked to borrow? Is this the scene where you kill me and dump my body in the lake?" Laughing, Roman felt along the side of the house until his fingers bumped a wire. Following it, he reached the end and... Aha! Aha what? Cody grumbled. "This feels like a bad Halloween prank." This. Tiny white fairy lights lit up their side of the hedge as well as the pine trees, so bright that Roman saw Cody's eyes widen in delight, saw his smile, brighter than any light could ever be. The multicolored spheres Alex had hung earlier when Cody was busy playing host hung from low-slung branches, throwing pinks and purples and blues into the night. Cody tucked himself into his side, an arm around his waist. "What is this?" "Since we can't see the marketplace lights from my balcony anymore, I wanted to give you this. I know it's not the same, but..." "Are you kidding?" Reaching up, Cody set a pink sphere swaying. "It's perfect." He turned to Roman, gently cupped his cheeks. "You did this for me?" "I'd help you hide a body if you asked." Cody sighed dramatically and batted his lashes. "True love." Roman kissed his forehead. "Damn right." "Thank you. Really." A thumb pad skimmed Roman's cheekbone. "When did you get this done?" "I did most of it a few days ago when you went to run errands. Dean helped me finish the rest today." Dean had hung the spheres last minute, as close to sunset as possible, so Cody was less likely to notice. "It's beautiful." The pink sphere above them created tiny pink dots in his hair, and the white fairy lights highlighted skin-tanned honey from the summer sun. He stood haloed in front of Roman, tall and strong and warm against him. Standing under the stars, Roman's chest full of love for this man who'd seen past the hurt to the person beneath, he said, "Yes, it is." Knowing where his thoughts had gone, Cody's smiling mouth met his, familiar and soft and tasting faintly of beer.